since this regional conference. They're also our partner for this technical conference. Thank you, Bilimo. Yes, speaking of the PSME National Convention, some of our sponsors who are here right now are also participating in the PSME National Convention. That would be on October, the third week of October. So of course, I will be seeing you there as well. Next up, we have the North Press Marketing Corporation. They are the official, authorized distributor of Castrol. And we also have UTech Corporation. They come from Korea, sir. But I think the Koreans, the OPAs are not here. Lastly, we have two companies here, the Thermal Solution and Applied Thermal. Sister companies, am I right, sir? Yes. So thank you for reaching out to us in the last minute pa talaga of the technical conference. We appreciate you partnering with us. So Thermal Solutions Incorporated. All right, so included na ba yung applied thermal? Okay na. Thank you to all our sponsors and exhibitors. In a couple of minutes, we will now be starting our program, so please kindly stand by.
Other microphone.
May we now request everyone to have your attention on the screen as we sing the Philippine National Anthem, followed by the observance of the PSME prayer, PSME Creed, and PSME core values.
Bit-bit sa gisag. Ah! Ready. Cut! Sulong. Cut! Takda. Ah! Bit sa gisag. Ah! Kulay. Ho! Tangkal. Ha!
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupit, di ka masisingil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong paghaw, may nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdidikdik. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pang may magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng waraming pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga apil, at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Baba. Ha!
The PSME prayer. Heavenly Father, Maker of heaven and earth, we thank you for the Filipino mechanical engineer, for our profession, and for our organization, the PSME. You have sown us as seeds scattered here in the abroad as PSME engineers, humble planners, designers, and builders of all things mechanical. Our proud testament to the glory of your creation. We bring before you the fruits of our profession, forged by the fire and burning passion of the PSME mission. Professionalism to help us maintain the integrity of the engineering profession. Please keep our hearts true to the highest ethical principles of our field. Service to enable us to contribute to the enhancement of science and technology. We pray for all Filipino mechanical engineers to work together as one in shaping the economic growth of our country. Motivation to uplift the engineering profession. Please help us promote fellowship and cooperation among all Filipino mechanical engineers, and to install nationalism among PSME members. Excellence to enable us to become outstanding PSME members. We pray for all Filipino mechanical engineers to actively contribute to the advancement of the profession to be recognized globally as we develop the talents you have given us. Help us to provide sustainability to the changing world. May the PSME bring together all Filipino mechanical engineers and as one, stand united as beacons of strength and stability to the world. All this we pray through you, our Heavenly Father, forever and ever. Amen.
The PSME Creed. We, the mechanical engineers of the Philippines, conscious of our responsibilities to God, our country, and our fellow men, affirming our adherence to the Code of Ethics for Mechanical Engineers, desirous in participating and contributing in the social, economic, and industrial growth of our country, determined to support one organization that shall embrace the mechanical engineering profession, have resolved to unite to accomplish these aims by constituting a national organization of mechanical engineers.
The PSME core values. I am a person of integrity. I act with honesty, transparency, and accountability. I do the right things the right way. I maintain professionalism at all times with high respect for others, observing proper conduct, following the code of ethics, honoring commitments, and acting fairly and with dignity. I strive for excellence, thereby achieving the highest standard of performance in all my undertakings. I internalize teamwork. I act with sense of urgency, mindful of entrepreneurial spirit, and work with unity, cooperation, collaboration, synergy, and convergence towards a common goal. I exercise leadership with humility and characterized by stewardship. I lead by example, walk the talk, and celebrate success as owned by all the members of the team. I embody concern for stakeholders, especially the welfare of our members, employees, and all we work for and those who work for us. I am an integral part of a resilient, nationalistic, and God-fearing organization. I weather the odds and implore peace, harmony, kindness, good work, love of country, and social responsibility.
You may now take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, mechanical engineers from Luzon, magandang umaga. From the Visayas and Mindanao, maayong buntag, and from all over the globe, good morning. Welcome to the 3rd Visayas Technical Conference, live here in Ayala Central IT Park, Lahog, Cebu City. I am your host for today, Engineer Jean Mary Abanyo.
And I am Engineer Bob Basi, the co-host of Regina.
All right. We welcome you all to this momentous activity. This has been our second national activity where we have our hybrid, right, sir?
Yes, that's correct, Regina.
And I'm sure, has this been your first time joining the hybrid to PSME, sir?
Correct. It's my first time and I'm actually excited to see what will be going on all throughout the day and also in the following day.
Nice. Thank you, Sir Bob. And Sir Bob, by the way, is one of our directors in CHBE. And newfound talent na naman ng CHBE. All the way to the national siguro. Baka ma-discover din si Sir Bob. Anyway, Sir Bob, we are joined po pala by our participants in Zoom. So we have actually, I think it's already 60 plus, if I'm not mistaken, participants in Zoom, and some are still coming in sa Zoom platform.
Yes, we'd like to welcome all our online participants to this BTC.
Yes, and not to mention, may nag-join po tayong mga National Board of Directors via Zoom, and as well as mayroon din po tayong mga National Board of Directors na pupunta talaga dito sa Cebu. I think by now they are on board the plane na. So baka in any hour from now, darating na din sila.
So we would like to encourage our participants, especially who are here in this place, to meet and greet our national officers.
Agree, sir.
All right, so, and now this time, without further ado, let's now call in the chairman of the third Visayas Technical Conference, Engineer and Dr. Edwin R. Torillo, PME, for the declaration of the opening of this third PSME Visayas Technical Conference.
Thank you, Engineer Roberto Base, Engineer Regine Abanio. Fellow engineers, participants of this third Visayas Technical Conference, both on face-to-face and online. Good morning, everyone. So without much ado, by the power vested in me as the overall technical conference chairman of this third Visayas technical conference, I hereby declare this conference open.
Round of applause, please. Thank you, Dr. Edwin R. Torillo.
Thank you, sir.
To move on, we are now graced by yet another national board of director, and he is our Haringganis, the father of the Visayas region. Please help me welcome the National VP for the Visayas and the National Parliamentarian of the Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers, none other than Engineer Gregorio Sineleng.
Thank you, Ma'am Regine. Thank you, Sir Bob. Good morning to all of us, those who are on site, and good morning to all of you who are online. My task this morning is to give you the welcome remarks, but I have nothing to make remarks except that I am indeed happy with your presence, because your physical presence on the first hybrid technical conference, while this is the third Visayas technical conference, but this is the first of its kind that we have a hybrid technical, because the last second we were caught unaware and the program was in fact finished, but there was already a declaration of the pandemic, if you still recall and remember, at Big Hotel. And some of our national officers were in fact a little bit stranded because of the pandemic. And to all our national officers who are listening right now via Zoom, via online, and those who will be coming in on site, the third Visayas Regional Conference shall go on, and this will highlight as a matter of prelude to our big event this coming July for the Visayas. The Visayas Regional Conference that shall be hosted by Panay has been moved, by the way, from July 7, 8, 9 to July 21, 22, 23. So kindly take note with the date. We will be seeing you in Panay, in Iloilo. It shall be held at the Seahorse Beach Resort. So it is a beach resort. It's a wonderful place. So you should be around. So in behalf of the working team of the Cebu Hotel and Building Engineers, and of course, in behalf of the national officers, I would like to make mention the presence of our national treasurer, a member of the EXICOM, Engineer Fred Sia. Of course, the chairman of this third conference, Dr. Edwin Torillo, and the working officers of the Cebu Hotel and Building Engineers. And in behalf of the national members of the national board and all members of the Visayas chapters, I would say welcome to this third Regional, third Visayas Technical Conference. Kaya salamat. Good morning to one and all.
Thank you, Engineer Greg Sinaneng, the VP, Visayas, National Vice President of the Visayas. Okay, pata, Sir Greg? So, Sir Greg has been serving the PSME for quite a long time.
Yeah, the pride of Cebu, the parliamentarian of PSME. As mentioned by Regine, we are joined today by our national officers. Soon, in few hours, some of the officers will be joining us in this venue. All right, and now we'll call in the National Secretary, Engineer Feliciano Perata Jr., who will going to introduce our national officers and other guests. He will be with us online.
Sir June?
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Mayong buntag sa tanan. At this juncture, I would like to introduce the members of the National Board who are attending to this third Visayas Technical Conference. And as introduced earlier, we have the Vice President for Visayas, Engineer Greg Sinini. We also have our National Treasurer, Engineer Siegfried Sia. And I don't know if they just arrived at the venue. Attending also would be the Vice President for Technical, Engineer Simon Torno, and the Executive Vice President, who is also the Chairman of the 70th National Convention, Lorito Catalan. We also have the Vice President for Luzon, Engineer Florencio Losa, who is attending virtually. And I suppose to come very soon would be our National President, Engineer Milani Banayos. We also have the Chairman for Marketing of the 78th National Convention attending virtually, Engineer Suni Kalma. My friends, those are all the national officers and guests attending for today's third Visayas Technical Conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir June Pirater, our National Secretary of the PSME. Always on the call every time we seek his presence and attendance. Thank you, Sir June.
Thank you, Sir June.
And now, to proceed in our program, because we are our national president not yet here, let's continue on to the next part of the program. Unfortunately, as well, our CPD provider has not yet arrived. Our partner for the CPD provision is not yet here. However, we'd like to emphasize or explain to you on the status of our application for the PRC for this program. As of now, our program is technically approved, but it is just deferred for some compliance. So it will be back to us on approximately, let us say, a week, ma'am, no? A week or 10 days. 10 days. So rest assured that it's already approved now, as long as, I mean, it is already approved, but there's no specific number of units that is given yet. So as I have emailed to you to the event details and guidelines, your certificate will be emailed to you, or you will just receive e-certificates, because we need to place the program number in the certificate so that when you renew your licenses, it will be immediately credited, or they will immediately see the program. All right, so to proceed, Sir Bob.
And now we're going to have our first talk on the topic renewal process flow, and CPD updates.
Our speaker for this topic, or the first topic, is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Information Technology with Masters in 2 degrees, Masters in Government Management, and Masters in Public Administration. Her experiences includes being in the PRC, working in PRC, a senior PRO in the Regulations Division, supervising PRO in the Regulations Division, and her major competency area is with the CPD focal person for the Regional Office 7 of the PRC, Philippine Regulatory Commission. And now, without further ado, please help me welcome from PRC Cebu, Ms. Rizalyn A. Maputol. Ma'am Riza. Oh, my bad. It would be our first speaker. There are two parts to pala of the PRC. We have Miss Christine E. Largo to deliver first the topic. Miss Christine.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Ma'am Reg and Sir Bob. In behalf of the Professional Regulation Commission, Cebu Regional Office, through our Regional Director, Sir Randy Takiki, I am Christine Largo Lim. Akong gipicturean ang program, akong gisend sa akong bana na siyang anong dili updated. So, magpaila-ila ko. And with me is the OIC Chief of the Regulation Division of PRC Cebu, Ma'am Reese, and Sir Rene Benafe. During your online registration, from creating your PRC accounts, retrieving your accounts. So hopefully, after we have presented, we have discussed this topic, so we are able to help you with your renewal processes. Before I start, let me say thank you for reaching to us, Sir Dr. Edwin Torillo, the 3rd Visayas Technical Conference Chairman. Thank you, sir. Engineer Gregorio Sineneng, sir. Thank you so much for having us. The National VP of the Visayas chapter. I think Engineer Melanie is not yet around. And also Engineer Levy Lopez. Last general meeting, we were also there with Engineer Levy. So I think she's not yet here, but sir, still thank you for having us. And also Ma'am Libet Solon. She's been going to the office. So siya dyan nakig-meet na mo. But thank you, Ma'am Libet, for always reaching out to us. All right, let me start. So, by the way, if you have questions, you may write it down. And then right after our presentation, we will be addressing, or we will answer those questions. And also, right after I presented, we actually brought our system, our laptop. So you may ato lang muna ako sa akong table. You may approach me for those who have concerns regarding their PRC accounts. So I may assist you. I can assist you today with your PRC retrieval of your accounts with PRC concerns. All right. So these are the steps for renewal. Next slide, please. Oh, before ko mag-start, no, let me just reiterate. So please beware of fixers. Do not give your personal information, especially to someone or to someone you do not know personally. Do not opt to have other people control or manage your PRC account. Your PRC account is your personal account. Giving information, especially personal information to other people, that can be used against you. So please, if you have difficulty, approach PRC or at least a member of your family, mag-guide ninyo on how to do it, on how to do the online registration. Next slide, please. So this is the direct link. This is direct link. This is the direct link for the renewal of online, the online renewal. It's online.prc.gov.ph. Again, the direct link for the renewal of license is online.prc.gov.ph. Next, please. You may also professional license. You may also you can also check the link, the online renewal for the renewal of license through prc.gov.ph. If mo adto mo sa website ni PRC, prc.gov.ph, enter ninyo ana, the direct link will also appear. So online.prc.gov.ph. Just click the link. Right after clicking the link, next slide please. All right, so you will have to either register or sign in. For those who do not have an account yet, then you have to register. So click register. As you can see, naana siya ka ng drop down. You just have to scroll up. And then sa bottom part, ana, next slide please. You just have to click I agree for the terms and conditions. Right after clicking that, next slide please. So you will have to register. Before you enter the information here, make sure that you have your PRC licenses. Because those information on your ID card, mauna inyong ibutang diri. The most common scenario na mag-mismatch, example, the middle name, ang inyong on your license card, your middle name is only the middle initial. And then you when you register, you spell it completely. So mag-mismatch siya. So make sure you have your ID cards with you before you register. So put in the necessary information and then click I am not a robot for the reCAPTCHA, then click register. So maana siyang reCAPTCHA, just follow through kung sa gipangayo. Then click register. All right. So make sure that you input an active email address. When we say active email address, an email address that you can access, meaning ma-open, because an email validation will be sent to your email ads. So we will receive an email confirmation within 24 hours upon submission. So right after clicking OK, dili mo sign in sa inyong PRC account. What you will have to do is to go to your Yahoo account, Gmail account, iCloud, and to check if you have received an email validation. If you have received the email validation, just follow through the instructions given there. Right after ma-validate na ang inyong email, next slide please. So mauna siya. So you will be receiving this kind of email sa inyong message in your email. So just follow through with the instruction. So once your email has been validated, you will be redirected to your profile, to your PRC profile. Next slide, please. So for those who already have an account, instead of clicking register, just have to sign in. So just put in your email address, and then the password, click I am not a robot, then sign in. So once you have signed in or logged in, next slide, please. So this is what your profile look like. So this is what your PRC profile look like. As you can see, these are all personal information. This is your information. At the bottom part of make sure to enter the correct information, especially on the address part, the address box. If your address has house number, then put it in the right box, on the house number box, the right information on the barangay box, on the municipality, on the city. Why? Because if you will notice, if you have noticed, if you check PRC website, you will notice a notification that some regional offices have already made the mailing services available. So very soon, Region 7, PRC Cebu will also be having the mailing services. So diha mo base ang atong courier. For sa inyong ibutang mailing address. So make sure na sakto ang address nga ibutang. So the lower part and the bottom part of the profile, anyway, sa bottom part, Ana, there is a box with letter B. Just tick the box if this is for renewal. So just tick the box, this is for renewal. And then right after, before clicking the save information at the bottom part, a prompt will appear. Next, please. This is what it looks like. That one, you will have to review, to recheck if the information that you have included are correct based on your IDs. So we have a lot of concerns mga dawat sa office, especially the birth dates, because they've been watching the YouTube tutorial of someone who is not actually from PRC, instructing them to deliberately change their birthdays aron makahimog account, which is not correct. That is not a correct way. So you just have to check everything. If sakto information inyong gipangbutang, then click agree or confirm. Next slide, please. All right, so the mailing services are already available in NCR, CAR, regions 1, 3, 4A, 4B, and 5. So very soon, we will have region 7. So, giplansya pa. So, but look, updates and announcements will be posted on our official website. Next, please. So, maoni siya. So, it's at the bottom part, atong profile ganiha, just have to click box B, check if this is renewal, then save the information. Next slide, please. So right after saving the information, this is the part wherein you have to upload your photo. Please remember that the photo that you will be uploading is the one that you will be using for the printing of your license card. So moingon kasagaran, gidawat lagi ni system. Ang gigamit dito kay kana sa beach. So dili na siya. Pwede na ito dawaton kay nasa gamitin mo ito sa inyong license. So that's why to remind the professionals or the licensee on what photo should be uploaded, a prompt will appear. Next slide, please. So this is the photo requirement. So maoni siya mag-remind our licensee on the correct photo that should be uploaded for the license, for your license card. So the photo must be, of course, the licensee, not other people. The photo must be taken at least 6 months prior to uploading. Dili kay graduation picture pa. So first renewal, the photo that we'll be using is the graduation picture, of course. Dili na inamok dawaton. We will have to advise the professional to upload a recent picture. Renewal naman. So dapat recent ang atong picture na gamiton. Next is the applicant must wear a decent attire, not necessarily with color, as long as, especially for the girls. The girls should not be wearing tube or spaghetti tops. T-shirt is okay. The applicant should not be wearing eyeglasses. So if you are wearing eyeglasses, take it off first before doing your selfie or photo. And you should not be wearing caps also. But of course, exemption are our Muslims, brothers and sisters, and also our nuns, the sisters. So exempted na sila. So once you have uploaded the correct photo, click proceed. Next, please. So this is the part wherein you will have to select your transaction. So select transaction. Next slide, please. So these are the available online transactions in PRC. We have examination, initial registration for our new passers, renewal, duplication of professional license, certifications and authentications, electronic oath taking, ASEAN professionals, and application for accreditation. By the way, a question, asa man authentication? Authentication is under the certification. So once you click certification, there will be a drop down and you will see authentication there. So since our transaction is renewal, just have to select renewal, enter your profession, mechanical engineer, and enter your license number. Your PRC license number or registration number, it's just the same. It's a 7-digit number. So if your license number have zeros, it means zeros are included. Ang kasagaran o bandili i-appeal. So mag-mismatch. So zeros are included. So once done, click proceed. Next, please. Out of 47 professions nga gi-regulate ni PRC, we have 16 professions that need that have additional requirements aside from the CPD compliance. So example of those are environmental planners and electrical engineers and architects, psychometricians. So aside from the CPD compliance that they have to comply upon renewal, they have an additional requirement, which is the certificate of good standing from their APOS, from their respective APOS. So moingon, this prompt will appear, and then sometimes we'll ask, sir, do you have your certificate of good standing from your APO? Why? We're not informed about that. Really. It will prompt during your online registration. O prompt na siya to remind you that you have this additional requirement. But for those na wala, dili isa na siya mo-prompt. For professions na wala, so dili na siya mo-prompt na ay additional requirements. So click proceed. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next. All right. So this is the time where we will have to select your preferred transaction place. Here in Region 7, we already have 4 offices. Here in Cebu, we have our main office in Mandaue and another offsite office in Robinson's Galleria, Cebu. We also have our offsite office in PRC Robinson's Dumaguete, and another one is in Tagbilaran at the old Capitol site. So we have 4 offices already. So once you type in Cebu, so duha ang mo appear, main office and Robinson's. So question, mudawat ba di ay of renewal si Robinson's? The answer is yes. Robinson Galleria, PRC Robinson's Galleria Cebu do not only cater examination, they also cater renewal, request for certification and authentication, even state board verification abroad. They also cater those transactions. So you just have to disregard the label exam application only. So once you have selected your preferred transaction place, next slide, please. This is the time wherein you have to select your preferred payment channel. So as you can see, since nag-pandemic, PRC cashier has been gitangtang na kay para ma-lessen ang contact. Because honestly, majority of us had been suffered from COVID-19. So mauna siyang naka-trigger po na ikuan na to ang PRC. We still have PRC cashier, but not only for our walk-in transactions, such as our changing of names from married to single, from single to married. So we have the first payment option. As you can see, we have PayMaya, GCash, and Visa. Usually, ang mutatak sa kuano once they see the first payment option is only the PayMaya and GCash. Actually, when you click that one, the first payment option, next slide please. You have 4 options where you can choose from. The PayMaya, the QRPH, the GCash, and using debit or credit card. So these are the 4 payment channels where you can choose from on the first payment option pa lang. So if you opted to pay the GCash, this is an example transaction. Next slide, please. You just have to enter your GCash number. Usually, ma-confuse. They will ask us, can we have the GCash number of PRC? It's not the PRC number ang ibutang, it's your GCash number. So make sure that you have an account in GCash, and then your GCash has an available enough balance for your transaction, to pay for your transaction. Just have to enter the number, your GCash number, click next. Next, please. So this is an example, kunuhay. So I paid for your available balance is 1,800 and then you pay 458. Actually, the regular renewal fee is 450 pesos only. So the 8 pesos is, I think, the service fee. So for those who are opting to have your licenses processed through fixers, ayaw, 450 lang ang bayaran sa renewal, and then you will have to pay 1,200 to 2,000. That's too much. So once you have successfully paid your transaction, next slide please. So this is your existing transaction look like. This is still within your account. As you can see, you will see all the details of your transaction from the payment, from status of your payment, kung unsa ang gigamit na payment channel, the amount that you have paid, your transaction, everything. So as you will also see at the left side, there is a tab with a printer icon and print document, a label print document. Right after, when you go to this page, a prompt will appear. Next, please. This one will appear to guide or to remind the professional to print the renewal form, the application form, or the action sheet for certification. Usually, they will go to the office and then they will just tell us, I already processed online, I just have to claim my license. Please take note that what we are doing here in our online registration, this is setting an appointment, securing a slot, and paying for your transaction only. This is not processing yet. Okay, so once read, click proceed, and then print out your renewal form. So mao to siya ang kuan ganiha katong naay printer icon with label print document. When you click that, mao ni siya ang mogawas. Of course, we have printers in our offices. You just have to print it beforehand or before going to the office, or if wala jud, we also have our customer service office which they can print your renewal form. So this is what your renewal form look like. If you will notice, all the information that you have encoded earlier are auto-generated na. Auto-generated na siya, and also your new validity will be reflected on your renewal form. Our appointment dates are system generated depending on the available slot on a particular regional office or transaction place, and then you will get you will worry because the slot that you get is already layo. If you will print out your renewal form, your new validity date will already be reflecting there. Okay na siya. It means once paid, you are deemed renewed. Anha lang nga ang releasing or printing sa license card is on the day of your appointment. You will also see your appointment date at the upper part, upper portion, and also you have chosen or your chosen renewal transaction place. So on the day of your appointment, you will have to go to the PRC office. And what should you bring during the renewal appointment? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So these are the documents that you will have to bring during your renewal appointment. So the online appointment memo, what we have just did. So your secured or confirmed appointment, the signed renewal form. Go back, please. Previous slide, please. Previous slide. Previous. Sorry, kana siya. So as you can see, signed, among gi-reiterate dito nga signed renewal form because naamoy signan. You will have to affix your signatures on the declaration and attestation at the same time undertaking. FYI lang po, the undertaking has been extended until December 31 of this year. So for those who have questions, nag-undertaking na po before, pag-renew na ko, wala gyapon ko si PD karon, maka-renew pa ko? The answer is yes. Maka-renew gihapon, but of course, ma-accumulate. So say for example, last renewal, nakautang, so 15. The required units now is 15, so 30, plus the required units, let's say for example, 45 in the next renewal period, so that would be 15 plus 15 plus 45. That would be the units that you will have to present on your next renewal period. All right, next slide, please. Next, please. So I have mentioned already. So these are our 16 professions that have additional requirements aside from the CPD compliance. But for our real estate service practitioners, such as our brokers and appraisers, instead of the certificate of good standing, they will have to attach a surety bond worth 20,000 pesos, 3 years of coverage in favor of PRC. Can you please produce? Yeah. All right. So there are professionals who are not covered under CPD compliance. Who are those? Professionals who are working overseas. Please take note of the term used, professionals working overseas, which means this is not limited to OFWs only. Because if you will remember, CPD became a law in 2016, but long before that, we already have thousands and thousands of professionals who are working abroad. So whether they undergo or they went through OWA or POEA or direct hired, no, regardless of their profession, as long as they are still Filipino, they are still holding a Filipino passport, and they are able to present any of the following: their company ID, their valid contract abroad, or their OEC, they are exempted from the CPD compliance. They are exempted from the CPD compliance. And also those newly licensed professional. What do you mean by new licensed professional? Ang atong renewal cycle is 3 years. To say, for example, I became a professional last 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. This year is my first renewal cycle, therefore I am still exempted from the CPD compliance. However, if you became professional last 2018 and then karon pa mo renew, lapse na. So this is not your first renewal cycle anymore, and therefore you are already required to submit CPD compliance. So that is except social workers. So out of our 47 professions exempted of social workers, even though it's their first renewal, they are still required to submit CPD because that is under their board law. All right, next slide, please. Next slide. So for those na diligent adto sa office to renew their license, you can, of course, process through a representative, but make sure it is a family member, it is a colleague, or you personally know the person. So if your representative is a PRC license holder, authorization letter will suffice. However, if not, then special power of attorney. Next slide, please. So for those who want to change their name from single to married, so these are the requirements. The form is downloadable sa atong website. Original and photocopy of your PSA marriage certificate, passport size with the name tag of a married name, statutory fee of 225. Please take note that 225 is wala ni siya physical ID. This is just a processing fee from changing your name from single to married. And of course, photocopy of your PRC ID regardless if it's valid or not. By attachment naman siya. Next, please. So for the retrieving of your account, as I said earlier, I can assist you. Just approach me on the table right after I'm done here. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. So these are the PRC contact details. If you have concerns regarding CPD or renewal, just have to send an email through ro7.regulationd@prc.gov.ph. Our official email of the PRC Cebu is ro7@prc.gov.ph. If you have concerns regarding the availability of your COR, next slide, please. Ang diploma-like certificate, if you have concerns regarding this matter, you can directly email the concerned division at ro7.lrd@prc.gov.ph. Previous slide, please. Sorry. So, kanisang for the COR, ro7.lrd@prc.gov.ph. And for those who are having difficulty sa pag-change sa ilang addresses, then our IT here in Cebu, it's ro7.ictunit@gmail.com. That ends my presentation po. So I will be assisting you. If you have concerns, just approach me sa table. Thank you.
All right, good morning once again. So I only have 16 minutes to discuss. Mabilisan. So for Q&A, after na ko mag-present, pwede na mo siya i-entertain. Next slide, please. So reiteration, all professionals are required to submit CPD credit units every renewal of their PRC ID. So contrary to what has been posted online, wala na yung CPD, etc., still, all professionals are required to submit. As of now, for mechanical engineers, PME, CPM, you are required to submit 15 credit units for the renewal of your ID. So, no CPD, no renewal, unless CPD undertaking is executed. Next. So, in 2023, no CPD, no renewal, because undertaking is only extended until December 31, 2022. So next year po, unless naami madawat na issuance from the commission proper, mao na gid siya, no CPD, no CPD, no renewal. Next. First update will be Resolution 1146, or the Transition Resolution of RA 10912, or the CPD Act of 2016. So first salient feature of this resolution, CPD credit units shall not be more than 15 provided by applicable laws. So from 45, because of this resolution, 15 na lang ang kailangan na CPD units for the renewal of ID. Again, except social workers and for those who will apply for ASEAN engineers. I hope meron tayong mga PMS dito na mag-a-apply na for ASEAN engineers, ACTE. You will be required to submit 45 CPD credit units. Next. And then professionals working overseas, again, shall not be covered by the CPD requirement, provided they can submit proof that they are working abroad. Sample of that proof is Certificate of Employment issued by the POEA or their employee IDs if directly hired po sila sa abroad. And then newly licensed professionals shall not be covered by the CPD requirement for the first renewal cycle after obtaining their license. So an example is provided for illustration purposes. If registration is in 2018, the registration date sa inyong professional identification card, your FRC is only in 2021. So if mag-renew kayo in 2022, you will be required to submit CPD credit units. However, if your registration year is in 2019, tapos mag-transact for renewal this 2022, pasok pa po kayo sa first renewal cycle, then you will be exempted from the CPD requirement. Next slide. Professionals who executed an undertaking before the transition period shall only comply with 15 credit units as compliance with the said undertaking. So the implementation of CPD started in 2017 onwards. If you happen to renew your license in 2017 or 2018, the required units by then was 13.5, and then in 2018 it became 27. So kung during your previous renewal nakapag-renew pero may utang na CPD units, kapag ang utang na units ay more than 15, ang babayaran mo lang from that is only 15 plus 15 units na required for this renewal. So you will be submitting 30 CPD credit units. However, kapag less than naman ng 15 yung utang mo from your previous renewal, you will only have to comply that number of units plus 15. Example, 5 plus 15, 20. So this renewal, you will submit 20 credit units. Next. So this is an advisory posted on our socials, Facebook, and our official website. Acceptance of CPD undertaking for the renewal of ID is extended until December 31, 2022. So what happens? Kung wala talagang CPD credit units na na-earn or hindi enough, you can still proceed with the renewal of your ID provided you execute this undertaking. But execution of this undertaking shall not constitute as a waiver of the CPD compliance. And such compliance shall be completed on your next renewal cycle. So, yung inutang nyo na CPD plus the required units for the next renewal, halimbawang matatapos na ang transition period, magiging 45 ulit. So, yung inutang na CPD plus 45, yun yung required mo na units for your next renewal. Next. So accreditation of program, we would just like lang to reiterate. CPD Council shall assign the CPD credit units of all CPD related applications. Hindi po kami sa PRC. So si PRC, we just do initial checking of the documents submitted as to the completeness and authenticity. Pero yung technical evaluation, mag-determine kung ilang credit units, si CPD Council na po ang magbibigay. Next slide. So CPD Council is composed of 3 members, chairman, first member, second member. Chairman is from your regulatory board of mechanical engineering. And then first member is from your APO or APO. And then second member from the academy. Next. So up to when is the implementation of transition period? So transition period shall end after all the antecedent requirements have been met. Next slide. These are the antecedent requirements. Isa na lang po ang kulang, itong career progression and specialization. So previous ninyong assembly, I guess, na brought up na ni Honorable Board, yung about career progression. So hindi ako magtatakal about that muna. Next. Resolution number 1239. So this is the PRC's way of thanking our frontliners and responders during this pandemic, because through this resolution, frontliner and responders may be granted with a maximum of 45 and 25 credit units respectively. Next slide, please. Yan. So kapag frontliner, ang pwedeng ma-earn 45, responder naman 25. Who are the frontliners? Next slide. Sige pa po. Frontliners are those employed in the hospitals, police, social workers na nagbigay ng amelioration program, and then responders naman, ito po yung mga nagbigay ng PPEs, nag-help contribute in building quarantine facilities, or even those who distributed food packs sa ating mga frontliners. So they are considered. Next. You just need to submit documents, Annex A or Annex B of this resolution. Naka-proforma na po siya. Next slide. So Annex A shall contain yung mga highlighted items, letterhead of the institution or agency, and then naka-specify yung period, and then details of functions and accomplishment. Etong sa second paragraph, ito po medyo crucial because this will be the basis of the CPD Council kung ilang units yung kanilang ibibigay. So dapat naka-specify or specific ang task na naka-indicate. Kung pwedeng i-enumerate yung services na na-render, please do so. Next po. Etong Annex B naman, self-declaration. Same lang with Annex A, but ang pipirma dito, si mismong professional na. Yung Annex A, ang pipirma doon, anyone who is authorized to sign. from that office or agency, kung sino man ang designate. Next. So how to earn CPD credit units? There are 3 common ways on earning CPD units. First is to attend trainings and programs offered by an accredited CPD provider. So hindi porket CPD provider na siya, automatically lahat ng kanyang mga ikakandak na programs ay accredited. No. Dapat yung programs mismo na i-offer is also applied and was approved as accredited CPD program. So gaya nito, this has been applied as CPD program. So waiting na lang for the approval. Second, apply for credit units under SDL or post-event accreditations. Ito namang SDL, ito po yung mga trainings and programs you have attended conducted by non-accredited CPD provider, or yung inyong masteral degree, doctoral degree, or even your Bachelor of Laws na degree, pwede pong i-apply under SDL or post-event accreditation to be given with corresponding CPD credit units. And then third is to participate in programs initiated by the PRC and the PRBs for the development of the profession. So, isang sample of this PRC-initiated activities, ipa-plug ko na po. Next month, we will be celebrating our 49th PRC Week celebration. And then during that celebration, may ikakandak po kaming tree planting activity. Last year, if you have attended, the participants during the tree planting activity were given 3 CPD credit units, of course, for free. Kasi PRC initiated. Then next. So how to apply? You just need to create your CPDAS account. And then these are the documents that need to be submitted. Only that si frontliners and responder, kapag po i-apply for accreditation, walang bayad. You just select PRC cashier and then disregard the payment. Kasi under Resolution 1239, payment is waived for this application. And then non-accredited seminars and trainings or master's degree, you have to pay either through PRC cashier or through online, Paymaya or debit or credit. Next. So eto, na-send ko na to, I guess, I hope na-disseminate. But kung hindi, let me reiterate. We are encouraging everyone to create your CPDAS account. Why? These are 2 benefits when having CPDAS account. First, you can now view your earned CPD credit units through your CPDAS account. Bale, para siyang database ng inyong CPD credit units. All programs that you have attended, as long as the programs are accredited as CPD program. Kasi, once attended programs is reflected on your CPDAS account, you need not bring the certificate to our office during the renewal of your ID kasi nakikita na po namin yan sa system. And then also, you can apply for post-event accreditation through CPDAS account. Next. So, dili lang siya ma-zoom, no? So, for illustration purposes sana, alright, thank you. Etong nasa, yan, right side. Yan. Ito po yung sa aming system. Yan, pansin niyo po, nakikita na namin yung in-apply tapos na-approve. And then on the left side, ito po yung sa inyong CPDAS account. Magre-reflect po dyan lahat ng mga in-attend yung programs from October 2020 onwards. And then if you have applied for post-event accreditation. Next. So, balik lang po muna, sorry. Konting note lang, kapag hindi po nag-reflect yung mga in-attend na programs on your CPDAS account, paki-follow up po si CPD provider because they will be the one to upload the attendance and the completion report during the CPD after the CPD program has been conducted. Sila po ang nag-upload ng attendance automatically through CPDAS. Also, pag na-upload nila, automatic mag-reflect yan sa inyong mga account. Next. Next slide. So, commonly encountered problem when creating CPDAS account using your mobile phones. Just go to cpdas.prc.gov.ph and then eto, kapag phones po ang ginagamit, hindi nakikita yung profession. Kapag mangyari pong ganyan, itap lang yung 3 dots, yung ellipses, and then just enable the request desktop site, and then makikita na po yung profession. Next. All right, so these are our contact details. If you have concern for board exams related application section, and then for your IDs, claiming of IDs, a registration section, and then CPD naman related regulation division. So that's it. That's all. That ends our presentation. Again, thank you for having us here. I hope sa mga narinig nyo, yung hindi pa po informed, paki-inform po, baka magwala sila next year na no CPD, no renewal. And then actually, earliest renewal of ID is a year prior its expiration. So, kung next year po mag-expire ang inyong may mga license and then tapos na yung birthday nyo this year, you can actually transact for the renewal of your ID. Especially those mga wala pang CPD credit units para po makapag-avail pa din kayo ng CPD undertaking. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Riza Maputol and Ms. Christine Largo from PRC Cebu. Now we have 15 minutes for the open forum for this topic. While our speakers and our participants are consolidating their questions, we would like to recognize the presence of our National Board of Directors all the way from Manila. First up, we have our Executive Vice President, Engineer Loreto Catalan. Sir, please stand to be recognized.
And also, this morning we are so privileged to have here today our National VP for Technical, Engineer Simon Torno.
Also, one of our speakers today for the day one, we have the chairman of the Project Management Technical Division, Engineer Sonny Calma. Sir, please stand to be recognized. All right, let's now proceed to the open forum. Do we have questions from our audience here on site? Wala? If not, let's go to online. Meron ba yung questions natin online? All right, let me see kung technology na kasi. So we'll just see sino yung mga nag-question. Hold on. All right, ano lang. All right, here. Question daw po, ma'am. Center stage po, ma'am. Question na po, kasi sa appointment ng PRC online is for renewal lang pwede i-select others. Like change of status and correction of entry is wala. Paano po makakapag-pa-appoint kapag?
For change status due to change of name due to change status, walk-in transaction lang po sa office. So walang online. So dapat when renewing your ID, kung ano yung nasa PRC ID mismo, yun po muna ang gamitin kapag gagawa ng PRC account. Kasi kapag hindi, halimbawa married name na ang ginamit for her PRC account, mag-mismatch po yan. That's why may mag-prompt na for change status, go to the nearest PRC office. So ngayon po, as of now, wala pa pong online transaction for change of name due to change status or correction of name. Lahat po yan, walk-in transaction. Dalhin nyo lang po yung kaninang na flash na mga requirements, and then also the payment is over the counter.
Right. Thank you very much, ma'am. I think klaro ang answer ni ma'am for that question. Okay, ma'am, here's another question here. Okay, question po from Detlef Mindahaw. Okay, question po. Registration year ko is 2018. Hindi ako naka-renew sa 2021 dahil sa epekto ng COVID. Hirap mag-travel dahil wala po kasing PRC sa lugar namin. Kailangan ko na ba ng CPD units? First renewal ko pa po. First renewal.
The answer is yes. So kanina, the term was first renewal cycle. Our renewal cycle is every 3 years. So if you were registered last 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, your first renewal cycle would be last year. So last year, if nag-renew last year, then you are still exempted from the CPD compliance. However, if this year mag-renew, lapse na sa first renewal cycle, so that would mean you are already required to submit CPD certificates. But if not, we still have the undertaking. But this year, I would just have to add something sa first question kanina. For those already have processed their change of status, so let's say for example, na-confirm na ang change status, they will have to have 2 PRC accounts. One for married details and the other one is for the maiden name details. Why? Because when they want to request for the certification, for example, the board rating and passing, if you took the examination, you passed the examination, maiden pa, your details will not change kahit pa nag-married na. So upon request of certification of board rating and passing, you will have to use your maiden name details or account.
Okay.
Yes po.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Christine. We have also another question. By the way, for our online attendees, kung may question po kayo and you want to say it live or with audio para mas ma-relay nyo yung question, you can do that po. Just chat or coordinate with our technical committee in Zoom. Right, next question po ma'am is from Sir Romeo Francisco Jr. He is asking if do speakers in webinars have higher CPDs?
Yes po. Speakers, 3 CPD credit units per hour ng kanilang discussion. And then facilitators naman, 2 CPD credit units per hour dun sa pinacilitate na program. So, si CPD provider na po ang magko-compute yan for their certificate, as well as sila na din mag-compute para ma-indicate doon sa attendance na i-upload sa CPDAS. Hindi po si taga-PRC. So, halimbawa, isang speaker for this program. Example, this program is approved with 6 credit units. So, si speaker, kung ilang oras yung kanyang topic, say, may 3 hours siya. So, that will be times 3. And then, at the same time, he is also a participant during the whole duration of this activity, additional 6.
But he has to be in the attendance ng participant.
Yes.
And also, naka-record naman na speaker siya. So,
Yes.
he has to be in the attendance for the participant.
Yes.
Right. So, doble-doble yung speakers natin ng CPD units.
Yes po.
So, sobra ata. Right. Thank you.
Okay, Ma'am Christine and Ma'am Risa, there's another question here from Bernard Balmores. Good morning. Ask lang po kung mayroon kang transaction tapos hindi ka nakapunta, pwede pa ba makapunta sa sunod na buwan without changing the transaction?
If the transaction is already paid, the answer is yes. You can transact your renewal or any PRC transactions beyond your appointment date as long as paid ang transaction. And again, let me reiterate, if the transaction is already paid, especially for renewal, your license is already deemed renewed. That is already deemed renewed. So for those who are worrying that you have to assign some documents, you just have to print out your renewal form and ipakita sa employer or agency or contractor. Yes, that would suffice.
Thank you, ma'am. Marami talaga interested when it comes to PRC. I know we have a lot of questions then in our chapter regarding PRC and CPD. And good thing that we are well connected with PRC officers from PRC. So that's why we are also well informed. Kaya dinadala namin sila sa mga webinars natin and seminars natin to impart then our information na nalalaman namin. Ma'am, meron po tayong question. Segue lang yun. We have from Engineer Robert Javier. I am an ex-OFW at nag-for-good ako 2019. I will renew my license this July 2022. How many CPD units would I be needing to submit?
To clarify lang, the last renewal that we had, nag-undertake siya or wala?
Can we have Sir Robert Javier? Can we have audio from our participant? Sir Robert Javier, can we speak to you in live? Can we hear you? So that you can freely explain your question to our PRC representatives. Sir?
Hello, ma'am. Good morning.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I already renewed my license way back 2018. Yeah, 2019. And then a year after, nag-for-good na ako sa Pilipinas. And expiration ng license ko is come July 2022. How many CPD units would ang kailangan ko sa pag-renew ng license?
Sir Javier, sorry to cut you, sir, pero your audio niyo po is hindi audible for us to hear. Pwede niyo po bang
If I heard it correctly,
Yes.
the last renewal that we had was 2019. Sakto? At the time na nag-renew siya, did he sign an undertaking or wala?
Did you, sir? And then,
No, ma'am. Because may visa pa ako, bumalik pa ako ng Saudi Arabia.
If wala nag-sign undertaking the last renewal, and then you will be renewing your license this year, and just have to submit 15 units. For information po, 3 years ang validity ng certificates. So for this renewal period, if you have attended trainings and seminars from 2019 onwards, they are still accepted. 15 lang.
all right. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, na po ba, Sir Robert? Have they answered your questions po?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Very well said.
All right, thank you. Next is a question from Sir Roberto Ibanez, sir. Sangay mo ata si Sir Roberto. Go ahead, sir.
At mga Roberto, palaging mag-ask ng question. Okay, here's another Roberto, Engineer Roberto Ibanez, and here's his question. Ma'am, as per your presentation, OFW is exempted, exempted yata. Okay, OFW is exempted. If ever I want to apply to ASEAN or ASEAN or APEC or PME, is there any CPD requirements?
Yes po, because CPD is an eligibility requirement for bilateral and multi-regional agreements. So yung mga mag-a-apply po for ASEAN engineers, you will be required to submit 45 credit units. May isa pong requirement dyan, CPD Certificate of Compliance. You can now apply it in the regional office. And then sa regional office na din po ang magsasign ng certificate. And then another requirement, yung no pending derogatory or yung from legal, you can apply it as well in the regional office na. So mas na streamline na po. Again, para po doon sa mag-a-apply for ASEAN engineers, required po kayo to submit 45 credit units.
45. Great. All right. Unfortunately, our time is up for this topic. Thank you, Miss Christine and Miss Reza from PRC Cebu Region 7. Let's give them a warm of applause, please.
Thank you again, Ma'am Christine and Riza,
For other questions po pala, you can just send them in the group chat ng Zoom, yung nasa Zoom po. Send nyo lang po yung chat na yan, naka-record naman po yan. We will consolidate your questions and send it to our speakers, and we will get feedback from them, I mean. And we would like to recognize po pala the presence of our National Vice President for Training and Education. We have none other than Engineer Maren Eric De Luna, who is joining us via Zoom. Sir Maren, wave naman po kayo dyan. Hello? Nandyan ba si Sir?
Right, we're waiting from a flash of screen.
Wala po pala, later na pala. All right, so as we proceed,
all right, so now let's proceed. And this time, I'd like to encourage everyone to pay attention to the screen as we watch a video prepared by Infra Machineries.
okay, that would be on the next part pa po pala. All right. So moving forward, let us now have another technical discussion brought to us by Daikin Air Conditioning Philippines. We have the topic as VRV solutions for BPO hotel and hospitals. Our speaker from Daikin is a consulting sales engineer and also always supporting the PSME-CHBE affairs. Please help me welcome Engineer Merthon Arantes.
Big round of applause.
To our esteemed guests from different chapters of PSME and from PSME National, to everyone here in the venue, good morning. So I'm Merthon Monico Arante from Daikin Air Conditioning Philippines, and I'm here to present to you different design approach or solutions for different applications using VRV. So a quick recap, 2 years ago, we were able to travel outside with our families, our loved ones, and even our friends, and we can enjoy eating at restaurants outside without wearing masks. So that was before COVID. But during COVID, we were in a lockdown. So due to the high transmissibility of COVID-19, the Philippines implemented guidelines. So these guidelines were implemented in order to mitigate the spread of the virus. As mechanical engineers and mechanical designers in the industry, we may or will have to encounter these guidelines. So first guideline is we have the DOLE Department Order 224, labeled Guidelines on Ventilation for Workplaces and Public Transport to Prevent and Control the Spread of COVID-19. It requires establishments to improve central air and other HVAC filtration units to MERV 13 or the highest level achievable. Another guideline is we have ASHRAE 62.1-2019 labeled Ventilation for Acceptable Indoor Air Quality. States the general ventilation guidelines for various applications. So these guidelines are just examples that were implemented during COVID-19 or post-COVID-19. And regardless of any guidelines that we use, the point of these guidelines is that we should introduce fresh air into the environment. But the question is, where do we get our fresh air? We get our fresh air from the outside air. And these guidelines requires us to introduce this polluted outside air. But we at Daikin, we want you to breathe easy and stay healthy with the solutions that we will provide you. But before we provide you the solutions for different applications, let me give a quick recap about indoor air quality. So we have the indoor air that we want to maintain at a comfortable temperature and relative humidity. We have the outdoor air from the trees, from the polluted air, and from the air that is being exhausted by different industries. The fresh air passes through the fresh air intake that we exhaust in the indoor. So here are some of the, when we speak about introduction of fresh air, it comes with advantages and disadvantages. Advantages are as follows. It reduces CO2 concentrations, removes foul odors, and exhausts harmful particles such as viruses and bacteria. But disadvantages are that you may require to redesign or you may have to upsize your equipment. It may introduce harmful particles like PM 2.5, and it may introduce unwanted air conditions. Post-COVID-19 HVAC requirements requires us to introduce adequate ventilation and filtration, but it increases energy losses. Therefore, we should optimize design for efficiency and comfort. But how do we optimize for efficiency? We make use of our control systems to regulate and control our indoor environment quality. All these three key functions must be integrated in our HVAC design to provide a healthier and breathable air. That is why Daikin made this 3-point proposal. So you should remember this 3-point proposal para may guide tayo sa presentation. So for proposal concerning comfort cooling solutions, where we want to showcase our VRV products on how to attain optimal performance. Ventilation and filtration, where we want to introduce existing and new innovations in order to maintain indoor air quality. Lastly is indoor air quality monitoring, where we want to share to you on how to control air quality equipment. First issue that we will tackle today or will show to you is for our solution for BPO and hotel industry. The BPO industry exponentially increases in the Philippines year by year. And according to studies, the BPO industry in the Philippines will continue to grow by 8 to 10% every year. How about for the tourism industry, specifically for hotels? So some hotels are being converted into temporary quarantine facilities. And some of these are upgrading or adapting to the new normal while mitigating the spread of this virus in order to maintain also a comfortable stay to its tourists. Here are some of the common concerns on HVAC in line with BPO and hotels. First is, how do we comply with the health and safety protocols? Second is, what is our recovery plan, or how do we recover from this pandemic? Third is, how do we further optimize the systems while mitigating running costs? So we came up, or Daikin came up with a 3-point solution for BPO and hotels. So first is we have the comfort cooling solution. As we all know, BPO and hotels have a 24-hour operation. They have day shift and night shift operation. In case of electrical or mechanical failure, Daikin's VRV has a backup operation through emergency mode, which will ensure continuous operation, giving our employees and customers thermal comfort all throughout the day. So with the double backup operation, we can minimize downtime with our operation. Next is a sample or one of many beautiful sceneries by the sea. And some establishments like hotels and resorts are being built near the coastal areas. That is why we as mechanical engineers and designers in the industry, we want to capture these unique design concepts. But how do we capture these design concepts? If we have the exposure of sea breeze or effects of exposure to sea breeze affects the lifespan or shortens the lifespan and affects the cooling performance of our air conditioning system, resulting to increased maintenance costs. And previously, the recommended design of an outdoor unit for resorts is that the outdoor unit should be 300 meters before the shoreline. And the outdoor unit should have no exposure to sea breeze. But with the new VRV Max model, the outdoor unit can be placed 0 meters from the shoreline, and the outdoor unit comes with a sea salt protection. Next is our ventilation and filtration solution for BPO and hotels. In order to maintain good environment quality inside the office, Daikin's heat reclaim ventilator can be equipped with a CO2 sensor. This Daikin unique feature can automatically adjust the airflow depending on the CO2 level of the room. If there are many people in the room, the airflow will automatically adjust, or if the CO2 levels is high for the room, the airflow will go up for our heat reclaim ventilator, which makes it the best or the perfect choice for ventilation. As you may know, or as you can observe, most of the air conditioning used for hotels is ceiling ducted type unit. And some of ceiling ducted type unit does not have any high efficiency filter or air cleaning technology. But with Daikin, our new product called streamer duct chamber, we can install this unique product in our ducting system, either existing or new na ducting system, or even for our ventilation system. As you can observe, the streamer duct chamber is installed on the return side. So you don't need to upsize your the motor required for your ceiling ducted type unit. Third is the IAQ monitoring solutions for BPO and hotels. As you may know, developers are expanding their businesses nationwide. But the question is, how can they monitor, manage, and control their air conditioning units if it's in different locations? This is all possible through our new product called RERE. With the new RERE remote controller, you can control not only air conditioning units, but you can also control other equipment or utility equipment like lights, pump, and other sensors. So if you can analyze, our new RERE product can be called a mini BMS. So instead of purchasing or looking for a lot of management points for BMS, you can install everything with our new product called RERE. So as you can observe from the previous slide, you can also control our RERE using multi-site management. If your building is in different locations, you can also manage and schedule your operation for your air conditioning units, which is very substantial for BPO offices. So we have to get rid of mismanaged or losses for mismanaged usage of our air conditioners to provide better savings. You can also control or monitor your IAQ or indoor air quality. And with this, we can provide the best indoor environment quality to our employees and customers. Moving forward, another issue that needs to be addressed is for our healthcare facilities. So what are the things that we need to consider when we design for air conditioning for our healthcare facilities? Now that we have seen the effects of COVID-19, and yes, it is better today compared to 2 years ago. But the question remains, are we ready for the next outbreak? So this pandemic has made us realize three important things. First is the major value of our essential or healthcare workers. Second is the importance of indoor air quality. And third is the need to improve of our healthcare facilities. Now, Daikin developed a 3-point solution for healthcare facilities, which is in line and incorporated with international standards, specifically ASHRAE, which we are very familiar. ASHRAE Standard 170 labeled ventilation of healthcare facilities. This standard has been the standard of world-class healthcare facilities worldwide. We can summarize this standard and focus on infection control measures, which take into consideration air circulation, air filtration, pressure differential, and air cleaning devices. So we'll discuss each measure, starting with air circulation. Air circulation, simply put, is defined as the introduction of fresh air into the indoor environment. Introduction of fresh air actually helps in attaining room pressurization, which I will define later on. I would just like to highlight the sample design configuration. As you can, for our return air grill and supply air grill. As you can observe, the return air grill is at floor level and the airflow is in laminar state. So this type of setup is ideal for rooms with high cleanliness requirement. Next are air filters. Air filters has been one of the most common discussion during this pandemic. But to simply put it, air filters simply trap particulate matter and prevents them from recirculating in the environment. And when we think about air filters, the first thing that would pop into our mind are MERV rating. Different area require different MERV rating depending on the particle size. Third is the room pressurization. Room pressurization controls the airflow in different areas of different location. With this, we can prevent contaminated air from entering clean rooms and maintain them in their respective space. So for example, for positive pressurized rooms, it requires more air inside. However, in contrast, negative pressurized room requires air to be trapped inside the room, so it sucks the air from the outside. So there should be no contaminated air going outside the room. Lastly are air cleaning devices. The most common air cleaning devices are UVC technology and UV light. So see, UV light and UVC, usually we put them in ducting systems and ventilation systems. Same as our solution for ventilation and filtration for BPO and hotels, we can also use the streamer duct chamber. Since for the streamer duct chamber, we can put MERV 13 filter, streamer technology, which is the same technology used for our air purifiers. It is also proven to inactivate bacteria and viruses like COVID-19. Now that we have defined, or you have an idea about the different measures for infection control measures, let us have a walkthrough inside a healthcare facility, starting with the low-risk areas. These areas are your common areas like lobbies and doctors or offices. So to give you an overview, I'll give a sample design or configuration design for a doctor's office. Of course, we have an air conditioning system. For added cleanliness, we can put air purifier with streamer technology, and you can also place heat reclaim ventilator for proper air circulation. So don't forget also to put air filters to prevent contamination of air coming from the outside. Let's go to mid-risk areas. So these areas are parts of the hospital where they have sensitive equipment and sensitive procedure. So this is a sample setup or sample configuration of a procedure room. We have the outdoor air passing through the pre-cooling unit before entering the indoor unit itself. If you want to recirculate the air, we have to put medium-grade filters in our ducting system. And for added protection, we can also put or install air purifier with streamer technology. Last and one of the most important areas are your high-risk areas, namely operating room, surgery room, ICUs, and isolation rooms. So this here is a sample ducting system design which follows the ASHRAE recommendation for operating room design. The system assumed here is BRV plus HU system, where we have one operational system and one backup system. So why do we have this kind of setup? Even if the operating room is not in use, the air conditioning unit is still operational to maintain the condition of the room. Although this is not 100% operation. As you can observe in the sample design, we have the motorized damper to control the airflow entering the duct. We have laminar diffusers to filter air pollutants and to allow the airflow coming into laminar state. We also have, as you can observe, the return air grill or the return air duct is at floor level. This setup is one of the common setup for a operating room to prevent air from kicking up. Since there are many equipment, we can install centralized remote controller to manage them. And you may be wondering, how about the filters and other factors? So everything lies with Daikin's HU. So Daikin's air handling unit can be customizable for any type of application. You can customize the fan rating, the HEPA filter, you can put HEPA filter, you can put UVC technology, you can put UV light, and so on and so forth. Since the operating room is a positive pressurized room, you can input the outdoor air conditions, return air conditions, filter requirement, fan requirement, and the desired supply air conditions. This is all possible through our AHU program. Through our AHU program, you can monitor the desired output of your AHU unit. Last is an example of a isolation room. So the isolation room is one of the common discussion during this pandemic. We have the outdoor air that is being introduced that passes through the pre-cooling unit before entering the indoor unit itself. You have air filters to filter pollutants to prevent them from coming into the room. You have motorized dampers to control the airflow entering the duct. Lastly is we have the exhaust air systems. The exhaust air systems makes the room negative pressure. And as per ASHRAE guidelines, the exhaust air system for an isolation room should be independent with other exhaust air systems. This is because to prevent contamination. And before we reject the air to the environment, we should always have UVC decontamination and HEPA filter. So in summary of our solution for healthcare facilities, your health is an investment and not an expense. And remember that Daikin is part of the solution. To summarize everything for our 3-point proposal for BPO hotel and healthcare facilities, here is a very summarized na information. We have for BPO and hotel, we have comfort cooling, which we can use VRVA or X or VRV Max for resorts. We have ventilation and filtration where we can use heat reclaim ventilator and streamer duct chamber. For IEQ monitoring, we have RARI. Next is for our healthcare facilities. We have comfort cooling. Our comfort cooling, we characterize in 3 different areas for hospitals. For low-risk areas, you can put wall-mounted type unit or any type of indoor unit. Mid-risk areas, ceiling ducted type. High-risk areas, we can customize our AHU, and we can also use our ceiling ducted type unit. For ventilation and filtration, for fresh air requirements only, we have the outdoor air processing unit. For proper air circulation, we have the heat reclaim ventilator. For IAQ monitoring, we can use RARI or Intelligent Touch Manager. So if you have time, you can pass by our booth. We have a sample unit of our RARI. So you can navigate, we can show you a sample navigation of our RARI. So one of our newest product for centralized remote controller. And always remember that Daikin is here to collaborate with you to provide more specific design solutions. Thank you for listening, and that's all for my presentation, and enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you, Sir Merton Arante. Please remain on the stage, sir. We'll have approximately 5 minutes for question and answer. May I now have we have questions from our audience. Anyone? How about our online attendees? Do we have questions? None as well. So without further ado, please stay on the stage, Sir Engineer Merton Arante. We'll now be awarding you the certificate for being the speaker, for being a technical speaker. All right, so may I request our national officers who are in attendance right now, we have to award the certificates. We have Sir Sigrid Sia, our national treasurer. EVP Loreto Catalan is he here? Wala pa po ba? Wala si Sir. Baka nag-check-in pa? Nag-check-in pa yata. All right, Sir Sigfred, ikaw na lang muna, sir. One-man show na lang muna, sir. Allow me to read a citation of the certificate. We have Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers Integrated Association of Mechanical Engineers, host chapter PSME Cebu Hotel and Building Engineers presents this certificate of appreciation to Engineer Merton Arante for being a resource speaker in the 3rd Visayas Technical Conference given this 13th day of May 2022 through Zoom video conference and at Ayala Central Block, IT Park, Lahug, Cebu City, Philippines. Signed by the National VP Visayas, Engineer Gregorio Sineneng, the chairman of the third PSME VTC, Dr. Edwin R. Torillo, the national secretary of PSME, Engineer Feliciano Perater, and our national president of the PSME, Engineer Melanie P. Banayos. Picture, please. Directors pa? Okay na, thank you. Thank you, Engineer Merton Arante. Sir Sia, kindly stay on stage, sir. We will also award your certificate of appreciation to our speakers from the PRC Cebu Region 7. We have Ms. Resalyn A. Maputol and Ms. Christine E. Largo. Can we have you both on stage po? Ma'am Riza, Ms. Christine? On the phone po ba? Okay, no worries po. All right, kayo na lang po, ma'am. All right. Retake na lang natin mamaya, ma'am. All right. The same citation lang po. Picture, please, sir. Thank you, our board of director. And then po sa side yung nagpicture po, yung photographer natin. All right, thank you po. Once again, thank you for gracing us your time and presence.
Thank you very much, Sir Sigfrid. And thank you also to our PRC representatives, Ma'am Christine and Ma'am Resalie, and also for Daikin, Engineer Merton Arante. All right, so let's move on. This time, we'll hear a technical product presentation from Belimo Actuators Limited. Today with us is the sales manager of the Philippines, of this country, Mr. Aaron Romualdo, but the one who will speak for the company to present their products is Engineer Alvin Sinan, the technical and application manager.
Please give them a round of applause.
Hello. Good afternoon po. I'm Engineer Alvin Salet from Belimo. Okay. Maraming salamat po sa pag-anyaya niyo sa amin para ma-introduce yung produkto namin at maipaalam sa inyo yung bagong technology ng Belimo Actuators. Okay. Saglit lang po yung technical glitch. So again, good afternoon. So for today, okay, so for today, our agenda will be my profile, solutions, the product lineups of Belimo, the introduction of PICB, and we will discuss or focus more on energy valve, success stories, and the project references of Belimo here in the Philippines. Okay, so I'm a graduate, I'm a registered mechanical engineer from Nakuha, and I also take my master's in Nakuha. So I've been in Middle East for 10 years, and I have a short stint in Mine Heart and Carrier. Okay, and I also work in APMC, Ayala Properties, as SME, subject matter expert for HVAC. Okay. So what is Belimo? Okay, so Belimo was founded in Pinwil, Switzerland in 1975. Okay, so they are best known for actuators. So innovation in comfort, energy efficiency, safety, and solutions. Okay, so for our products, so we have damper actuators. Okay, so our damper actuators have two kinds. So we have general damper actuators. So these damper actuators can be found in centralized air handling unit. Okay, so it is found in fresh air, supply air, and return air. Okay, so we also have fire and smoke and combination of fire and smoke dampers. Okay, so the general air dampers are different from fire and smoke dampers because of their temperature operating range. Okay, so the fire and smoke dampers, the temperature of these ranges from 212 to 312 degrees Fahrenheit. So hindi po pwede gamitin yung general air damper actuators of fire smoke damper actuators. Okay, so we also have control valves. Okay, the energy valves and PICV, I'll discuss it later in detail. So we also have characterized control valve or motorized control valve, and we also have butterfly valves, globe valves, sound valves, and piping packages. Okay, so these are found on chilled water system. Okay, we also have sensors, the pipe and duct sensors that measures pressure and temperature. Okay, we also have duct sensors, outdoor sensors that measures carbon monoxide, and that can be found, that can be installed in enclosed parking garages, okay, for exposed area of less than 50, okay, and also basement parking. We also have room sensors, so we have different kind of sensors, 3-in-1, 2-in-1, and so loose. Okay, so this 3-in-1, so these are combination of RH, relative humidity, temperature, and carbon dioxide. Okay, the 2-in-1 are the temperature and RH, and the so loose are temperature sensor. Okay, we also have sensors that measures VOC, volatile organic compounds within the space. Okay. So we also have performance devices. So we have energy valve, okay, and we also have zone east. Okay, the zone east are what we call VAV, variable air volume. So in a big space that was served by a centralized air handling unit, and we have different spaces and offices to control the temperature of the spaces. You need to provide VAV. Okay, so our actuators are always paired with the damper. Okay, so it is also tested with yung assembly niya. So hindi lang tinetest yung actuators namin na isa, pero isang buo siya pinetest. Okay, as per UN certified, EN certified, galing yung pag-testing ng mga damper actuators namin. Okay, so we also provide retrofit. So if you have valves, if you have dampers that's already, the actuator is already broken, okay, so we can provide you those actuators. So you just have to provide us the sizes and the torque requirement, and we can provide you the actuators. Okay. So I'll discuss yung PICV. Okay. So short history of PICV. So PICV is already more than 10 years in the market. So it is first introduced sa US and Europe countries, and maganda ang feedback niya. So up to now, yung trend sa US and America, US and Europe is going to this PICV. Okay, so it was just late introduced here in the Philippines in 2019. Okay. So what is a PICV? So a PICV is a pressure independent control valve. So ito yung motorized control valve plus balancing valve. So ito na yung 2-in-1 na. Okay? So hindi lang compactability yung advantage ito, but later on, ipapaliwanag ko sa inyo kung ano ang beauty nito sa operations. Okay? And just to add, yung conventional na tinatawag natin yung motorized and balancing valve, they are labeled as pressure dependent valve. Okay? Bakit po pressure dependent valve? Because in every change of pressure in the water system, nagbabago rin yung flow niya. Okay? So sa PICV, within the operating pressure range, okay, kahit mag-fluctuate siya, yung flow requirement ng system mo, kaya niyang i-supply. So in this slide, papaliwanag ko sa inyo yung two common things na lagi natin ginagawa sa TNC. Okay? So first, ito yung balancing ng system natin. Okay? So remember, in balancing your system, the most feasible way to do it is kailangan full operational na or complete na yung installation ng mga equipment mo. Okay? So ayun yung pinaka-feasible para mag-balancing kayo. Okay? So I will give you a sample. Okay? in balancing. So if you have a high-rise building, so kapag may 30 floors kayo, okay, the owner wants to operate na kahit hindi pa fully finished yung building mo. Okay, so the owner decided to have a soft opening. So meron tayong phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4 opening. Okay, so in phase 1 opening, nagbukas siya ng ground floor to 10th floor. Okay, so the owner have two options. Okay, first is iba-balance yung system. Okay, that is very good because he's taking care of the equipments and the coils of the AHU. Okay, but pag nag-operate siya ng phase 2, phase 3, and phase 4, ano ang disadvantage nito? Okay, so the disadvantage of this is he will again redo the balancing of your system. Okay, so he will have additional expense of doing this and phase 3 and phase 4. Okay, so the other option is he will not balance his system. Okay, ano ang magiging effect pag hindi binalance yung owner yung system niya? Okay, so remember, your system or your pump is designed to supply water up to the farthest. Ibig sabihin hanggang 30th floor. Okay, so yung equipment mo na malapit sa source will experience high pressure. Okay, so therefore it will damage the coil or the equipment and it will void the warranty. Okay, so ito yung mga disadvantages ng conventional system. Okay, so second point is yung valve authority issues. Okay, so ang valve authority issues in general layman's term, okay, for example, if you go in a hotel, when you will take a shower, syempre sa shower, you have hot and cold valves. Okay? So, para makuha mo yung desired water temperature, kailangan mo siyang timplahin and it will take time para makuha mo yung gusto mong tubig na temperature ng tubig. Okay? So, if you will apply it in a series of FCUs, kapag hindi maganda yung valve authority mo o yung pagkuha mo ng flow velocity coefficient, hindi magiging maganda yung distribution ng chilled water system mo. So very, laging combine yan, yung authority tsaka yung balancing kapag sa building, yung chilled water system natin. Okay? So by using mechanical PICV, so masasabi natin na valve authority is already a history. Okay? Because hindi mo na kailangan i-compute yung valve authority and hindi mo na kailangan hanapin yung flow velocity coefficient. Okay, so remember, pagharap ng flow velocity coefficient is nagbabago yan. In every size, in every flow, kailangan mo hanapin yung tamang flow velocity coefficient. Okay, plus this PICV is already auto-balancing. Okay, so hindi mo na kailangan i-rebalance yung system mo whenever meron kang moving out or moving in ang tenant. So what is hydraulic imbalance? Okay, hydraulic imbalance in general layman's term is yung pressure mo, yung flow mo is malakas near the source, pero habang lumalayo siya, nawawala na yung pressure or flow niya. Okay, so if you will apply it in a building, so yung client mo or yung owner ng mga space mo will experience very hot and very cold. Okay, and also tenants pay more, especially those who are near the source, because they are paying for overflow of chilled water. Okay, the facilities management also tends to pay extra costs for their operations because they have their commitment to deliver comfort cooling sa mga tenant mo. Okay, so again, by using PICV of belly mo, this resolves the problem of hydraulic imbalance. Okay, so we can ensure that throughout the building, we can get equal flow and equal pressure. Okay, therefore, more indoor and more comfort. So Belimo PICV resolves this hydraulic imbalance. Okay, so simula sa umpisa hanggang sa dulo, we can be sure and we can guarantee that equal flow and pressure will be received by each tenant. Okay, so kahit magkaroon tayo ng change of load, yung moving out or moving in ng tenant, or for mga planta na may mga expansion, okay, hindi mo na kailangan mag-rebalance the system because the device is very intelligent and he will do the auto balancing of your system. Okay. So in a conventional balancing of your system, you need at least 2 to 3 persons in doing this. Okay, so one person, okay, is reading the flow and the pressure, okay, and one person is adjusting the balancing valve. Okay, plus yung kailangan mo rin ng real-time communication, okay, to communicate with the operator of the VFD pump para i-adjust yung frequency niya. Okay? So this process is labor intensive, expertise needed, and time consuming. Okay? So imagine if you will balance 1,000 FCUs in a building or 100 AHUs, it will take you months to finish this one. Okay? So in PICV, okay, you save time and save money. So we can say that ito yung sinasabi namin na install and forget. Kasi pag in-install mo na siya, hindi mo na siya kailangan balikan para i-rebalance yung system mo. Okay? This really save you time and money because average of 5 minutes na mati-TNC mo na yung balance, yung PICV. Okay? So to summarize the disadvantages of conventional, okay, you must provide correct computation of your valve authority, okay, and you also have a very time consuming of your hydraulic balancing. Okay. So this is our product lineup of our PICV. Okay, so we have 2 model for mechanical PICV and 1 non-mechanical PICV, which is the EPIV, electronic pressure independent valve. Okay, so the 2 mechanical PICV, the PIFLB and PIQCV, are preferably used for FCUs because the sizes of these are from 15 to 25 mm. Okay, so yung EPIV, so ito yung mga sa large size diameter na pipe because the range of the size of this is from 15 to 150, so up to 6 inches. So they are preferably good to use for air handling unit, fresh air handling unit, makeup air. Okay. So now we go to energy valve. So ito yung flagship product namin. Okay. So I just focus dito sa RA 11285 na in-author ng Department of Energy. Okay. So this was released in 2018. Okay. So itong law na to, hindi lang PME or PEE ang kailangan natin in the future. So kailangan din natin ng CEM, Certified Energy Manager. Okay? So ano ba itong RA 11285 na to? Okay, so ito yung reduction of carbon footprint emission. Okay, so this means improvement in your operating efficiency. Okay, so very easy lang to. So once you comply with this RA 11285, you have an incentive or tax deduction. Okay? Pero pag hindi mo kinomply ito, you will have a severe penalty. Okay? So how to comply with this RA 11285? Of course, you need to have energy saving device, and you also and you must quantify or measure the results of your procedure. Okay? So variable energy device or energy valve can provide you in achieving these results. Okay, so variable energy valve, okay, increase the efficiency of your building, and it also measures or quantify the results of your chilled water. Okay, mamaya po papaliwanag sa inyo kung paano tayo makakapag-save. So building, ito yung pinakamalaking gumagastos ng electrical power natin. Okay, so ang building, yung HVAC operation yan is almost 60%. Okay? So yung 40% ito yung ginagamit namin sa lighting, there's mga equipment, elevator. Okay? So napakalaking factor ng HVAC or comfort cooling sa isang building natin. Okay? So dito pwede tayo dito mag-focus para magkaroon tayo ng energy saving. Okay? So itong table na to, ito yung table ng chiller plant efficiency. Okay? So, dito, makikita natin na habang bumababa yung value, ibig sabihin nito, nag-i-improve yung efficiency ng planta mo. Okay? So, ang unit ito is kilowatt per ton. Okay? So, a good sample of this is 1 kilowatt per TR efficiency versus 0.5 kilowatt per TR. Okay? So, ano bang mas efficient doon? Siyempre, yung 0.5. Bakit ka mo? So, if you are going to produce 1,000 TR, okay, and you have an efficiency of 1 kilowatt per TR, okay, by directly multiplying it and cancellation of unit, 1,000 TR requires 1,000 kilowatt. Tama po ba? Okay, but if you will improve the efficiency of your plant, okay, the 1,000 TR by 0.5 kilowatt, you only require 500 kilowatt of input power. Okay, yung 500 kilowatt na yun, i-multiply mo sa number of hours, number of days in a year, tapos i-multiply mo sa aking S value na 6 pesos per kilowatt hour or pesa value. So, ang savings mo is around 20 plus million if you will improve from 1 to 0.5 kilowatt TR of your chiller plant efficiency. Okay. So, chiller plant, hindi lang ito yung chiller. So, chiller plant composed of different equipment. Okay? These equipment are used to produce chilled water. Okay? Ano-ano po ba to? So, you need a cooling tower, chilled water pump, primary, secondary, tertiary. Okay? And you also need condenser water pump. Okay? So, to get the total input power, kailangan mo malaman yung input power ng mga equipment niya. Okay? So, to get the TR, so ang formula ng cooling capacity is MCP delta T over 3.516 or TR is equals to GPM times delta T in Fahrenheit over 24. Guys, please remember yung formula na TR is equals to GPM. Mamaya, gagamitin natin to para ma-prove na kaya natin i-improve yung efficiency at bumaba yung operating cost by this formula or by using energy bulb. Okay? So, ano ba yung delta T? Paano natin measure yung energy? Okay? So, ang delta T, okay, ito yung chilled water return minus chilled water of supply. Okay? So, kapag nag-supply ka ng 44 degrees Fahrenheit, lumabas na 54, ang delta T natin is 10 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay? So, these are the usual delta T. Okay? So, kapag maganda yung delta T mo, ibig sabihin, na-optimum mo yung heat exchange between water and air. Okay? So, saan nagkakaroon ng heat exchange? Nagkakaroon ng heat exchange sa mga AHU natin, sa loob ng AHU sa FCU. So, sa coil to. Okay? So, yung chilled water mo, dadaan sa coil. Okay? Then, meron tayong mixed air. Ito yung on coil. Okay? So, paglabas doon ay yung off coil natin. Okay? So ito yung heat exchange between air and water. Okay? So kapag pangit yung delta T mo, ibig sabihin, hindi maganda yung heat exchange mo or hindi maganda yung control ng chilled water mo. Okay? So what are the factors that affect low delta T syndrome? Okay. So ito yung mga coils and valves natin are not properly sized. So ito yung kanina dinidiscuss ng valve authority. Too much water is delivered. Okay. Too much water because usually pag nagdi-design tayo, napakaraming factors natin. Okay. Marami tayong safety factors plus lagi tayo nagko-compute at peak load which is 1% lang nangyayari as per ASHRAE. Okay. So yung coils foul and degrade, so ito yung mga lumang coils na hindi naaalagaan. Okay? Then we have water systems that are not dynamically balanced. Okay? So ito yung effect ng paiba-iba yung load mo, hindi mo binabalance yung system mo. So ito yung mga cause ng low delta T syndrome natin. Okay? So itong graph na to, ito yung study na ginawa sa North Carolina. Okay? So yung y-axis, ito yung delta T natin. while the x-axis, ito yung cooling capacity at tons of refrigeration. Okay? So kanina yung formula na sinabi ko sa inyo, TR is equals to GPM times delta T over 24. Gagamitin natin dito. Okay? So yung first line, so yung makikita niyo sa baba, ito yung conventional. Okay? So ito yung may dynamic balancing valve at motorized control valve. Okay? Yung gitna, ito yung mechanical PICB, then yung pinakataas, ito yung energy valve. Okay? Position control, flow control, and delta T management. Okay? So, yung position control natin, may delta T na 6 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay? So, at 6 degrees Fahrenheit and 60 TR cooling capacity, okay, yung kaninang formula, ang kailangan nating chilled water na ibato ng bomba, ipaprocess dito ng chiller, is 240 ppm. Okay? Then yung next, yung 10 degrees Fahrenheit na delta T, okay? Ang kailangan mong ibomba is 144 ppm. Okay? So if you maintain the design delta T, okay, ang laki na savings mo. So what else if you will improve your delta T? Okay? At 15 degrees Fahrenheit, ang kailangan lang ibato ng bomba mo is 96 ppm. Okay? So if you will compare the improved delta T to low delta T syndrome, is the difference of that is almost 2.5. Okay? Ang laki po ng magiging tulong kapag nai-improve natin yung delta T ng chilled water natin. So ibig sabihin, optimize natin yung lamig ng tubig, hindi nasasayang. So this is the pump affinity law. So if you remember your basics in mechanical engineering, ito yung ginagamit natin. Okay? So the graph shows that habang bumababa yung frequency, yung percentage usage is also bumababa. Okay. So remember kanina dun sa graph, so yung condition 2 and 3, yung gagawin nating sample. Okay? So yung delta T natin, 10 degrees Fahrenheit, okay, with 144 GPM and 62 hour cooling capacity. Okay, so yung input power ng pump mo is 20 kilowatt. Okay, then we all know that 144 GPM yung flow 1. Okay, so we get the improved delta T. Ito yung second condition. So at 15 degrees Fahrenheit and 96 GPM. Okay, so hindi natin alam yung input power 2. Okay. But alam natin yung flow 2, 96 GPM. Okay? So by using the pump affinity law, hahanapin natin yung frequency 2 or yung N2. Okay? So at this formula, ang kailangan mo lang na i-adjust the frequency ng bomba mo at 40 Hz. Okay? So now meron na tayong N1, N2. Makukuha na natin yung power 2. Okay? So again, that formula, ang kailangan lang natin power at 40 Hz is 6 kilowatt. Okay? So this is the power of BFD. Okay? Ito yung technology na pwede ipagmalaki ng naka-invento ng BFD. So the lower the frequency, the much lower yung input power requirement mo. So imagine 20 kilowatts to 6 kilowatt is almost 1/4 lang ang kailangan mo. Okay? So dapat lagi natin ina-optimize yung mga new technology, okay, to attain improved efficiency of our chiller tank. Okay, so this graph, makikita nito sa ASRAE fundamentals. Okay, itong para rin itong pump curve of compressor curve. Okay, so itong curve na to, yung coil curve. Okay, so the y-axis at left, ito yung power. Okay, y-axis at right, ito yung delta T. So yung x-axis, ito yung flow. Then yung delta T curve, then yung power curve. Okay? Tingnan natin yung 10 degrees Fahrenheit na delta T. Okay? So if you will project it, yung 10 degrees Fahrenheit, okay? Ipoproject nyo siya pababa, ang kailangan mong flow is 65 GPM. Okay? Then if you will project it pataas, ay yung maximum power na i-produce ng ganung condition. Okay? At 65 GPM and 10 degrees Fahrenheit, ay yung maximum power niya. Okay? So our energy valve, ito yung trabaho niya, hinahanap niya yung optimum delta T. Okay? So makikita nyo yung 12 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay? If you will project it, ang kailangan niya lang flow is 55 GPM. Okay? Sorry, hindi yung may point out. Okay? So, pag project mo pababa, ang kailangan flow is 55 GPM. Then pag project mo pataas, ay yun yung tinatawag na power saturation point. Okay? So sa power saturation point, ito yung sinasabi natin na kahit magdagdag ka pa ng flow, very minimal lang yung i-increase ng power mo. Okay? So ito yung ginagawa ng energy valve natin. Hinahanap na yung optimum delta T. So ito yung comparison. Okay? Yung problematic delta T at 6 degrees Fahrenheit, ang kailangan mo is plus 30 GPM. So if you will compare 55 to 95 GPM, is ang laking differential nito. Okay? So therefore, low delta T means more flow or more GPM. And therefore, you are just wasting your pump power pag meron kang low delta T. Okay? So this is the installation of our energy valve. It is installed always on the return side, so it will modulate the energy valve. Okay? So, usually ngayon, yung mga owner o kaya yung mga developer, okay, they tend to use yung mga, they tend to measure yung mga chilled water na sinusupply. Okay? So, by also complying with this RA 11285, by continuous measuring and improving the flow, okay, ito yung kailangan mo sa energy valve. Okay? So sa energy valve, ito yung kailangan mo na device, energy counter, flow meter, valve actuator, and manual balancing valve. Okay? So belly mo energy valve, okay, lahat ng device na yan, yung isa lang assembly kailangan mo. So hindi mo na kailangan mo ipag-usap sa iba't ibang manufacturer para i-commission siya. Okay? So if you will compare it in the initial cost, ang laki ng difference niya. Okay? So ito yung web view ng energy valve. You can measure the real-time flow, real-time power, real-time delta T. Okay? We can also provide you yung energy savings estimator. So kung may mga problematic delta T kayo, pwede namin kayong tulungan para improve yung delta T at malaman yung ROI. Okay? So therefore, to have efficient chiller plant, you have to have smart controls, BFD, okay, minimize pressure drop, control delta T, and continuous measurement of your results. Okay. So energy valve has 6 functions in one. It's already a PI, pressure independent, auto balancing, real-time monitoring, delta T management, shut off, and cloud services. Okay. So energy valve, it can measure the real-time delta T, okay, and it is already IoT. So if you will connect to our cloud services, ito yung mga advantages mo, optimize yung delta T, performance report quarterly, okay, lifetime data access, software updates. Our actuator or our product is 5 years warranty standard. Okay, so if you will connect to cloud, it will have additional 2 years warranty. So ito po yung 4.0. Okay. So success story, ito yung search nyo sa YouTube. Dito nagsimula yung energy valve. Sa MIT, improve 6 degrees Fahrenheit to 12 degrees Fahrenheit. So they have savings of 1.5 million, okay, in a year. Other success story and project references. So ito po. Okay. So our website is www.belimo.ch. You can find all our products. Okay, the data sheets, all the drawings in PDF, AutoCAD, and Revit format. Okay. Thank you po. Sorry, madam.
Okay, sir, no problem. Thank you, Sir Alvin Sanan from Belimo. Suki natin supporter talaga ng PSME ever since they have acquainted with us. Thank you, sir. Can we have a photo with our Sir Sigfred? Sorry. Yes. Photo na lang, sir, with our sponsor. Okay lang ba, Sir Sigfred? Alright, sir. Alright, so picture na lang. Sir Tan, ayan po yung camera natin. Sir Alvin Sanan from the limo. Okay, thank you very much. Receive for the exploit talaga kita ngayon, sir. And now, we would like to award again the certificate for our first topic presenter to Miss Rezaline Maputol as a resource speaker, as cited in the certificate earlier. Miss Reza, can we have other national officers po pala natin nandyan? Pwede po ba kayong mag-grace dito sa stage, sir? Sir Simon, Sir Loreto, Catalan, for the picture taking lang po. Ayan. Sir Sigfred, join in pa rin po kayo. Right? Ma'am Christine, can you join lang po after
Yes, ma'am.
ni Ma'am
After
Reza
this.
para po kayo pong dalawa yung andito.
Okay. After this, ma'am.
As cited a while ago, the certificate of appreciation is presented to Ms. Rezaline A. Maputo from PRC 7.
Thank you,
And
ma'am.
teacher, and then may we invite Ms. Christine to the stage with your certificate po, ma'am. Because actually, our speakers from PRC will be leaving after the lunch because they will still have to prepare for their activity as well tonight. So they have also activity at where again, ma'am? Harold's Hotel? Yes, correct. So our chapter actually was invited. We will be sending our representative later.
Sorry.
All right, picture. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, PRC. And thank you to our national officers of PSME.
At this point is our most favorite part, the lunch. I'm now ushering everyone to please stand to bless our food. Can we have our everyone to please stand?
Okay, so it's now time for our lunch. And so I'd like to request everyone to please stand and let's say grace and let's say give thanks to the Lord for what we're going to share with each other. Let's bow down our head. Lord, we thank you, God, for this BTC. We thank you, O Lord, for the presence of each one. We thank you for the provision of this food that we're going to share with each other. Thank you for blessing us. In your name, amen.
All right, you may now proceed to our buffet. Please, I'm also inviting our sponsors as well to join us for lunch. Kindly lined up as well po for the buffet. Managed buffet po tayo.
Okay, ladies first.
Ladies first? Or yung magpapa-lady po yan, go ahead. Kidding aside lang po, ano. So while we are filling up our plates and we'll be filling up our tummies soon, let us now witness a video presentation brought to us by our sponsor from Infra Machineries.
Again, we'd like to invite our sponsors to join us in this lunch. So please don't hesitate to join us here.
Right. Once again, can we have our sponsors, our participants, please to come here in our buffet. Kain na po tayo. And while we are enjoying our sumptuous lunch, we will be having a working lunch puha so we can accommodate all the technical presentations today. We will be having the next topic later on. And for those po pala online, ayan, we will be sending you virtual lechon. Virtual lechon all the way from Cebu. Okay, so please watch this video of Infra Machineries.
Ari kita subong dire sa Iloilo sa isa ka site para mag-perform sang DSM sang DX220-2 para sa 1,500 hours. So first step natin ngayon moon, ma-drain kita kang engine oil, magamit kita sa drain hose, tapos use galon. So buksan na natin dire sa dalong side para mag-drain kita sa engine oil. So ang second step natin nga brown, i-bailuan natin ng engine oil filter gamit ang filter wrench. So itakod natin ang bagong engine oil filter. So ang fourth step natin, bailuan natin ang fuel filter gamit ang filter wrench. So after natin ma-DMS ang unit, i-performance test natin. So let's go. Bilang isa ka operator sang dusan machine, nakapokus kami para matapos ang amon nga obra kag makabulig man kami para sa pag-maintain sang kondisyon sang unit namon.
Ayos yung may maasahan ka ng machine, pero iba yung meron ding maasahan na service. Sa Infra Machineries Corporation, hindi lang strong ang machines, strong din ang after sales. Dasig kausap, dasig ang serbisyo, dasig ang solusyon. That's how IM makes the difference.
Once again, we would like to thank our sponsors for the third PSME Visayas Technical Conference held here at Ayala Central Block, IT Park, Lahub, Cebu City. We have Infra Machineries. Been a long-time partner of PSME-CHBE Hotel at the Infra Machineries that is introduced to us by Engineer Alex Cruz.
The coronavirus is a pandemic. There are now more than 120,000 known cases in
Hollywood actor
114
Tom Hanks says he and his wife have tested positive for the
wife
coronavirus.
of the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has confirmed positive to
We
coronavirus.
need to undertake serious mitigation now, meaning reorganizing our lives to limit
Domestic air and domestic sea travel to and from Metro Manila shall be suspended beginning March.
All right, once again, we would like to thank our sponsors for the third PSME Visayas Technical Conference. We have first Infra Machineries.
the coronavirus is
has confirmed positive to
We need to
coronavirus.
undertake serious mitigation now, meaning reorganizing our lives to limit
Domestic air and domestic sea travel to and from Metro Manila shall be suspended beginning March 15, 2020. There is no struggle of power here. Walang away dito, walang gera. It's just a matter of protecting and defending you from COVID-19.
While we are enjoying our sumptuous lunch, we will now be having our second topic for the first day of our Visayas Technical Conference. I am to introduce him, but he asked me to just introduce him as a single man. A married man, but negotiable daw. Baka may mag-consider, di ba? He will be introducing himself to you guys, so I will leave it up to him. Please help me welcome the second technical speaker for this day. We have Engineer Arnold A. Umbao, a professional mechanical engineer, to talk about facilities management. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you, I think this is a working lunch, so I do the work, you do the lunch. Thank you. So I got a lot of friends, I will be sharing with you facilities management, and I'm very happy to see Dr. Nilyaman, facilities guy, the rest of them tayo yutin. So what is this all about? Basically, when you graduate for first job, most likely become building engineer. Then as you go along, you manage facilities. And this is quite timely because our sponsor chapter is hotel and building engineers chapter. So I think this is timely. Facilities management. Yeah, okay. I would like to introduce myself first, no? Okay, wala ko niya ma-introduce, no? ang introduction ko kanina, still merit but negotiable. I am Arnold Umbao. I'm a fellow in the Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers, accredited as well as Dolly OS practitioner. Kind of background, I got more than 3 decades, no? Don't count my age. 3 decades of high volume, high technology kind of manufacturing, and that includes making factory from ground zero to production, start of use, and turning it over for operation. So I do facility rehabilitation as well, no? On top of taking one. I used to be a multinational corporation director for global engineering that worked on facilities in the US, Mexico, and Scotland. And I did some projects as well in Southeast Asia. When I was a senior engineering operation manager, I did high value project management with collaboration of engineers from Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, and to some extent Japan. No? I'm past president of Lapu-Lapu chapter and deputy vice president before of the national. I'm a TOMI awardee as well in the field of management, and I did some business studies for Asia Pacific focus kind of business model in Asia Business School, Singapore. So I have my master's in management as well from San Jose. And right now I'm doing technical and management consultancy. So the topic right now here, I'm going to share with you, what are our objectives in this? And I know this is a very unholy hour. The good thing is you're still eating, no? Because probably after lunch, maybe most of you will be sleeping. What are the objectives? I look forward, and our chapter now, looking forward that you will know what are really the main deliverables in managing facilities. Just 4 letters, S, C, Q, and D. We'll discuss that later, no? Basically, we need to go for a detailed understanding of S. S is safety. There's that, when you do facilities, the basic life support, the OS requirements, occupational safety health requirements, and then the C, the cost, Q, the quality, and D, the delivery in managing facilities. We're looking here facilities as a business unit, no? Anyway, I think I want to know, we're already in the manager position, you understand what our business unit is all about. And we need to understand as well that managing facilities doesn't end there, just maintenance. Once you fix the equipment, you're done. You need to grow further. We need to grow further by putting in place continuous improvement programs, or we call that CIP, applicable Kaizen, because we wanted our facility to be, a business unit that will help the bottom line of the company. And for a Japanese, management, they have this so-called key I, knowledge innovation. We need to innovate. And the good thing, we have previous speakers are talking about technologies, and that is your cue already on what are the things to be done come the near future. So this is it. These are our objectives. So by the way, what is really facilities? You need to understand, no? Facilities, in general, look at this in business dictionary, could be a permanent, semi-permanent, or maybe temporary, commercial or industrial property. Meaning temporary, maybe there is the span of a year, maybe, just to complete a certain project. And this is, we call this building, factory, plant, or structure built, established, or installed for the performance of one or more specific activities or functions. So meaning, it is a place where there are activities going on inside. Once there are activities, there are people as well involved. So this now, no? Ato ni hinay-hinayon, we're trying to stitch this one. You understand our objective, the 4 letters. Now, what are those 4 letters that we need to integrate into this facility? How to integrate? So we do the management right now. The management of facilities is a professional management. It's a disciplined focus upon the efficient and effective delivery of support services. Meaning support services, no? When I was in MEPS, facilities, usually the last to go home, but the first to return. No? First to attack, last to die. Okay, in ISO, facilities management is defined as an organizational function which integrates people, place, process. So take note, we have the people, we have the place, and we have the activities going on there, the process that goes with that. So what are our job? It is the purpose of improving the quality of life of the people and the productivity of the core business. We do not know what the core business, probably they know the core business is selling. In factory is manufacturing. So there are those things that we need to look at. Now, we already sketched the objective. We already know what is facilities, how we can marry the objectives with the management function. Now we'll like to go one by one. Unahon na to ang S, no? Is security, safety, occupational safety and health. We need to understand this one because if safety is compromised, your cost goes up. Your quality goes down. Huh? Your delivery, maybe, I don't know if you can deliver it on time. So that's why before the business model is just a security, but now right now, the modern times, we have to put safety first as one. But we don't dwell much on that one. We'll just get the macro of this. Why the need for safety in facilities management? I highlighted that one, no? The regulatory agencies. In facility management, you need to understand that you have to be compliant with all those requirements of permitting and requirements by the local government unit. Production of the delivery, the quality of your delivery, it's too hot right now, it's too hot, perspiring. An accident cost. Nobody is budgeting, putting money, setting aside money to take care of accidents. Wala yan, no? So that's why it's very number one, why we need to focus on this one. Of course, corporate image. If your company is having a lot of safety problems, the image will be going down as well. The health, the family, of course, yours. Unahon na to, pamilya na to po. Okay, this is it. Why we need to look at this? Because there are issues and concerns in facilities management. Usually, the enforcement of occupational safety and health system in facilities management is very weak. Pwede na, ayan na, ayan na. Tapuni lang sa karton. Those things happen. And we have inadequate number of OS-trained people. Now, DOLE is making, some programs like an 8-hour mandatory OS orientation. So this is one, that kind of program will address this one. Let's accept this one. We give, low priority for OS program. Sometimes, mahal na, moksamok lang. Tagalog ta? Bisaya naman ko. Ha? Meron? Kahapon na kita hinintay, hindi ka dumating. Buwag ka dumating. Okay. Sorry sa mga Tagalog speaking. Look at this. We have this issue. At least in the management of facilities, we need to look at this one. Huh? Another one. Why we need to give safety as number one focus? Mentioned ko na kanina to, musaka ang presyo and the like, no? Because this one, we don't budget this one. When the equipment is damaged, bingo, patay, no? If you are in manufacturing, raw materials may be compromised, and the more accident the facility is experiencing, your premium every year, may be increasing. Ato pa ning last, no? You might be brought to court, no? To the court of law, why the people, why your staff are not taken care well of, no? So this is our direct cause of accident. That's why we put this as number one focus, because we don't want that. We don't budget those things. So for facilities management, focus for safety, mechanical engineers man ta, no? There are electrical safety, there are chemical safety. Focus lang sa ta sa machine safety program. Yun ang focus. Wala, no? You should have a machine safety program. You should have those equipment inspection maintenance program, installation safety devices, those guards. This is very important, no? Compliance, particularly for PTI, permit to install, or we call that mechanical permit to operate. Every year, no, the facilities are renewing their permits to operate for equipment. Dole might be requiring something, DNR, for the smoke, a lot of things. So in your machine safety program, I think this will be your anchor. The other one, Lotto system, no? Just in case you do some maintenance, lock out, tag out is very important. And the like, no? Equipment safety signages, like. So muna focus na to. Why we need to focus that we don't want those things to happen, no? We don't want those things to happen. Okay. Now, this is now where we look at, no? Where mechanical hazard occur, usually in power transmission apparatus, usually in the roof deck of the building. No, daga na mga blowers. Sometimes the blowers are not covered. Usually downstairs, genset, fire pump. Usually, that's why I'm focusing that one. No? Usually, fresh air blower, exhaust blowers, stuff like that. So those components, flywheel, pulley, belts, those are what we call the mechanical hazard, kind of focus we need to look at. Anyway, I'll go further past this, what we will do a little bit past here, because I believe you understand all this, no? That the kind of hierarchy of control measures in facilities, please, you have these three: the engineering control, administrative, and personal protective equipment. Sometimes we miss this one. Instead of goggles, itong ibaligya sa Muslim, shade, no? This is very important as well, the kind of information. And good thing we have now the 8-hour mandatory, kind of orientation for all. At least this will help. And then the fix and closure. So, to some extent, ato lang yung macro control of all energy sources to lock a tag-out system, because this is a must for facility management. I experienced a lot of problem. No? Somebody is cleaning a cooling tower. It was unplugged. Somebody, why unplugged? He plugged. Nagtuyok ang pan. Perting pataya na naglimpyo. Totoo tail. I will not tell you what company, but then Mr. Dr. Anek Ibaw. Lockout, tag out. This look like this. At least the source of energy is being locked, so that no accidental, what we call this, switching on of the equipment while it's under maintenance. So the kind of plugs there are many kind of plug, no? Like that one. That is very, no, mga ball bulb. We have that kind of what you call this, lockout devices as well. At least kita not just yung dato lang. Okay, and very important, on top of the lockout devices, the tags. No? Sometimes we say, we can see the tags with pen. Hikapon pag yun, with gede. Ita. Right, this is very important. It's very important. That's why it's colored red. No, it should be visible enough that about several feet away, you can still read this one. Okay. With us in place in facilities, basic life support, no? Kaning planta o kaning building, basic life man ang importante. Mo ni gitawag nato palar, bitaw, no? Fire and life safety. So restroom, importante, ventilation system, lighting system, the water energy supply, genset, and the security. Importante na. So mo nang focus item for managing a facility. Okay na. Yes, okay na ta. Now, we'll go to cost. Facility management. Hina-hinay, no? Handahan din tayo. Mag-intindi. We need to slowly understand how to handle cost. No? Okay. What is this? Usually, in the financial book, it is labeled as maintenance and engineering. Now, facilities management, what is that in the financial book? That is the one labeled. No? Because we need to understand cost, because it has a big impact on the business finance, the bottom line. And this is, facility, running the facility is considered as fixed cost. Fixed per na. All activities involved in purchasing new asset should be gotten that when a new asset is purchased, no, plant equipment, useful life more than 1 year, consider this as capital. We will slowly discuss what is capital, what is expense. Ay ito capital para itaya ba na? Oh, capital there's a level for that. Ano? At least for those who will be applying for building engineer, that there's no way to go, no? But mahimo magiging facility manager or building manager. Understand? More than 1 year. Usually, the business people will put that as capital. E manong capital? Ato na discuss ron na ato mga depreciation the like. Okay. Alright. And the capital man siya, that means that cost, the cost of the asset, ikuha na sa profit and loss account. Wala kayong san manager, istorya naman sa accounting. We need to understand this because you will be managing facilities, no? Profit and loss, na sa books, no? So once you buy it capital, one-time bill naman na yan. Hindi na sa ingon na no? Every day you are buying. The asset are then depreciated and this will impact your profit. Ano man palit ka, no? Palit auto si Dr. Nilyama, 1 million. In 5 years time, i-outlook ng auto ho in 5 years maybe gone. Moto i-depreciate niya ang 1 million, so sa ito pa 200,000 every year. I-out sa income. No? Ano pag-depreciate? It is possible as well, i-suspend mo ang depreciation kung i-mothball. Para na karon ang i-auto gipalit, 3 years, napangga total wreck. Kung i-repair pa na may papalit pag mothball na, depreciation is cut. Okay na? Kumbate, finance will have prudence on this activity. Istoryahan nyo sa finance. Nga naman, if you manage facilities, you should, usually, particularly kaning mga Ayala building, no, they have finance people support po nila. They have their finance person po, no? Okay. Tracer, Tagalog ako na. Yeah, I'll try my English. Ano eh? English mangita. Ikapila na presidente si Marcos sa Pilipinas. English ako na ninyo. Okay. Here we go. When undertaking projects with effective lifespan of more than a year, halika na daw, we need to go back, capitalize the cost. Amortize the cost over the project lifespan, no? You can do amortization as well. Okay. Say you have a plan to replace the chiller, and the cost of that is 1 million. Let's put it 1 million. The plan is to be replaced in 3 years' time. So there is that amortization already. You know, there's that outlook that certain amount every year will be set aside. No, this kind of exercise, there is no what we call this physical money involved. It's just an accounting exercise. So sometimes you capitalize the cost, amortization, no, comes in. I mentioned, no? If you have system upgrade in 3 years' time, and you know that cost that one. When I was with a multinational company, we involved as well the what we call this, the inflation, the dollar rate, and the like. No, when we spread the cost, when time will come, we will buy the equipment. Say 1 million. In 5 years' time, at 200,000, we include the inflation, we include the dollar rate if we're buying equipment outside. This is an example of the plan shown down. What I'm trying to say here that we need to understand what is depreciation, what is amortization, because we're dealing with capital equipment. Finance growth, no? Outlook. Another one, technique of big corporation. When you're buying spares, no, to maintain your equipment, sometimes when you buy the equipment itself, you bundle the purchase with the spare parts. So that, you know, equipment plus spare parts equals one capital cost. Because when you buy spare parts, after buying the capital, it will become expensive. It will hit your yearly, what we call this, financial outlook. So when you buy these parts, bundled purchase. No? If it is applicable on the kind of purchase you wanted, then consider sometimes the equipment supplier to hold your spares. No? Sometimes contract like the elevators, what we call this, the card there costs about 150,000, just one control card. Doesn't, you know, you don't replace that every year. So well, probably you can tell your supplier that, okay, you hold the part. Anyway, if we have that service contract, we'll just pay as the need arise. At least the good thing, the response time is fast and you don't have that inventory cost with you. No? Well, it could be expensive a bit, but the good thing, it's not happening regularly. It's on a given timeline only when something really bad happened to your equipment. The only technique, sometimes when I was with Lexmark before, we bundled the purchase of spare parts with the equipment so that, you know, the depreciation will be together with the spare parts. So open, okay? No? Open system, equipment, we maintain more efforts. At least without staying, you as a facilities, because we are a support group, the business model will focus what is the main core of the business, like manufacturing or selling or rental of the facility. Now note, these are the equations in calculating depreciation. Depreciation and amortization, not cash transaction. And we can measure earnings at least. Kanina, SQD. Pero, EBITDA. EBITDA. Earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, amortization. You are here, you are giving this depreciation, you are sharing this amortization. Now you are outlooking the amount of money to be purchased with your equipment nimo. No? Depreciation, the amount that you already paid for capital, so that just in case that capital equipment will no longer operational, you can still buy a new one because you already depreciated the amount. Ang sunk cost of book value. This is very important. Earnings before interest, tax, depreciation. Of course, interest. That's why big businessmen, they don't use their money to do project. They lend money, they borrow money from the bank. Anyway, the interest, the tax is charged to the client. Oh, okay. Please, hindi mo facilities manager, businessman ko ta. So these are things must know for a facility manager. No? So we have now the safety, we have the cost. We go now to quality. Yeah. At least gamay lang, 50% na sa discussion napit na mahuman. No? Malapit na. Malapit na. Okay. Understanding quality. What is this quality all about? We're calling quality here as equipment uptime. Uptime, it's running. It's efficiently delivering the services or the resources that are needed. Utilities, for example, electricity, water, or the power. So, open, well-maintained system equipment will give good customer satisfaction. If your facilities, like when I was in HPOI, 1 minute, power fluctuation, we have to scrap 200,000 pesos worth of materials because the quality will no longer be there. The fluctuation will change the heat process. Just try to imagine this one. It should be the uptime. If you are running a casino, run out is not an option. Patayin ka ng mga client. No? Instead of they're winning millions, immediately they got bankrupt. So that is very important. The quality we're talking here, equipment uptime, that it should be operating at its optimum. Okay? More efforts to be placed at the heart of monitoring, delivering this quality. How to do this? We need to understand BMS, Building Management System. This will be your tool to help you get that quality. A building management system, or we call that sometimes BMS, building automation system. It's a computerized system. No? It will tell you that that room is hot, this room is so cold, there are no occupants already. So there are those, what we call monitoring, even though you're not around. No? It's a computerized system. Like this mall, it has BMS. Try to go there downstairs. Narito, ang mga gwardiya tumitingin. Tama ba, ma'am? Okay, BMS, I believe most of you understand this one. This is your tool. We don't want things to just be wasted. Because in building management, you can have efficient energy, the value of the business property, of course, indoor environmental, check and balance and the like. Okay. So, i-recap. Gamay. I-recap natin sandali. Quality, the best tool you have to make sure that your system is running well is BMS or BAS, Building Automation System. Okay. How we go? We'll go now to delivery. You have now the quality. Now I want this quality kind of delivered efficiently. How to do it? Should be on time. This is particularly critical, high volume, high technology, and utilities of time expected. So that is in delivery. So we need this thing. Another tool, computerized maintenance management system. There are many brands of this. This is a little bit. Now facilities, now we need to evolve. Now it's not just changing bolt and nuts. Computerized maintenance management system, it schedules the maintenance. No? Say like Dr. Nelyama is owning 5 buildings, no? 5, I think 6 Ayuyudin, no? 6 Ayuyudin factories. He don't need to stock pan belts for 5 buildings. Only pan belt siguro that is probably 5 pieces because that computerized management system will tell him, okay, building 1 will need 1 belt. Okay. That's the time we will put the pan belt. So meaning you will not be wasting money just for inventory of belts for all the buildings. Meaning there is that management as the need arise, no, for the parts, bearings, stuff like that, motors. Oh, this one. There is that historical aspect as well in CMMS. There is that asset management. The asset can be, the maintenance aspect of that, just like your car, no? There is the program every 5,000 change oil, 10,000 stuff like that. This CMMS will tell you as well that this motor needs rewinding, needs bearing replacement, and the like. Likewise, inventory control. I mentioned a while ago, you don't have to put a lot of spare to 5 buildings. Just one common, and that's the best thing. If you have many facilities that are running, the good thing is one brand lang, no? One brand, so that it will be easy to maintain spare parts. Okay? Preventive maintenance, no? That CMMS will tell you, oh, it's time for this machine to be maintained, to be cleaned, and the like. Regulatory. And it will tell you, this machine needs testing now, no? Because it has to be, recertified for operation. That is what's happening in doing certification of building. So CMMS is the one, giving trigger to the building people that their equipment are about to expire, no, for their permit. Advantages. Okay, I can mention advantages. No, downtime, minimize. Because if you have minimized downtime, your uptime is high, delivery is good. Now, how to improve further the delivery aspect? No, as MMS, you have the tool. Now, dito na musod, dito na papasok yung CIP, Continuous Improvement Program. Manufacturing people understand this, but to some, maybe it's a foreign thing. SME, single minute exchange of device or dies, is a system that dramatically reduces time it takes to complete equipment changeover. No, instead of 5 steps, maybe 1 step. No? I'll go further. Before SME, you might be changing your equipped machine that long. But you analyze, I think this time of activity can be done off-site. No? The thing done off-site. So the activity in the area will just be in that area. So it lessens the time. Now when you convert, you remove time, the changeover, and eventually you can streamline. Sound na, no? SMED, single minute of check. This is a Toyota project program. Sample, instead of bolt, it come. No? Instead of tightening with bolt, how about come? How about snap it on? All those things. These are sample, small things. No? Big things come in small packages. Right, let's start something small. Sample. Another thing, your tools, probably it's just scattered on the floor. But if you have that kind of thing, it will be very easy to know, oh, I got a 1/4 not I need to loosen. So you have that arrangement of tools. This will improve delivery, no? Shorten the time of the job. For example, in emergency maintenance activities, I was assigned in the US for some time in facility. Usually technician, they have that kind of tooling arrangement. Much more in Japan, no? Philippines ay nasa punsa. Kasi kuminsan dito, no? Hindi natin alam yung mga sizes. But then, this one, by shadowing that one, they know that their tool is missing after 5 o'clock. Hey, somebody borrowed my tool. What is left there is just the shadow. Okay, it's very easy to account your tool as well. This is very important. Instead of changing filters, no, in aircon, like that, no, just twisting. Air conditioning unit cleaning concept. So those things will help us, in making delivery a little bit faster. Another one is the value stream mapping. Value stream. What is the value of this activity I'm doing? But probably there are activities that are not, what we call this, not that important to be placed there. No? Just like I have to grind this one, then I have to break coffee for 2 minutes and something. So non-value add activity. We're trying to remove non-value add activities, value stream mapping, of our facility management. Like this one. The value stream mapping concept. You have the raw materials, consumable, natural resources, facility, people, process, and output. You try to analyze this, no? In order for you to be successful, we're talking that surround yourself with intelligent and successful people as well. No? So that's very important. Select your people as well. You need to develop that so-called competency-based program. You need to understand their competency so that we can eliminate, how to analyze the certain job. If the person, you have the people already that has the competency, just by looking at it, they know already what to do. This nagamay ang delivery time. Another one that will help delivery is the autonomous maintenance. Meaning, if there are people operating that equipment, they're the people that knows better the equipment. So probably we can assign them some job that they will do the maintenance. No? Just like cleaning, change oil, changing of filters, stuff like that. No? Not necessarily that they have to overhaul the equipment. It is something, those small things, so that at least the small things, when accumulated, is already big. The time element involved there will be minimized as well. So the idea of autonomous maintenance program, facilities management, is one thing that will improve delivery. So recap, recap na to. Ma'am, on time po, ma'am. Recap. To be a successful facility manager, facility engineer, just understand these 4 letters. S, safety. Because if we compromise safety in facility, this will affect the next 3 letters. Your cost, it will go up if safety is compromised. Your quality will go down if safety is compromised. Delivery may stall. Maybe you cannot deliver. You will be penalized if safety is compromised. These are the things that are very important. So the bottom line here is that be practical in doing things. There are tools available. That you can just tap. Sometimes some of those are in Google. Just get that, understand that one, and particularly understand the cost area. No? Understand why I need to do this, why I need to capitalize this equipment. how to compute my depreciation, why I need to amortize things when the future is no, I might be fired next year. Why I need to do that? But in management, those things are really in there. Okay, I think I'm on time. Dara, kung may question, Dr. Nelyama is there. He can answer it very well for me. Okay, thank you, people.
Thank you. Engineer Arnold A. Umbao, merit forum, negotiable, sir. All right, at this juncture, we will now have our open forum for the topic that is facilities management. So I am soliciting a question from our participants here on site and as well as our participant in Zoom. Anybody? Mag-exam daw si Sir Arnold dito sa on-site kasi wala daw mag-ask ng question. Still single daw po, sir. Anybody from the crowd who wants to ask a question? If not, may question ba online? Wala din. Natutulog ba online natin? Wait, kidding aside lang po, ano? So, siguro while we are waiting muna for the question, sir, allow me to award your certificate for being a resource speaker. May I now request our national officers once again to come here on stage. Mga sir, can I ask you please to come here to award your certificate to our resource speaker?
We would like to request our national EVP, Engineer Loreto Catalan, to join us here on stage. The National VP for Technical, Engineer Simon Sorno, and our National Treasurer, Engineer Sigfred Sian.
So once again, the citation is for the Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Arnold A. Umbao, PME, for being a resource speaker in the 3rd Visayas Technical Conference, given this 13th day of May 2022 through Zoom video conference in Atayala Central Block IT Park. Picture, sir, in front of you, sir. Sorry. Apologies. Do we have a question from our online participants? Meron po ba tayong question with regards to facilities management? Ako na lang siguro mag-question, sir.
Thank you.
Sir Arnold, mag-question muna ako, sir. May na-notice po kasi ako here sa venue natin. Email ko lang? Wait lang, sir. May time pa naman. Wait lang. Dito ka muna, sir. If may na-notice po kasi dito sa venue natin ngayon. May little vibrations siya. May vibration kaming nafe-feel sa floor dito sa venue. So will it involve facilities management or not? May nafe-feel akong vibration in the floor while sitting down or standing up. Will it be included in facilities management scope or not?
Those basic things lang. There are those basic ones, but the one I showed was more the experience I had. Yeah. More the experience because that is the real thing. The books will tell you a lot of things, but it is not applicable sometimes because of our place. Sometimes like facilities outside the country, they have to consider the weather. So it's a different aspect. This is more universal in nature. That's the 4 letters in talking.
All right, thank you, Sir Arnold. So, yeah,
thank you,
time's
sir.
up na din, sir. Thank you very much. You may now proceed to exit, sir. Thank you, sir. All right, so to proceed, Sir Bob, please do the honors.
All right, so next we are going to have a discussion on topic number 3 about wind energy generation and the role of data analytics in wind turbine performance. Our speaker, aside from the PSME degree that he earned He also earned the Master of Science in Mechanical Engineering. I believe he was a former faculty at the Xavier University. Currently, he's a professor at the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines. He's a Tommy Awardee on research, innovation, and invention. His competencies is in the area or are in the area of renewable energy, which is either wind energy or wind turbines. Joining us online, our speaker is Engineer Nelson Corbita.
Sir Nelson?
Good afternoon, everyone. Naririnig po ba?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And nami-miss ko na yung face-to-face na presentation. So let me share first my screen. Okay, so the topic that I will be presenting is on wind energy generation and the role of data analytics in wind turbine performance. So as mentioned, I am currently a faculty in the Department of Mechanical Engineering here in a state university in Cagayan de Oro City, University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines. So to proceed, let me first present the outline. So this will be the outline of my presentation this afternoon. So first, we will just discuss a short basic of what is wind energy. So how can we generate energy from the wind? And then next would be the wind turbine operation and control. So how does the wind turbine operate? And more importantly, how to control the operation of the wind turbine. The next, we will discuss basics of wind turbine maintenance. So we will see here just a brief overview of how wind turbine is being maintained. So, sa laki ng wind turbine, so how are they going to maintain the wind turbine? Then next, this is the one of the main topic, which is the role of data analytics. So this data analytics would come from our SCADA system, which stands for the Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition System. So we will have a short discussion also of how this is being implemented in wind turbines. Then also a big playing a huge role in data analytics is the condition monitoring system of wind turbines. Then lastly, presenting the future of wind energy in the Philippines. So to begin with, so basics of wind energy. This is the first question would be why there is a wind. No, basically wind is what we call a flowing air. Yung air na gumagalaw, yun yung tinatawag na wind. So why does your air moves? It's basically because of temperature differences. But if you go deeper, studying the meteorology of wind, why there is temperature difference on Earth, it's because of the tilt. No, we are tilted on one axis. That's why there is temperature change resulting to the movement of air, which is our wind. So we have that basic principle in mechanical engineering. No, warm air rises. So how to harness wind energy? We have this is the wind speed data. Wind speed data. This is wind speed mapping in US. So I got this from a US website. So we can go. There is a link here. So if we open this website, it will lead us to, can you see the website or yung PowerPoint pa rin yung nakikita niyo? I-change ko na lang po yung sharing. Yung entire screen. Okay. So this is an example of where we can get wind speed maps. This is from the US National Centers for Environmental Information. So here we have the option on what year and what month, and we can view the 10-minute wind speed and the wind speed anomaly in the form of a heat map. So we have here the legends, yung degree of the wind speed. I'm not sure kung meron dito sa Pinas, if there is a website here for wind speed for the Philippine area. We can get data from from PAG-ASA, but I doubt if there is interactive website where we can check easily kung anong month at anong year yung gusto natin. So going back, so basics of wind energy. How does wind energy work? First, we have the wind blowing past turbines. So as a result of the wind blowing past the turbines, it rotates the blades of the wind turbines. The kinetic energy then is transformed into mechanical energy. Then this mechanical energy, dito na yun sa gearbox, from generator, going to the generator. The gearbox spins the generator to produce your electricity. So that is how, basically how wind energy is being produced using wind turbines. So after the electricity is produced, then it is transported to the grid for distribution. So talking about wind turbines, so we have several types of wind turbines. First, we have the offshore wind turbines. So basically, offshore wind turbines are located. So dito sa dagat, no, sa ocean sila, yung structure nila is nandun sa ocean. So that's why these are called offshore wind turbines. So just a brief introduction of offshore wind turbines. Yung mechanism nila, it's still the same. Ang difference lang is yung commissioning at saka yung installation nila. So dahil dito sila sa dagat, this very complicated yung installation nila compared to onshore and other types of wind turbines. So after offshore, we also have onshore wind turbines. So onshore wind turbines are located in the land, so mostly situated near the shore. So why near the shore or up in the mountains? Because the wind speed is very high in this area. So there, even though there is a limit on the wind speed that the wind turbine, there's a maximum wind speed that the wind turbine can generate electricity. We call that the rated wind speed. The most important part is the sustainability or the consistency of the wind speed. That's why it's better to locate the wind turbines near the shore and near mountains, higher elevations. Then we also have smaller scale. If you are situated in a place where wind speed is constantly at a higher compared to average, no? You can develop your own wind turbines and you can generate energy. So now we're moving on to wind turbine operation and control. So first, let's talk about the different components of a wind turbine. So wind turbine, let's start here, no? Dito pumapasok yung wind. So wind enters the rotor area. So this is the rotor area or rotor module. So the rotor module is composed of the blade and the hub. So ito yung tinatawag na hub, and this is the blades. So usually 3-bladed yung wind turbine that is considered for optimum performance of the wind turbines in terms of costing and efficiency. So this is the rotor module. So after the wind passes, it rotates the blade. So yung wind turbines, yung mga malalaking wind turbines, low speed lang sila, no? Low speed lang sila. So after that, yung transmission nila is through a gearbox. So dito sa gearbox, namumultiply yung speed ng yung shafting from the blades. Yung ikot ng blades, it is transmitted to the gearbox at a higher speed. So dito namumultiply, let's say 1:20 or 1:50 ratio. Depende na yun sa design ng gearbox. Then after the gearbox, so yung rotation ng gearbox, doon na pupunta sa conversion to electrical energy using the generator. So this generator design is dependent on the rotation of your gearbox, yung speed na binibigay ng gearbox. So there are also other designs of wind turbines where there is no more gearbox. We call those direct type wind turbines. So kung may gearbox yung wind turbines natin, those are called indirect wind turbines. Meaning to say, yung contact nila is not direct. There is a gearbox in between. So kung walang gearbox, so from the shafting of your rotor, it will go directly to your generator. So meaning to say, low speed yon. Dahil low speed ito, kung direct, yung generator mo is designed at yung design niya is for low speed na rotation. So after yung generator, you have your controllers, then you also have your converters. So this converter will convert your energy. So naka-AC kasi ito, it will convert to DC and then AC in the frequency of the grid. Iba-iba kasi yung frequency na produce ng renewable energies. That's why we need your converters that will match the grid frequency. Okay, then that will be for distribution. So other parts of the wind turbine, this is what we call our nacelle. Yung entire part sa ibabaw, this is what we call nacelle. Ito yung nag-house ng mga other components natin, yung generator, yung gearbox. These are being housed by the nacelle. Then we also have the yaw. So what is yaw? Ito yung yawing mechanism. So kung ano yung direction ng hangin, yung yawing mechanism niyo yung magpapasunod ng entire wind turbines sa kung ano ang direction ng hangin. So it rotates the entire. This is a mechanism that rotates the entire wind turbine assembly to follow the direction of your wind. Okay, that is your yaw mechanism. Okay, and next we have several other types of wind turbine also depending on the axis, kung anong axis niya. So we have the horizontal axis. So if you notice, yung horizontal axis is yung axis niya is parallel to your wind. Naka-horizontal siya. Yung ikot niya is dito yung axis niya. Parallel to your axis ng wind turbine. On the other hand, yung vertical axis, so naka-vertical yung axis niya. So ito kasi yung rotation. So it is on the vertical axis. So in terms of efficiency, in their power curve, horizontal axis have higher efficiency compared to vertical axis. However, yung horizontal axis, it's more on higher wind speed. So may mga limit na, let's say yung cut-in speed, kung anong wind speed, kung saan nagsisimula na mag-produce ng power ng wind turbine, mas mataas yung cut-in speed ng horizontal axis compared sa vertical axis. That's that's some of the differences between horizontal and vertical axis. The next, that is the wind turbine operation. Now let's go to the control. So how is wind turbine being controlled? So we have three, we have the pitch control, the torque control, and the yawing mechanism control. So when we say pitch control, so if pitch control refers to your blades, so individually your blades is at an angle in terms of its axis here. So naiiba, you can control the angle of these blades, so so that you can control the speed of the wind turbine. So for example, ito may certain angle siya, so that will develop a certain wind rotation of your rotor. We also have this parking system of your wind turbine. So parking system anong mangyayari sa parking system is nakapark yung wind turbine, yung pitch niya is perpendicular, parallel sa wind axis mo. So ito yung horizontal axis mo, yung pitch angle niya is parallel, that will prevent the rotor from rotating kasi nakaparallel siya. Kahit anong lakas ng hangin, pag nakaparallel ito yung pitch mo, nakapark pa rin yung rotor, hindi ito iikot. So that is one way to control your wind speed through your pitch angle control. Then here also the torque. So the torque which is also in connection to your pitch control. So another control also is the yawing mechanism. So how efficient is your entire system moving with respect to the direction of your wind. So that is your yaw control. So next, wind turbine maintenance. So these are just example photos I got from Google. So this is how dangerous wind turbine technicians experience. So I have an experience now when I was in Taiwan. I was a student there for my master's. We were able to visit a wind farm. So we climbed this one this is the tower of the wind turbine, the support. So this is typically around 70 to 80 meters. So we climbed this one going to the nacelle. So this is may elevator naman doon. So there's no problem in climbing. And then we were able to get inside the nacelle. So we were able to see there ano yung mga components ng wind turbines. And then in terms of maintenance, may mga weekly maintenance, may mga annual, mga monthly maintenance. So ito yung mga ginagawa ng mga wind turbine technicians. So supervisory control and data acquisition, if you consider a wind turbine, naka-isolate kasi yung mga wind turbines, and then in a wind farm, it can composed of around 10 to 30 wind turbines. Yung iba more than 100 pa nga. If you consider offshore wind turbines, mostly offshore wind turbines, wind farms, almost 100 wind turbines yung nandun. Kung onshore lang, nasa mga 30s to 40s or less than. So if we are going to control the wind turbines, ang mangyayari doon, if there is some problem with the wind turbine, ang kanyang operator is, if the operator is malayo, there is a downtime. Aakyat pa yung operator. If yung error lang naman is just a simple alarm na nakastop yung wind turbine mo, then it's a very inconvenient downtime. That's the main reason why we have this supervisory control and data acquisition system. Yung supervisory control, it gives you a control of your wind turbine even if you are in a remote area. Let's say malayo ka sa wind turbine, you can still control that wind turbine. Let's say i-reset mo lang yung alarm, iikot na din yung wind turbines mo based on using your SCADA system. So then also, we also have the data acquisition feature of your SCADA. So it also acquire your operational data of your wind turbine operation. So mostly we have different parameters, no, for this one. So this is an example. So this is your wind turbines. So these are linked, no, to your main SCADA control center. So this is your wind farm server, your workstation. So this is your master station. Okay. So example of a SCADA. This is a SCADA interface. You can see here kung ano yung mga wind turbines na running, operating, ano yung mga may warning. Example, yung yellow, warning sign ito. At ano yung mga wind turbines na naka-stop. So this is a wind turbine that is on stop. So this is also one of my studies during my masteral. We are studying the wind turbines. So I will show to you the SCADA system that we use. So ito yung SCADA system na gamit namin. So naka-Chinese siya, no? Kasi nan Taiwan kasi. So if we open this website, we can see here the SCADA system of this wind turbine. Teka lang po. Medyo mahina po yung internet, no? Try po natin ulit. Wala po. So basically, no, ito yung login page ng SCADA system, yung wind farm where kung saan ko nakukuha yung data ko para sa research ko. Balik na lang po tayo. So how do we use those data that we have? We can use in the condition monitoring system of wind turbines. This is our growing trend in research. It's because of the value of your acquired data and how they can relate to the operation of your wind turbines. So we have various methods in condition monitoring system of wind turbines. We have this one. First, we can monitor the condition of your wind turbines through the use of electronics. We have different accelerometers that can measure the intensity of the vibration, and this can also have, and this data can be used to monitor the condition of your wind turbines. So this is ito yung traditional, no? Traditional method po ito, but the problem with this is very costly. Yung ibang mga manufacturer ng wind turbines or yung nag-operate ng wind turbines, they do not employ this type of condition monitoring method because of the cost associated with it. It's very high. So as a solution to this, we have the condition monitoring system using SCADA system. Yung mga data from your SCADA ina-analyze yung mga operational data mo, and based on those analysis, it can generate a condition monitoring system for your wind turbines. So the efficiency is not that high compared to the use of your electronics like your accelerometers, but it is still acceptable. And the research here is still growing. So what is being developed here are the different models that can be used to analyze the data and to interpret the analysis in relation to the health of your wind turbines. So, for example, ginagamit yung wind speed, yung rotation mo, yung temperatures. Kasi yung marami kang parameters na nakukuha sa yung SCADA system. If we were just able to open that one, yung website namin, we can get their different temperature measurements at various points of the wind turbine. Let's say, for example, sa generator mo, meron tayong different temperatures there, and we can use those parameters as inputs to our condition monitoring models. So these models can then be used to analyze. This is in reference to the health of your wind turbines. And very many research approach. Let's say we can approach the life cycle of wind turbines through the use of SCADA data. We can approach fault diagnosis using the SCADA data, and many other applications relating to the performance of wind turbines. So future of wind energy in the Philippines, I think this is the last. So this is the plan, this is the roadmap. This is the 40 gigawatt vision for offshore wind and transmission network in the Philippines in the high growth scenario. So this is in the year 2050. Maybe this can be accelerated with the new administration. Here in the roadmap, we can see the different areas, target areas for offshore wind turbines in Luzon, in Visayas, and some here in Mindanao. So if you are interested in this, we can get this one in this website. So this is the roadmap. So this is the Energy Sector Management Assistance Program here in the Philippines. This is for the offshore wind roadmap. So that figure I just got from this wind roadmap for the Philippines. So based on this, we can say that there's a really bright future for wind energy here in the Philippines. And then aside from this, aside from yung mga malalaking wind turbines, we also have the small scale wind turbines. So currently we are developing different researches with regards to wind turbines. So optimizing wind turbine efficiency, that is one of the main topics of our researches here in our university. So I think that's all for my presentation. So if you have questions or clarifications, this is my contact details, my email address, and my mobile number.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Engineer Nelson Corbida. Do we have questions here? On site, if you have, please raise your right hand so we could give you this microphone. Yes, we have a question from our national officer. Sir Nelson, wait for a while. Okay.
Sir Simon. Simon or Simon, sir?
Yeah, it's a nice presentation. Well, we all know that all technology that generates power have its own effect with the environment. The thermal power plants pollutes our air. The hydroelectric plants, causes floods during rainy season. And very rarely I don't hear any negative natural impact of the wind turbines, but I believe there is because I've been hearing some
Meron po.
news, di ba? Yung mga tinatamaan blades ng wind turbines. So how does this technology kasi we know we have to protect yung mga tinatamaan mga ibon na lalo dun sa area na marami talaga dito. And secondly, curious lang ako dun sa direct yung wala ng gearbox.
Direct wind turbines po.
Yeah, direct wind turbine. So how you are able to what is the alin ang mas cost effective? Because I believe you are maintaining a certain RPM of the blades because of it's very long. I think you're maintaining only about 12 to 15 RPM. I don't know. I'm just hearing it. So probably when you go direct, then you switch over or you shift the system on the way you increase the voltage so that it can be parang from mechanical pumunta ba sa electrical pagka direct. That's that. Well, I'm just curious kasi I think yung availability ng wind is longer than the availability of sunlight, comparing it to solar panels. So, madami akong tanong.
Okay, Sir Dennis.
Okay, sir. With regards to your first question po, yung environmental impact, the best way to manage yun is to choose the location where to install your wind turbines. Hindi po kasi yun na hindi po kasi yun madaling maiwasan yung because hindi naman natin makokontrol yung mga ibon na lumilipad doon, no? We cannot prevent that. So it's better to just choose a location where we can install it, minimize lang po yung effect, yung impact na yun. And then in terms of advantages of wind turbines, yun nga po, wind is in terms of yung mga areas talaga na may malalakas na hangin, yung sustainability niya is mataas. All day long, wind turbines can run, no? Meron siyang mas yung anong tawag doon? Yung kung sa Bisaya pa is yung pagkuha niya ng energy is mas mataas, no, compared sa other sources of renewable energy. And then in terms of yung another problem po, no, is during typhoons, prone to failure yung wind turbines if not predicted properly. Yun nga doon sa Taiwan, there is one turbine that may malakas na hangin na dumating, one wind turbine break, no, yung entire blade talaga niya na break. Hindi kasi nila na anticipate, even though may alarm system siya, it is not at all times reliable. Then yung next question regarding direct wind turbines, the transmission in that type is from your rotor, your shaft in your rotor that is directly coupled to your generator. So the difference po in terms of efficiency, direct wind turbines or indirect wind turbines is guided by the Betz limit. So there is no there is no major difference in terms of efficiency. Pero yung mga faults, ano po kasi yun kung indirect wind turbines, may gearbox, at saka yung gearbox that is one of the main causes of the faults in wind turbines. That is a very critical component of your wind turbine, yung gearbox. That's why if we eliminate that one, then we can eliminate one source of that failure. Most wind turbines now are in direct coupled from your rotor shaft directly to your generator. And then in terms of the design of the generator, I'm not an expert on that, but the design of the generator is based on low speed. Kasi low speed na po yun, wala na po kasing gearbox. Yung rotation ng yung shaft nyo is directly dependent sa rotation, directly dependent on the wind speed. So low speed lang po yung direct wind turbines, at saka yung generator, sa generator design na po yun, depende na po sa generator design yung pagkuha niya ng electrical energy. At I think hindi po kasi ako expert na sa generator design.
Okay, thank you, Sir Nelson Carbita. Do we have other questions? All right, we have a question from our online participant. All right, from our online participant, Sir Roberto S. Ibanez, he's asking if the surging wind occurs, is it the gearing box capable of converting into energy rotation, or will it stop due to maximum rotation due to surge wind?
Okay, thank you po sa tanong. Yun nga po, when there are strong winds, meron po kasi yung wind turbine na tinatawag na maximum rated wind speed niya. So that is part of the design of wind turbines, and that is mainly based on the design is mainly based on the material used for the construction of the wind turbines, especially the wind blades. So if that maximum rated wind speed is over na yung surging wind, then the wind turbine cannot harness anymore, and it will be in a parking mode. No? Yung nasabi ko kanina, yung parking mode is when the pitch angle is at parallel sa axis mo. So kahit anong lakas ng hangin, hindi na siya iikot. So magsa-stop po talaga yung wind turbines if there is a surge of strong winds and it is beyond already the maximum rated capacity or wind speed designed for that wind turbine.
Sir, follow-up question po the same nag-ask ng question si Sir Roberto Ibanez. He's asking po, is the gearing capable of the variable speed of the wind?
Yes po. That's one of the purpose of the gearbox for indirect type of wind turbines. Due to the variable wind speed, yung iba kinokontrol doon sa gearbox. So kahit anong bilis ng ikot or gaano kahina, then it can be controlled using the gearbox.
Another question po from our participant in Zoom from Sir Engineer Segundino P. Gohotana Jr. from Carmen Copper. He's asking, in design, can it be possible to combine the vertical and horizontal axis in one tower construction?
I think theoretically there's no problem, but practicality, it would be best to use kung ano yung makaka-optimize doon sa area na yun. For example, yung area na yun is malakas talaga yung hangin, then it's very mas maganda kung gamitin yung horizontal axis kasi yung efficiency ng horizontal axis is greater compared to vertical. Pero kung doon tayo sa mga areas na hindi masyadong malakas yung hangin, we can opt to use the vertical. So kahit mas maliit yung efficiency niya compared to horizontal axis, we can use the vertical axis to generate wind energy. So in theory po, pwede naman po pagsabayan yan in one tower. So ano lang po, i-connect lang po yun. But the problem is yung practicability po.
All right, thank you po. We will first cater our question from our on-site participant. Sir Sigfred Sia, you have a question, sir, right? All right.
Nelson, I saw earlier that you presented a roadmap, no? A wind roadmap of the Philippines.
Yes, sir.
I just want to clarify if this wind roadmap that you have shown is telling us that these are the areas viable for use, no? Using wind, or these are the areas that we already have existing wind turbines. Second, in relation to that, because in the solar, we know that we have more or less effective 6 hours of solar energy, more or less, no? If we have to maximize. In the wind, we talk of times that you have wind power. How many hours would it be, more or less, on the average that we have wind power?
Okay po, so regarding the first question, yung napakita sa roadmap, this is for yung vision po, yung offshore wind turbine. So hindi pa po ito na-install ng mga offshore wind turbines. This is just yung target areas po, so that we can get the 40 gigawatt vision for the Philippines. So offshore po ito lahat, and these are the target areas. Then for the second question, in terms of time, yun nga po yung time na meron po kasing cut-in wind speed, mostly kung umaga, if it is very sunny, no, walang masyadong hangin, hindi naaabot yung cut-in wind speed. So if hindi maaabot yung cut-in wind speed, there's possibility na there is no power generated. And then mostly sa gabi po, malakas po yung hangin, doon po nababawi na yung wind energy production. So if wala lang po, depende po, in a 24-hour scenario, kung average lang around 16 to 20 hours, yun yung pinaka efficient number of hours that we can generate wind energy. Bale opposite po siya dong solar.
Yeah, that's right. No? So sa daytime, yung solar, yung wind naman mas marami
Opo.
sa gabi. No? And then maybe another one, no? Very short question. Mag-cut in ba yung wind turbine mo pag ang kausap mo mahangin?
Again po.
Sir Sia, hindi matatapos ang araw kung hindi bumitata si Sir Sigfred.
Thank you very much, Sir Sigfred.
Alright, so may question po tayo sa online, but I think you have answered this a while ago. Kindly confirm na lang po kung naka-answer niyo na to a while ago, if I'm not mistaken. His question po kasi from Engineer Robert Javier is that, how long does it take a wind turbine to produce energy? So parang na-mention nyo kanina, di ba, sir?
Opo, if ma-achieve lang po yung cut-in wind speed, then it can directly produce wind energy.
All right, thank you. And I think there are no other questions from our online participant. Do we have other questions from our on-site participants? If none, let us now proceed to awarding the certificate of appreciation to our resource speaker. Allow us to read the citation of the certificate.
Can we have the certificate flashed on the screen?
By the way, while our technical is preparing the certificate on screen, I would like to invite all of you to witness later on our Facebook Live and visiting our booth exhibits later on. For the on-site, of course, you can visit the booth here in physical, and for online participants, please join us during our FB live session later on.
All right, here's now the certificate. The certificate reads, the PSME Integrated Association of Mechanical Engineers, host chapter, PSME Cebu Hotel and Building Engineers, presents the certificate of appreciation to Engineer Nelson Corbita for being a resource speaker in the 3rd Visayas Technical Conference, given this 13th day of May 2022 through Zoom video conference and at Ayala Central Block, IT Park, Lahug, Cebu City, Philippines. Signed, Engineer Gregorio Sinanin, PSME National Vice President, Dr. Edwin Torillo, Chairman, 3rd PSME BTC, our National President, Engineer Melanie Banayos, and PSME National Secretary, Engineer Feliciano Peratel.
Thank you. Can we, Sir Nelson, to post for screenshot? Okay lang ba?
We'd like to request Sir Nelson to open his camera or to switch his camera so that you...
Open na po.
Okay, sige.
All right, there we go. Screenshot, sir, in 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you po. Thank you to everyone.
Maraming salamat, Engineer Nelson Corbita. Thank you, sir. And now, let's proceed to one of our sponsors to present his products. This time, let's call in Thermal Solutions Incorporated, the presenter, Ms. Rachel Baldeo. He's the manager of the company.
A round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, engineers. Can you hear me clearly po? Tanggalin ko yung mask. Good afternoon, engineers and professionals and everyone present in today. My name is Rachel Baldeo, and I will introduce to you our company, Thermal Solutions Incorporated, and tell you the services we can offer, the products we can offer to help you with your establishments. Okay. Okay, a brief history. We are Thermal Solutions Incorporated. We've been in the business for more than 20 years now. And originally, what we do is servicing, repairs, and installation of HVAC equipment. Actually po, one of our founders is present today, si Mr. Tito Solidad over there. Okay ka, sir. Gulat siya, hindi niya alam niyo. And our general manager is here also, si Miss Emma. I think nagpunta siya sa... Ayun, si Miss Emma, the back. Okay. So, Thermal Solutions po, fast forward po sa 2017, was restructured and formed its 4 subsidiaries, the Applied Thermal, Maglev, TASCO, and TSI-ESCO. These subsidiaries, may kanya-kanya siyang specialization. First, si Applied Thermal can help you with equipment supply and installation. Tomorrow, magpa-present din sila. They will, I believe, ang ipapresent nila is yung Maglev, magnetic levitation chillers. Right. Okay. And then Maglev can help you with servicing and repairs of Maglev chillers. Si TASCO can help you with servicing, repairs, preventive maintenance, operatorship. And TSI-ESCO can help you with building energy solutions. I am a representative of TSI-ESCO, and my presentation today will focus on building energy solutions. So building energy solutions. Basically po, what PSIS-CO does is energy audit, equipment installation and retrofit, building management system, and energy management. So isa-isahin po natin sila. Energy audit. I believe almost everyone in this venue knows na si DOE is meron ng nilabas na law. Si RA 11285, which is yung Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act. Ito po yun. So this year lang sila nag-strictly implement. So marami ng meron silang requirements. We are not yet we are new to this po. So we are not yet well versed of the law, but we have a copy of the Código galing kay DOE. I forgot to tell you po, si PSIS-CO and Thermal Solutions is both certified, both registered ESCO company. Okay. Well, I'm here today to tell you brief lang of the requirements ni DOE. So, DOE requires the establishment, bago o luma, to submit an annual energy consumption conservation report or ECCR every April 15th of the year. But this year, nagbigay sila ng extension hanggang December 31 to give way dun sa mga nag-undergo ng trainings pa ng energy auditor and CEM. Another one, the establishments must conduct an energy audit once every 3 years. Yan, requirement na rin po nila yan. And then another one is they need to employ a SECO, certified energy, what's SECO? Certified Energy Conservation Officer for Type 1 and CEM, Certified Energy Manager for Type 2. By the way po, the difference between Type 1 and Type 2 establishments are, si Type 1 are establishments which consumes 500,000 kilowatt-hour up to 4 million kilowatt-hour energy annually. While si Type 2 are establishments which consumes 4 million kilowatt-hour and above. These are the types of energy audit based on ASHRAE standards. So there are 4 levels, level 0, level 1, level 2, and level 3. Level 0 po is basically, data information gathering. Level 1 is walkthrough, actual visit sa site. Level 2 is energy survey and analysis, medyo deeper. Mas marami ng requirements, mas marami ng information ang hihingin. And while level 3, ito yung pinaka-detailed na po. Okay. I skipped the equipment installation and retrofit. Well, that's po eh. If you have requirements of new equipment like chillers, AHUs, FCUs, and any other cooling towers, any other HVAC equipment, we can do that also po. And yun nga, yung sister company namin na si Applied Thermal, they can entertain you if you have any requirement regarding that. Okay, so let's jump to BMS. Si Engineer Arnold, na-mention niya kanina to, si BMS. So we do BMS po, Building Management System. Let's define first what is Building Management System. BMS is a computer-based system installed in a building to control and to monitor the equipment. Any system po, electromechanical system, aircon, lighting, elevator, escalator, FDAS, and halos lahat po. Basta mechanical and electrical system siya, pwede natin ikabit sa BMS. We are a partner. We are partners with Siemens, direct partners with Siemens. But there are field devices which na kayang-kaya rin namin integrate sa BMS namin. Like actually si Belimo earlier, kaya yan. And other brand, kayang-kaya yan. Because our system po is open. So pwedeng interface any brand. Okay. We can show you here a sample of hindi ko lang siya na zoom in. So this is one of our BMS. So what we can see here is a chiller plant system. So I'm sorry, may apology, hindi ko talaga siya na-zoom in. This is a high-level BMS. High-level meaning yung chillers nito, these are yung chillers nito, we can monitor everything. Yung nakalagay dun sa may panel niya, sa may main control panel niya, we can see sa BMS natin. The basic functions of our BMS are control, of course, control to turn on and off yung equipment, to adjust the VFD, the motorized valves, yan, to control. To monitor, dun pa lang sa BMS natin, sa workstation natin, we can see na the actual performance ng system natin. We can see the temperatures, if nag-turn on and off yung turn on and or off yung equipment, makikita natin doon. Kung merong out of range, makikita natin doon. So everything na, kung may nag-fail to switch on, makikita natin doon. Report, we can generate report with our BMS. Pwedeng yung trend, temperature from let's say 6 a.m. to 6 a.m. the following day, makikita natin yung temperature. Yung kung anong oras nag-turn on, kung anong oras nag-turn off, makikita rin natin. And then the last one is optimization. Our BMS will direct or will command the equipment kung ano lang yung kailangan niyang trabahuhin. Kaya tayo po may set point. So if ang requirement mo lang for the room, let's say sa room is 23 degrees Celsius, yan lang yung tatrabahuhin ng equipment mo na ikino-command ng BMS mo. So yan po. So hindi ka walang excess energy. Kasi kung ano lang nga yung load requirement mo, yun lang yung ginagawa ng equipment mo. Okay, this po yung mga yung mga na-install na namin na BMS. So we have in Makati, we have a residential tower in Makati, we have malls in Quezon City, Robinson's Malls, we have semiconductor industry in Cabuyao, and we also have a mall. We did install a BMS in Pavia, Robinson's Pavia. Yeah. Offices, yeah, meron din, insular. The next one is energy management. First, I will give you po an example of one of our energy management contract. We have an energy management contract in Makati, which we did way back 2012, and our contract is 5 years na hanggang ngayon naman tinuloy pa rin. Tuloy-tuloy pa rin. Okay, so first, what we did is we gathered the building information, kinuha everything, plano, bills, yung equipment list, and everything. Yun po. This contract consists of 4 residential towers. And bago namin siya lagyan ng, bago kami magka-contract, ang energy consumption niya is nag-average siya 8.9 million per year. Okay. So, of course, before we started this one, we did an audit. In-assess namin lahat po yun ng equipment nila. And base dun sa naging outcome ng audit, we had a findings and recommendations. One of the findings, yun nga, hindi na efficient yung equipment nila. So, we recommended retrofit. So, merong mga pumps na pinalitan, merong kinabitan ng, ayan, may kinabitan ng mga, I believe yung cooling tower, Sir Tito, pinalitan natin ng ano, ng blower, ni-resize. Yeah. So, we did that. So, to mention po pala, when we enter an energy management contract or a guaranteed performance contract, the client must comply with the recommendations of us, of the ESCO company, para ma-achieve yung target natin. And then after that, after we did an audit, after we submitted our findings and recommendations, after namin ilatag yung energy measures, nagkaroon kami ng we came up with target savings. So nag-promise kami na pag ginawa nyo to, yung recommendations namin, makakakuha kayo ng at least 16% savings per year. So yun po. Yung specifically for that one, for that contract, nag-promise kami ng 16%, 16.1 to be exact, na energy savings annually. So, okay yon kay client. Ginawa namin yung mga kailangan gawin, pumps, and retrofits, palitan yung kailangan palitan, and then pasok na kami dito. So, we had 3 phases of the project. First, we did metering campaign. Nagkabit kami ng mga power meters. Power meters, and then nagkaroon ng data validation, and then metering campaign. We measured their consumption bago tayo maglagay ng energy measures. So, yun yung baselining. And then, nung phase 2, after that, phase 2, yun na yung mga energy measures. Nagkabit ng variable frequency drives dun sa mga pumps. And then we put sensors, flow meters, controllers, differential pressure sensors, valves, para dun sa BMS naman. I don't know if I've mentioned na, when we say energy savings, ito kasing EPC or yung GPC, Guaranteed Performance Contract, yung energy savings talaga yung pinapromise natin dyan. So, when do we achieve energy savings? First, pag efficient yung equipment natin. Yun yung isang factor ng energy savings. And then, yung sa operation mo. Kasi when we operate, din po yung isa sa functions ng BMS When we operate it manually, pag wala kang BMS, baka hindi mo na kailangan nag-ooperate pa. So pag may BMS ka na, kung hindi mo na kailangan, i-off na ng BMS mo. Savings na po yun. Yeah. So then the first, nung okay na yung metering campaign, and then yung phase 2, doon na kami sa energy management. What is energy management? So what we do in energy management is preventive maintenance. Of course, we need to maintain na our equipment is working properly. Okay, so of course, pag hindi na yun gumagana ng tama, hindi na nagiging efficient yun. So kailangan namin siguraduhin na working properly yung equipment natin, the client. So what we do that every month. Okay, and then we monitor yung energy nila monthly. And then we submit energy report. Okay. So this is what we achieved dun sa guaranteed performance contract namin dito sa Makati. Yung blue line is our benchmark. It is the consumption ni client bago pa gawin yung GPC. So, nasa 3.4 million siya. And then when yung promise na energy consumption namin is yung orange. Orange. Yan. So that's 2.9 million. And then the actual po, yung gray. So, noong 2017, nung first year, ang actual consumption nila is 1.8 lang. Noong 2018, 1.2. 2019, 1.1. And then, so on. So, nakita po natin dito na yung difference nung consumption. Walang yung blue, yung wala pang GPC, orange yung promise, gray yung actual. To summarize po yung kanina, yung graph, ito. So ito yung promise namin, 16.1%. And then yung actual savings. So more than more than pa dun sa more than 20% pa. Yeah. Okay. So malaking tulong talaga po yung pag efficient yung efficient yung equipment, efficient yung system mo and may BMS ka. So you will achieve malaking target talaga. And then of course, yun nga, na-mention ko kanina, kailangan properly maintain yung equipment natin. This is what we do in our energy management contracts. We monitor the energy consumption. This is done monthly. We submit it, of course, a client for their reference para din alam nila kung ano na yung performance nila. We do energy audit once a year. We also naglalatag kami ng conservation programs. We recommend pa rin, of course, hindi naman yan natitigil dyan. Makakakita pa rin tayo dyan ng probabilities para maka-save ng energy. Energy report, nabanggit ko na. Operatorship, kami din pong in charge. Of course, we need to, as a energy manager, we need to monitor ng tutok para alam natin kung magkaroon ba ng problema, yung system, kung magkaroon man ng problema, andun ka na to analyze kung paano mo susolusyonan. And then, of course, the preventive maintenance. Okay, so that's it for TSIS po. Please allow me to pass the mic to one of our engineers, Engineer Bonnie Lin, to tell you something about our sister company, TASCO, Thermal Aircon Solutions.
Hello po, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, engineers. Little lang po, background and overview para sa company namin, si TASCO. So, isa po sa mga subsidiaries ni Thermal Solutions Incorporated. So, pasensya na hindi ako nakapag-prepare. So, bulletin lang po yung nagawa ko. So, later meron naman po ako short video na ipe-present. So, si TASCO po ay isa sa mga subsidiaries ni Thermal Aircon Solution, Thermal Solution Incorporated. So, si TASCO, mainly po, kami yung nag-preventive maintenance as mentioned ni Ma'am Rachel. Kami po yung naka-assign sa preventive maintenance ng AHU, FCUs, chillers, and also ibang mga HVAC equipments. Kami din po is nag-install ng mga AHU, FCU, and also chillers. And we offer services like operatorship, in chiller operators, which is in charge po dun sa monitoring din. And they do hourly monitoring for the chillers and also for the mall itself or the establishment. Also, we have cooling tower operatorship and the BMS operatorship. Included din po sa amin is we have nagbibigay po kami ng mga facilities ng power supply. So sa mga establishments, so kontakin nyo lang po kami if you need them. We also offer water treatment services for cooling towers. So we have program na prepared and we inspect po namin and then nagbibigay kami ng program to assessment and then nagbibigay kami ng for betterment po of the equipment. And then lastly po, we also do ducting works. So we have kitchen exhaust, fresh air ducts, and supply air ducts. Also, we have aluminum cladding if in case you needed. So for the preventive maintenance, since we do also that, we also do the repairs for the parts and other services of within the HVAC. Okay, so to sum up, the thermal aircon solutions is more on HVAC. If may concern po kayo sa HVAC, we are very open to sit down with you and discuss. Okay, so I'm gonna give the floor to Ms. Rachel. So, ang booth po namin is open for in case you have concerns. Okay, so thank you.
I-share lang pong video si Ms. Bonnie, Ms. Engineer Bonnie.
Thermal Aircon Solutions Corp., or simply TASCO, is a subsidiary of Thermal Solutions Inc., one of the leading air conditioning service company in the Philippines. Formed on August 30, 2017, aiming on upholding the values and core competencies of TSI to provide quality services, excellence, speed, trustworthiness, and reliability. We are committed in giving clients the optimum satisfaction and thriving in putting ourselves as the leader in air conditioning services industry. Our expertise, we offer operatorship and preventive maintenance of all types of HVAC equipment, facilities manpower management and technical supply, HVAC equipment and parts sales, and water treatment services for cooling towers. We also offer other inherent air conditioning services such as installation of all types of HVAC equipment, installation of UV lights, fabrication of pipings needed for HVAC system, and minor and major repairs for all types of HVAC equipment. Facilities management and technical manpower supply. We help our clients meet their facilities needs through facilities management contracts, whereby we deploy technical manpower exclusive to their site. We perform all types of HVAC repairs and retrofit that will be found by the technical team. Operatorship and preventive maintenance. We offer operatorship and maintenance for electromechanical equipment such as chillers, cooling towers, heat exchangers, pumps, air compressors, refrigeration equipment, etc. Through our experienced operators, we optimize the performance of an existing facility. Equipment and parts sales. We can supply your every facility's needs from the equipment to its smallest parts, and this includes chillers, cooling towers, air handling units, fan coil units, VRF systems, unitary units, packaged air conditioning units, pumps, and compressors. Water treatment services. We offer water treatment services which primarily include descaling, tube cleaning, etc. on cooling towers. Our treatment programs are all backed up by competent technical engineers, service technicians and chemical analysts equipped with the latest technology. Installation, fabrication and minor or major repairs of HVAC equipment or system, such as chillers, cooling towers, air handling units, fan coil units, VRF systems, unitary units, packaged air conditioning units, pumps, and compressors. Fabrication of air conditioning and ventilating ducting system, chilled and cooling water piping, air handling units, cooling coils, and aluminum cladding for chiller vessel and piping system.
Okay, so if you have questions or to know more how we might be able to help your establishments, your buildings, please visit our booth over there, Thermal Solutions Incorporated and Applied Thermal. To conclude this presentation po, may sasabihin yung aming chairman, aming president, si Mr. Tito.
Thank you. I don't go up there anymore. Thank you, Rachel. No. Since you surprised me with introducing me, I might as well talk. In addition to what Rachel discussed, of course, his main topic is her main topic. I address to him here pala. ESCO, TSI ESCO. ESCO, ESCO stands for Energy Service Company. As most of you, of course, would know already. And the history of ESCO was started, I can't remember the year, but in the United States, there was this, yung mga umabot dun sa panahon na yun, there was this energy crisis, as we are, again, maybe, is already experiencing already. Kasi yung Ukraine, Russia war, and you know, you can feel very much magkano na ang diesel, ang gasolina ngayon, di ba? Tumataas. So, during the time when ESCO was started, hindi lang yung tumaas ang presyo ng crudo, but there was shortage pa. So shortage na, mahal pa. So some, you know, technical people in the United States decided on this. They came up with the idea of ESCO, Energy Service Company. The basic thing about it, I won't be going into so much detail of that. But the main purpose is to offer energy service contract. There are famous names in the United States, Honeywell, Johnson's, kilala naman natin lahat yung mga yan. They came up with an idea na yung energy efficiency ay i-improve or talagang i-establish yung energy efficiency to save on energy. Kasi energy crisis nga eh, di ba? So, the way to do it is, there are lots of you know, factories, manufacturing plants, buildings, and everything na talagang gumagamit ng mataas na kuryente. In order to, you know, cut on energy cost and utilization, nag-isip sila, yung mga good engineers there thought of, well, let's make the operation efficient to save on energy. So, but the problem is, in order for you to improve, to make improvements in your plants, as you know, most of us engineers are looking into. If you're working in one of the companies and factories here in Cebu and or even in Mindanao, you will be looking at your plant's efficiency. Now, hindi naman ganon kailangan ng rocket scientist, basta importante, if you're a mechanical engineer, you're already qualified to think about, you know, implementing energy savings, diba? But the problem is, if you implement energy savings, may cost yan. Mahal yan, di ba? Bibili ka pa ngayon ng mga state of the art technology, fifth generation technology. So what the ESCO did, and the idea was to put into a contract. Some classifications are, sinabi niya kanina, is yung guaranteed. What are those, Rachel? Yes, guaranteed energy performance contract. So the ESCO company, since they are big, Honeywell is a big name, Johnson's, Siemens, those companies made it mag-implement and to offer contracts. If you're a facility, and then sabi nga, as explained by Rachel, i-audit ka. I-audit yung factory mo. And if there is a possibility or a, what do you call it, an opportunity to cut down on energy use, but should have the same output. Yun yung essence eh. Yun yung very, very important essence ng energy performance contract, EPC. Babawasan ko yung konsumo mo, yung gagamitin mong gatong or fuel or electricity to operate your plant. Babawasan ko yun, but I will maintain kung ano yung output. If you're producing something like, okay, since we are dealing with air conditioning naman, it's easier for me to explain that. If you have a mall like this, such a large mall, I couldn't imagine how many chillers are there in this mall. I haven't seen it. Pero siguro ganito kalaki, siguro mga ano yan, mga 3,000 tons capacity of chiller yan, no? Or 5,000 tons of chiller. Siguro mga 5 chillers, 1,000 each, running in order to cool the whole mall. Now, you will be consuming so much energy. Yung mga conventional, not conventional, that's not the right word, I think. Yung mga older brands or older versions of chillers are not so efficient. Hindi masyadong efficient. The point is, if pinasok ka ng ESCO and made an offer to you, pero sasabihin mo ngayon, hindi na efficient yung chiller mo, sir. Palitan na natin. Sabihin nung may-ari, bakit umandar pa naman eh? Di ba? It's still running. Why should I replace it? The point is, as you use the old chiller which are inefficient, ay hindi mo siya, gumagastos ka ng hindi necessary. While there are very, very new chillers equipment already available using the 5th generation technology. Give you some number. Usual chiller would consume 1 kilowatt per ton produced. 1 kilowatt per ton. The better ones are around 0.95 kilowatt per ton of electricity to produce 1 ton of refrigeration. But nowadays, there are very new chillers that would give you a very, very good efficiency. Even down to 0.55, 0.45 kilowatt per ton produced. Diba? So if you are an ESCO company, since malalaki sila, they will offer, sige, ako magpalit, ako gagastos. Then sasabihin ka kagad sa'yo, if you recommend for a replacement of the chiller, sasabihin sa'yo na may-ari, wala man akong pera para dyan. At umaandar pa naman yan eh. But you don't realize that habang hindi mo pinapalitan, and then you don't implement any energy saving execution, ginagastos mo yun. Every month, pupunta si Meralco sa inyo, I don't know here in Cebu, Meralco pa rin po ba? So, pupunta, reading ni Meralco yung kuryente mo, babayaran mo yun, wala kang magagawa doon, pinusumo mo yun eh. But if an ESCO, like our company, would offer you, maybe up to a point, o sige, palitan ko yung limang chiller mo, palitan ko muna yung dalawa. And I'll spend for it. Wala kang lalabas. Pero, you know, realizing the equation, no? Binili ko yung chiller para sa iyo, ginamit mo. Pero now, instead of 0.9 kilowatt per ton, the chiller, the new chiller, the two chillers that I replaced is only consuming 0.5 kilowatt per ton. The difference is what? You have 0.4 kilowatt per ton savings. No? And that, when they say, wala akong budget dyan, there is budget. Obvious na budget. Binabayad mo siya buwan-buwan. Buwan-buwan, binabayaran mo yung kuryente na kasi because of the inefficiency of your chiller plant. So having to do that, napalitan mo yung chiller mo and in a very efficient manner na operation niya, you're already saving energy at yung pera na binabayaran mo sa electric company, buwan-buwan, ay yun yung budget mo talaga, actual budget. So you cannot say, the owner cannot say na, wala akong pambili niyan. May pambili ka, nandiyan lang, binabayad mo buwan-buwan sa Meralco. You know what I'm saying? So yun yung, you know, if you're a facility manager, facility engineers, you should be looking at these things. When you run your plant, any plant for that matter, any equipment for that matter, if you put a new, very efficient equipment, na yung bumaba na yung electric consumption niya o energy consumption niya, hindi mo na siya binabayaran on a monthly basis. Wala ka nang binabayaran, so it becomes savings. So in the contract, ESCO contract, there is an agreement wherein na nag-guarantee kami, let's say, we guaranteed 10, 12, 15, 20% annual savings, yun yung kukolektahin namin doon sa in-implement namin na energy performance contract. Doon kami kumukuha ng bayad. Hindi kailangan mag-invest ng bagong pera yung owner in order to buy new equipment or adding new equipment or additional efficient equipment para sa kanyang facility. So there you are, like the example that Rachel just mentioned, in the condominium unit that we have, it's been running for 5 years already. More than 5 years already. Yung initial consumption niya, PEG, tapos yung promise efficiency, 60% savings. Nung in-actual namin within more than 5 years, nakita namin yung trend, more than 16%. It even reached to how many percent savings? 60. Hindi ba hindi ba amazing? Kagulat-gulat, 60%. So 16% yung pinangako, pero yung actual savings is 60%. And could you imagine how much money are you paying in that period in 5 years? Kung magkano yung equivalent ng pera na yun. Thank you. I just want to add that, that knowledge or information. Thank you very much, Paul.
All right, thank you very much. The founder, one of the founder of Thermal Solutions. With that, we'd like to thank all our sponsors for the third Visayas Technical Conference. We have here our sponsors. Once again, we would like to thank our sponsors for the third Visayas Technical Conference. We have Belimo. Thank you very much. We have also from Daikin Air Conditioning Philippines.
Supreme Steel Pipe Corporation.
Panasonic.
NPM, Most Brand Marketing Corporation.
Infra Machineries.
HubSpot, Heavy Equipment Incorporated.
Anas Machinery Incorporated.
Bara,
Studio.
Green Engine Machineries and Products.
Sauron Engineering Services. Cyborg Fin Engineering Services and Supplies.
Blue Air System and Industrial Space Corporation.
Corporate Air Marketing Company Incorporated.
Army's Marketing and Allied Services Corporation. Thermal Solutions Incorporated.
Applied Thermal Technology Solution Corporation. Thank you very much to our sponsor. At this juncture, we'd like to announce to all our on-site participants if you to please sign the attendance sheet of PRC. Yung sa PRC attendance sheet ko, for those who have not signed yet, it is important for you to fill it out po. For the online participants naman po, don't worry, we'll be giving an evaluation form later after after all of the topics has been discussed. At this juncture, we will now be witnessing a video, but wait, hold on. We will be showing to you a video presentation by one of our sponsors. And this time, let's grab this chance to have a CR break for Call of Nature. Baka we take a CR break, or perhaps we could also visit the booth while we are also playing the video. And if not, if you just wish to stay on your seats, you can watch the video of Infra Machineries. And also, we are going to be live in Facebook in a couple of minutes to showcase to you the booth exhibit. We will jump from one booth to another. So right now, please avert your screen, your attention to the screen to witness the video of Infra Machineries. Thank you.
Situation amid the typhoon onslaught.
Hi everyone, I'm Jefferson Celis, the Senior Service Manager of Infra Machineries Corporation, and I'm here to bring you the IM level updates. As part of the service team, ang pinaka-goal talaga namin is to be always at your service. Fast, reliable, and effective service team. Kaya nga this 2022, we aim to be always #IM at your service. For 11 years now, IM continuously expands in many aspects para matid namin yung service na kailangan at deserve ng customers. First is yung accessibility. We became more accessible when it comes to reaching out to our customers. First is the IM Customer Hotline. Our customer service hotline has been long available and is continuously reaching out to people and at the same time, receiving inquiries. Next is our social media updates. Right now, mas madami na ang into social media, kaya naman, we also did our best to become more active online. People now can send their concerns via Facebook, through our official Facebook page, Viber, Instagram, LinkedIn, and email. And since digital na nga halos lahat ngayon, we have also expanded the availability of our products na pwedeng nyo ma-purchase in just one click. Add to cart lang, dahil meron kaming Shopee and Lazada, kung saan available ang ating mga do's and genuine parts for your machines. And soon, magkakaroon na rin po tayo ng mga hero parts na magiging available din online. Abangan nyo po yun. Another way that we became more available and accessible is the expansion of our offices nationwide. IM is happy to announce na ngayon, we have a total of 9 offices. 4 in Luzon, 3 in Visayas, and 2 in Mindanao. And of course, last but not the least, is our customers' accessibility to new products. IM will continue to serve you all with new products from our trusted brands that will surely meet all your construction needs. From big machines to small ones, we have it all and are ready to be delivered. And hindi lang yun. As we bring you those units, more promos and surprises awaits you. Kaya naman, continue to support IM. I know, nakapapasok pa lang ng 2022. There are a lot of challenges that the pandemic brought to us. But as we promised from the beginning, IM will continue to make a difference. Will always be #IM at your service.
This year, IM is spearheading the year with a brand that brings high quality and robust performance. Let's know more about that here in this video.
The making of Hero began with a goal of providing products that work reliable in tight areas, which usually only our construction workers could do due to limited space.
Hero, short for high quality, robust performance, is inspired by the word hero. A hero reflects exceptional abilities and noble qualities, someone you can call in times of need. We want Hero to literally become ang bayani ng job site.
Hero is a brand of construction equipment made that promotes efficiency, affordability, reliability, and versatility, providing solution to the job site's problem.
First is Hero SL50 Skid Loader.
Last September 2020, we initially launched the Hero SL50 Skid Loader. The skid loader is equipped with a powerful direct injection diesel engine with 60 horsepower at 193 Nm of torque, 850 kg lifting capacity, bucket size at half cubic meter, and with a maximum dumping height of 2,400 mm. SL50 also equipped with a quick detach attachment that will allow faster change of bucket and other attachment available. These are already available in the market since 2021 and have been serving several industries already, such as households, construction areas, offices, farms, and water utility companies, with a wide range of capacity available from 35 kVA up to 2,500 kVA.
Thus will be the latest product of Hero, the RG140 motor grader.
Powered by Weichai direct injection diesel engine with 140 horsepower, 3,660mm moldboard equipped with rear scarifier.
Other than the fact that these machines are work efficient because of their technical specs, Hero also guarantees cost efficiency to our client. Its selling price is very affordable and competitive in the market. They also come with a warranty up to 18 months. This 2022 will be presenting more Hero products to the market that are truly high quality and give robust performance. So make sure to watch out for those. As in from Machineries Corporation, bring these heroes on your job site. High quality, robust performance, your one call away name for the top jobs at your project site.
Doosan DX225 LCA 7M excavator. Doosan Infracore introduces 22-ton hydraulic excavator with mechanical engine for emerging markets. Reborn as a more powerful and fuel-efficient DX225 LCA 7M. DX225 LCA 7M has achieved an improvement of 14% fuel efficiency by adopting the VBO system that electronically controls pump, improving fuel efficiency of the engine cluster, and optimizing the system tuning as a result. By providing a virtual fuel flow with an electronic control of the pump, the VBO system reduces fuel consumption caused by the unnecessary flow required regardless of the equipment's operating conditions, unlike the existing Negacon system. The DX225 LCA 7M has improved not only its fuel efficiency, but also its power. With its increased engine power and system pressure, the digging force has increased by 8.2% compared to the previous model. And lifting capacity has also increased by 3.5%, making it possible to perform the most powerful work among the 22-ton excavators. Moreover, the two-pump option allows the use of various attachments requiring high flow rates, such as steel shears, tilt rotators, and also various forestry attachments. And the addition of optional devices such as lifting eyes will support your efficient lifting works. DX225 LCA 7M maintains the cabin size that has already been well received in the market while presenting changes in its pedal and the pedal switch layout. The changes further increase convenience by minimizing fatigue of the legs and ankles while utilizing the vehicle. As the newly developed 8-inch touchscreen monitor has become easy to control with high visibility, customers are able to access various types of information without difficulty. With the optimized switch layout, the newly added brake switch, and the emergency stop switch, DX225 LCA 7M guarantees high work efficiency and safety. In addition, an LED headlamp, a new cup holder, an insulation cover and storage box, a new air conditioner filter cover, and an improved air duct design are adopted for the customer's convenience. The optional rear and side cameras help the operators to easily recognize hard-to-see spaces, allowing the operators to work in optimal conditions. Additionally, lamps, including the boom lamp, the work lamp, and the lamps for rear and side camera come in 2 different types, the halogen and the LED, providing excellent vision when working at night. With an application of the global platform, DX225 LCA 7M has secured a higher level of reliability and durability in the frame and hydraulic parts in terms of quality. Improvements in quality including the improved structural rigidity of the fuel tank, an application of the 25-ton tail frame, and an improved counterweight mounting structure guaranteed enhanced productivity and service life of the vehicle. Furthermore, the maintenance of the strength of mechanical engines and the filter replacement accessible on the ground have become easier and more convenient to use. The cutting-edge telematics system, Doosan Connect technology, makes it easy to keep track of the fuel consumption or part replacement cycle. Drastically reduced fuel consumption and more powerful performance. Operator-centered convenience and safety, and much simplified maintenance. DX225 LCA 7M promises the best performance once again. Dig more, gain more. DX225 LCA 7M.
Matagal na akong operator since 2017. Una kong nasubukan tong Dresta 2 years ago. Bilang isang operator, para sa akin, kailangan yung tibay ng makina. Ito kasing job site namin dito, kailangan ng malakas at matagalang makina para dire-diretso ang trabaho. nagustuhan ko sa Dresta, madaling gamitin. At saka nung nahawakan ko siya, wala pa akong experience na nagkaka-aberya. Tsaka maganda rin yung hindi lang siya puro power kasi mabilis din siya. Iba siya sa mga bulldozer na nagamit ko noon. May bilis at lakas itong Dresta. Siyempre, bilang operator, importante din sa akin yung convenience kapag nag-o-operate. Nito yung cabin, comfortable, yung pagpapatakbo, mabilis intindihin at aralin. Talagang stand out para sa akin itong Dresta. Kaya nga para sa akin yung success ng isang project, hindi lang yan sa galing ng tao. Kasi dapat magaling din ng ginagamit para maging magandang trabaho. Siyempre, importante din na meron kang trusted na partner sa pagkuha ng magandang makina tulad ng Dresta. Kaya nga, pasalamat kami kay IM dahil sa talagang kalidad ang brand na dinidistribute nila dito sa atin.
All right. Okay, so that was a video presentation of infra machineries. I'd like to request now our participants on site to join us here at the plenary hall so we can proceed to the next topic that we are going to tackle next. As you have seen in our program, there are 11 topics that we'll cover in this two-day event. And now we are on topic number 4. Okay, so I'm waiting for the other participants to join us here. Pwede siguro, Muban, if you could go to one, have a break and go to the CR to, and then come back here immediately so we can start the 4th topic. Isipas na doon, no? Okay, so maybe you should also spend time tomorrow visiting all the booth that we have there sa ating mga sponsors and to get to know more of their products. Perhaps you have questions you were not able to ask during the presentation, so you have to take the opportunity to drop by and talk to their personnel and to ask some clarificatory questions regarding their products. By the way, we have here 5 items for raffle tomorrow before we end our 2-day event. These 5 items here are courtesy of Daikin, a conditioning expert from Japan. These are all Luck and Luck open glass. Okay, if I may insist, if you're going to win one of these boxes. I also heard that Castrol will be also giving out prizes for tomorrow. So don't fail to come back by then so that, who knows, you will be one of the lucky winners. As mentioned by Engineer Greg Zanuning, this is our very first hybrid technical conference. Okay? And hopefully we'll have more as the years go by. Okay, so again, I'd like to call on now all our participants on site to join us here. We could start, or we could continue our program this afternoon. We are now on topic number 4. So there are supposedly 3 topics left, but we opted to move the schedule of the last topic for today, which is topic number 6. We have to move it by tomorrow afternoon na lang. Okay, so that we could dismiss early and have fun after after leaving this place. Okay. All right. So last call to all on-site participants to join us here in Binari Hall. Okay. And now I'd like to introduce now our next speaker. Our next speaker will tackle topic number 4, titled Trailblazing PSME Project Management Certification Program, a strategic innovation towards the global competition. Our speaker has 2 degrees, starting with the baccalaureate degree. Of course, we understand and we know it's PSME, and he finished this at the TIP, or Technological Institute of the Philippines. He earned his graduate studies, a diploma in Master of Engineering in Mechanical Engineering at De La Salle University. He also holds 2 diplomas, and this one diploma is in computer programming, and the other is in acoustic and noise control. He is a mechanical design engineer, a senior mechanical design engineer, okay, a mechanical manager, a senior mechanical engineer, and managing director. He is the chairman of the Project Management Technical Division for PSME Philippines and was nominated the most outstanding mechanical engineer particularly on sustainability category for PSME Qatar. He received a presidential award, a recognition for his exemplary performance as Project Management Technical Division Chairman for PSME Qatar. His competency is in the area, obviously, in project management for building sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our fourth speaker, the Chairman of the Project Management Technical Division of PSME, Engineer Sami Kalma. A big hand.
Okay, good afternoon, sir. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Engineer Sanity Kalma. It's our first time here in Cebu. Naririnig lang namin yung Cebu, pero wala. Ito na kami sa Cebu. So it's a nice place. Maganda siya, para din siyang Brazil. Maraming mga puno. May mga puno siya. And well, I will be talking about right now, by the way, I would like to greet muna, no? Engineer Ronald Reyes. Talagang, sir, ito na, nakita na tayo sa wakas. Of course, yung Madam Regine, lagi lang kami sa flashpoint, kikita, and nakita pa niya, matakad pala ako. And nakita ko, mas sexy ka pala, no? Kaya doon lang kami sa webinar. Of course, ito si Dr. Edwin Torello. That's the third Visayas Technical Conference, sir. Very nice. And also lahat ng mga organizer of this event. I think it is CHBE. Gagaling. And of course, Engineer Gregor Sinening. Sir, you solved my problem, huh? I would really like to thank you to solve your problem ko kanina about quiz contest. By the way, we have a quiz contest and most of the universities in Visayas, I think 5 universities yun, with help of Engineer Madam Regine, siya din na mag-aayos later on. Okay. And of course, nandiyan pa ba yung mga NBOD yan? Mga busy pa sila. Okay, let me just, I want to take too long about this, about my topic. What is this? All right, thank you. My topic is about the proposed project management certification of our PSME, right? So, do you know that we have an existing project management certification program? Meron ba ritong, alam niyo ba na may existing tayo niyan? Can you just raise your hand if you know that we really have an existing? Yes, so yeah. But right now we're going to, what we are proposing right now as the chairman of the Project Management Technical Division is we will going to revive it, update it to be globally competitive. Paano yung globally competitive? We will talk about that later, okay? So I will be discussing very briefly why we need to upgrade. Why we need to upgrade our certification. Because I have my team in Doha and also my team in the Philippines. We work together to develop something new that we would be as a member, we're going to be proud of. Okay, so we're going to talk about objectives, the potential benefits, and other certification program here in the Philippines. Yes, there you have it. I think this is it. Okay. So the brand is called the PSME Certified Project Management Professional, called CPMP. Right. So this is the brand name that we are about to develop, and we will discuss about the certification process. How does it work? Para maging proud ka, engineer. Magiging proud ka, engineer ng PSME members. Magiging proud tayo dito. But we are going to make a brand name of our very own project management certification program. And therefore, we have a survey. I think you already printed the survey, sir, no? Sir Paul, we have the survey later on. This is really very important for us to get the feedback from you. So I just will be leading you around 40 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, just give me 40 minutes to present to you our proposal for the revised project management certification program. Then we will be needing your feedback accordingly. Ano ba yung feedback mo? So that before we can really, while we are doing that, we're going to present it in the national for them for approval. Okay. Okay. So why we need to upgrade? Well, of course, here to upgrade the existing PSME project management certification into another level. Alam niyo sir, yung mga what is our existing certification here? The PMI, Project Management Institute. I hope you are aware of that. Alam niyo ba kung magkano yun? It's worth 26,000 pesos. That is the main concern of our members. Sir, pakamahal naman yan. 26,000. It is really worth. So, yung mga, that kind of comments motivates us really to come up with our own that will compete head to head to the existing certification in the Philippines. We'll talk about that later. What is our objective of this CPMP, Certified Project Management Professional? What are the objectives? Well, as I mentioned, we're going to develop a brand for Project Management Certification Program developed by our very own organization, PSME. It's a brand name. Hindi lang basta-basta. It's a brand name that we're going to tap with the industry. Later on, we're going to discuss about it to be released hopefully by June. We are working on it. Hopefully, ma-release namin in June. And we are anticipating that all Visayas, in the Visayas region, like you now, to apply and involve. Nakikita nyo to. And also to be the leader in project management professional certification in the next 6 years. Sana with the next 6 years, parang terminus ng Pangulo, no? 6 years. This is our vision. In terms of 6 years, dapat we will be one of the leader in project management. So that's our mission, and hopefully with your help, we will be able to do that. Right? And we were going to tap the industry as partner. Ito po, sir, I think this is the most, I would say the most important part of our certification framework is we were going to tap the industry. Yan, yung mga nasabot na yan. And also some of our previous sponsor. Now we were going to tap them. How is that? The industry will be part of the certification committee. Kasama sila. Right? Kasama sila for, what is the benefit there? The benefit is, whenever nag-certify tayo, they will recognize the certification. So pag nag-apply ka, alam nilang quality yung certificate natin. And also, siyempre baka for promotion and the like. Okay, so I hope gusto ko na magpunta. What is the target differentiation technique? When you say differentiation technique, kaibigan, engineer, gumagawa ka ng CPMP. So what do you think is the edge? Ano ba edge niyan sa mga existing? So ang edge natin is, it is open to industry as partner. Ipapartnerin natin like for example, Toyota or any other company, part sila ng certification program. Part sila mag-interview, part sila sa magbigay ng test bank exam. Later on, I'm going to say. So that will be the main edge. Yung PMI, they don't tap other industry. Right? Pero tayo, itatap natin ang industry. Okay? So, yun ang pinaka-importante doon. And as I mentioned, it should be cost effectiveness, especially for PSME members. So, alam natin, ang PMI, as I mentioned, is around, I think, $500, no? $550. I took the exam, I paid for $500, and masyado siyang mahal. I don't like it. Masyado siyang mahal. And do you think, kapag nakapasa ka na ng exam, you are a certified project manager? I don't think so. Yung aming secretary, pasado na ng PMP. Pero he's not the most. Hindi yan sa exam. No, it's not, exam is just one thing. But that was not really assess your capability talaga yung project manager. Ito, iba to. Right? Later on. So, we have a robust framework. Okay? And we have a marketing edge. Mama-market natin yan. So, these are the differentiation technique. I hope we will be able to do. So, what are the potential benefits? We will have or establish a brand name for project management, as I mentioned, by PSME. Tayo may gawa. PMI, US. Prince 2, UK. Tayo, dapat meron tayo. Alam niyo po, the project management, the technical division, we have a well, nandito si VP Torno, no? He is the chairman, he is the, yes, chairman for BPT sa training, yes. Sa technical, I should say, one of our mandate is produce certification. Kaya gagawa rin tayo ng sa atin. That we're really proud of. Okay, further, it enhanced the PSME status quo as a professional organization. So siyempre, if you have our own, our status quo as a PSME organization will be further elevated. Alam niyo naman, maraming susulputan dyan. May bago tayong ginawan natin ng kalaban. No? So it's high time to have our own, to elevate our organization. And then, strengthen the morale of PSE members. Imagine, if, for example, let's say, it will be successful na to, no? Highly established na, for example, for after 6 years, you as a PSE members, siyempre you will be proud of. Di ba? Because you know that, oh, that's our organization. But when you are riding in the train or in the bus, somebody else will gonna talk about the certification. You know what, sir? Ako, nakapasa ako sa CPMP. Something like that. I have a time management, so I have all the time. Yes, if somebody, let's talk about it. Being a member, you will be proud of. Oy, amin yan, that's a PSME member. So, it will going to strengthen the morale of the PSME members. Meron tayong sariling certification program na tatapat, that will stand toe-to-toe sa PMI, sa Princeton, itatapatan natin yan. With your help, with the help of the NPOD, and with help of our team, kaya natin gawin yan. Basta you should have a time. Mag-devote lang kami ng time, madali natin yan. And then of course, help young engineers in becoming project managers. Alam niyo ba, sir? Ito problema yan. Kwento ko lang. Outside the Philippines, when I work here also in the Philippines before. When I go outside, alam niyo mga Pilipino, let's say sa Qatar or sa Middle East, ang work ethics ng mechanical engineer is superb. They are number one favorite yan ng mga Westerners. UK, US, basta mechanical engineers sa Filipino, they really liked it. Because our work ethics, ewan ko ba, no? Paglabas ng bansa natin, iba ang mga Pilipino. Ay, bang iba talaga? Paglabas ng bansa, ay, nako. We owe our job. Pag binigyan kami ng trabaho, di kami uuwi hanggang di tapos. Bukas maganda mo result. That's why they really like us. Our work ethics is tremendous. However, ito problema. Mahina, sorry ako to eh. Mahina tayo sa management. Natatalo tayo ng mga Indiano, right? Because they have these things communication. But for technical wise, talo natin sila. So it's really high time. And then nung I realized, nag-establish ako ng company sa Doha, na-realize ko, oh, ito pala kulang. Dapat we should have a project management in the beginning. Pagka-graduate ko pala dapat, nag-attend ako ng ganito. So that whenever, kaya nga we will be having for student as well. So that this will be injected in their DNA as early as they graduate. So whenever they perform their job, parallel na yung management. Parallel na yung, they can say, sir, can I am volunteer for leading this group. Wala tayo. Okay, so maybe, I'm not saying here, but this is just my observation. Kaya kailangan natin really project management skills. At importante yun, sir. It's really important not only for the purpose of employment, but most importantly, pag magtayo ka ng kumpanya, engineer, magtayo ka ng kumpanya, hindi ka pa pwede walang project management skills. Ayan, si President kanina may project management skills. Lahat ng mga may project management skills dapat tayo. Yeah. Kasi you will learn how to manage the project. Lalo na yung sa client. Naku, sir, ang mga kliyente ko, mga Arabo, hindi magagaling sa English, pero wala kang magawa, paymaster eh. So gagawa mo ng strategy yan. Oh, this is the way. Yeah, so, yun. May mga iba-ibang style. But anyway, yes, our workshop with PRC CPD points. Sigurado yun, yung ating workshop na to sa project management certification, automatic may PRC. Because I registered my company there in Doha as a service provider ng PRC. Yeah. Notice that all of our seminars are CPE PRC approved. Those are the potential benefits. Now, okay, these are some of the major certification program in the Philippines. As I mentioned, PMI, napakamahal. Also Prince 2, QK. This is more expensive than PMI. Napakamahal niyan. Pwede ako kumukuha, mahal. Ito meron tayo. I Google it, Philippine Project Managers Association. Kaya lang online, take the exam, that's it. So hindi siya rigorous. Kaya ito yung IPMA, meron din tayong IPMA. I signed with the Memorandum of Agreement sa IPMA pero mabagal, very, very slow. Also, gagawa na tayo na sa atin. Alright. So here it is. The proposed is PSME Certified Project Management Professional. That's the brand. CPMP. That's the brand. So it is the PSME version of certifying a candidate ability to manage a professional projects. You're going to manage the resources, the people, the process, etc. It's a combination of exam. Hindi natin pwedeng alisin the exam, but it's just a part. And a competency-based program. There will be an interview. Okay? There may interview. And we're going to assess the PM experience and other qualifications. So let's hear it. Okay, so this proposed certified project management professional is a brand name that is open to other disciplines. Because nobody just, because project management is a multidisciplinary. Multidisciplinary yan, sir. Magkaroon ka ng project, may civil, electrical, mechanical, PCE, mga pumps, so iba-ibang mga disciplines. So it's an open. Open natin yan, not only for PSME members, but open to the other. But the brand is ours. Okay? Brand is ours. It's a good thing. It's a good thing also para malaman ng mga, nakita mo, gagayahin na rin yan ng ibang, pag nagkaroon tayo, when we establish it, gagayahin na rin yan. But at least we stand, we have your own. So let's go for the framework. We are proposing for 3 phases. Number 1, we will have a training under ALMA. We have an ALMA, you're aware we have ALMA certification. Right? So we have 35 hours of training. Why 35 hours? 35 hours, hindi din ng TMI. Let us set it para they have the same internationally. Okay? 35 hours training. And then phase 2, written exam. No worries, it's around 120 multiple choice. Everything will be discussed in the workshop. You don't have to worry. It's just a basic. And then the third is the phase 3 called the interview. All right, so let's talk about it a while. The phase 1. The phase 1 is called the 35 hours training. So we will have a training. It's only sometimes it's an online about the 10 project service, the 10 knowledge areas: integration, cost, human resource. That's the 10 knowledge areas. Plus the email composition. So ganito, as per the survey, we know that the survey, 90% of the time spent in communication of a project manager. Pag ikaw project manager, ikaw owner, 90% of your time devoted to communications, either written or in verbal. So part of our training is email composition. Alam mo kung bakit, sir? Bakit sinama namin email? Maraming manager. Marunong mag-email. Yes. Even the Western, yung mga British, hindi marunong mag-email. Dear both. Dear both. Kaya pala, 2 tao. Dear both. Hindi. Tapos, iba naman, caps lock. Pag nag-i-email, caps lock lahat. Naka-read pa. Right? So, sometimes we're being judged by kind of stuff. So, we will going to include that training. Paano mag-email? Not the content, but at least some of the guidelines. And we will going to tap a resource person on that. Meron magtuturo, expert on that. So, okay ba yun? Paano manager ka? Marunong ko talagang kasi masela niyan, engineer. If you're going to make an email with a client, mali ka lang konti pag client, napakasela. Right? So, that will include in the training, the email composition. We're going to manage to find the resources, the source speaker on doing that. Ayun, meron ding exam. Okay, the written exam is just, I think, 120 questions for 2 hours or something. And then, merong email. For example, how's the exam? All right, give instruction to contractor to follow what? Anything. Balance order. Ano man. So we'll have a situation, we're going to just practice to how to compose an email exactly as a project manager. Importante po yan. No? Then, if you're going to finish this, right? If you are able to finish and pass this phase 2, which is examination, you will be given already a certification called the first level, called CPMP Platinum Level 1. Why Platinum? Kasi Platinum ang 70 years. Ngayon na-create yan. Sinabi namin Platinum. Platinum Level 1, you pass the exam. Okay? So, then, if you wish to continue, would like to have a Level 2, here, then you will go for oral examination. Ano naman ang oral examination? So, we have a panel here. The panel coming from is composed of the industry. So sila, panel, industry, the education sector din, academe, magtatanong sila. There's an expert in schedule, expert in scheduling, expert in procurement. Yeah? Dalawa na yan, masaya lang yan, procurement. HR, kasi marunong din tama sa HR din. We were going to find a specialist sa panel. Question. The comprehension skills is you're going to just being asked sa CV mo. Parang, do you know AER, Asian Engineer? ASEAN Engineer. O kami, ASEAN Engineer, nag-APEC din kami. Alam hindi kami ma-convert. Di ba lang kami, hindi kami ma-convert ng, may problema tayo sa mga, we don't want to discuss this. But anyway, it's just also the same. You will going to ask, if you are really, now this, mind you, sir, there's no right and wrong question. The objective of this oral is we will try to assess you. Where are you now, sir? Ayun yung battery mo. For example, you are in the battery here. Okay? Where are you in terms of the level of project management? How much experience you have? 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. Your educational attainment, yung mga ibang attainment. We're going to assess that and give you the level that you reached already. So we will have a level of that. Okay? So you were going to just, for example, if you are a manager, imagine if you are a manager, you're always talking. Tama ba sir? Manager ka, kailangan mabuka ka. Mabuka because you will be talking to the client, you will be talking to, for example, you are chairing a meeting. Alam niyo ba sa amin, you are chairing a meeting, there's a consultant, there's the client, there's supervision consultant, there's contractor, subcontractor, swimming pool, etc. And you are going assigned to chair the meeting. As a project manager, you have to do that successfully. And in order to do that, you have to talk. Right? So we will see here, we will going to test your comprehension skills in the command of English language. So for example, okay, you pass you have a CV, you will go, it's just like an interview. So that we are going to see how you comprehend. Ano ba makapag-usap? For example, the client. All right? So, wala namang babagsak dyan, but it's a matter of rating you. For example, you got level 2, then you have another year to upgrade, depending on the experience you have. Okay? So, this is just the 3 process, right? The 3 process, phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. All right. I think, madali tayo. We will going to tap the industry partner. As I mentioned, they will be part of the certification body ng PMTD. Kasama sila. And we will go is represented by 2 project management. They will be invited in the panel. They may contribute to the test bank. The most important is they will recognize the quality. Whenever we issue the certificate, whenever we issue a certificate, for example, this paper, whenever we issue the certificate, ang importante dyan is they will recognize the certificate. Why? Because they are form part of making this. The quality of certificates, they know. Alam nila yung quality nito, kaya they will going to recognize this whenever you are applying for a job or maybe for promotion and the like. So, mahirap gawin, pero we will try to do that. For example, we're going to tap Toyota, because now Toyota we're going to, by May 28, 26, or I think, we're going to have a presentation to them. So it's high time na matap natin ang Toyota to be part of the certification. Sama natin sila, right? And also Floor, 100,000. And those are, by the way, yun yung naging previous sponsor. So we're going to work it out to be a partner. Kapag ang certificate mo, engineer, recognized ng industry, that's the KPI. That's the KPI of the certification program. That is the key performance indicator of the program. How is it successful? First, if your certificate is being recognized by the industry, right? So nakatulong yung certificate na to sa employment mo, sa promotions, and whatever it is. So that is our KPI. What else? Yes, there will be part of the seminar, and we will have, I think we will have 2 to 3 times a year of seminars. Sila ang mag-sponsor. And also the engineering school will be part of the certification committee. We're going to tap the school, the universities. Kasama sila dyan. Why? Why? Why we need so? Sir, you know, yung mga student natin, our student, they, sabi nga ni Press Mel, when I talked to President Mel Banayas, she really wanted that all students, upon graduation, or graduate sila, they come back to the PSME. In the PSME, we will have a one-stop shop for them. Yung mga bago, one-stop shop ka. Engineer, naghahanap ka ng trabaho, looking for a job. After you graduate, you pass the exam, come to PSME. One-stop shop yan. What do you need? We have 16 technical division. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 16 technical division. Andito sa ating si BBT Torno, nag-head ng ating technical division. We have 16 technical divisions. Ano kailangan mo? HVAC, meron tayo. We have, what do you want? Robotics, we have. Navy, we have safety, we have project management. We have 16 technical division that we can assist our students, yung mga bagong students. All right, so this will be part of them. And we were going to have the international affiliation. We'll try to target the international, mag-affiliate tayo internationally. Lalo na yung mga universities international. Maganda kasi yan. We're going to affiliate with them. And then after that, we have a 3 years survey for improvement. Siyempre, after 3 years, we will see yung mga receive the certificate, how they perform. We will going to interview for example, the employer. We will have a sort of survey, and then there will be, I would like to test whether how you perform, so that we will be knowing what are room for improvements and revise of our manual. Right? So, yes, in summary, basta tayo. That's it. Medyo pagod na, no? Kasi hapon na. So, we'll try to be fast as we can. So, and here are some of my presentations in Doha for the clients. Sometimes, you know, alam niyo ba, para ka nagdi-defense ng thesis. Pag ikaw mag-present, they will gonna ask everything and live. You don't have time to just straightforward, they will gonna ask during presentation. So project management is really very important. Right? And also number 1 is communication. I would say communication is really, hindi, alam mo sir, yung mga technical natin, gagarahin nyo yan after 40 na. Kasi business na kayo. Pag nag-business kayo, ito na yung strategy. Paano mag-deal sa client? How you present your company? How are you going to present your company? So these are some of my, ito, iba-ibang lahi yan, sir. Right? Lebanese, Egyptian, this is a Singaporean. So this is my presentation of my progress. I will ask you. And ito naman, contractor. Ang contractor, makukulit. They try to bury you during the meeting. Medyo talagang na ganyan, papahiyain ka niyan, sir. Papahiyain ka niyan. Naramdaman ko yan, pinapahiya ka. Pero mga Pilipino, di mo pwede mapahiya yan. Right? Magagaling tayo eh. Magaling tayo, for example, di ako marunong, di ko alam yung sagot. Eh, siyempre, hindi natin alam yung sagot. Pero nasasagot ko pa rin yan, hindi nila alam, mali. Eh, magaling pa rin tayong palusot. No, what I'm saying is, hindi naman nila alam yan. You build the strategy. You build the strategy. Pagka, ganun siguro, no, it will, ma-reach nyo yan, no, mabibigyan ka yung strategy na. 10% sila. Okay, so, ito pa rin, contractor. Mga project ko kasi is about green building, nagmamanage niya, contractor. Sabi ko nga, kung contractor, sir, ang number one gusto ng contractor, mabilis. Speed is number one. Speed. Pag nagbigay sa akin ng material submittal, within 1 hour, babalik ko yan. Tapos, pag visit ko sa site, oh, Engineer Sani, I like you. You are very fast. Okay. Here's my invoice. Can you help me out? Of course, I will gonna help you. Pwede mabilis ako makasingil. Sige na ko. Tulungan mo ako. Can you help me out? No problem, sir. I will. Nakuha ko ng technique. Kasi mabilis. Kahit may mali. Forget about, kahit may mali yan. Submit mo yan. Submit. If it is submitted to consultant, pagko-comment naman yan eh. Balik na lang natin. Right? So may mga technique na ganyan. Pero kapag consultant ng client ko, if my client is consultant, hindi speed ang kailangan doon. Accuracy. That's why you're paid for being consultant. You don't have no right to make a mistake. Pag consultant ka, no right. That's what is being paid for. Consultancy, yun nga binabayaran sa iyo, yung consultancy. Tapos mamamali ka ba? Eh ako, oops, QAQC tayo, 1 week delay, no problem. Yan. So may mga technique, makukuha nyo na yung mga technique. Saka paano mag-usap sa client, hug, diskarte lang yan. Sir, can I get the other project? Of course, I will give you the other project. Yeah. Medyo nakikin ko yan na rin tayo, pero at least, the important is, you get multiple projects in a single client. Yun ang maganda. Yan, pati, just an example. Ito, it's sa Hyundai. We have a project, 77 stories. Pinakamataas dun sa district na yan. Hyundai. So, ganyan din sila. Presentation. Iba-iba rin yan. Questions, answer. So, wala silang magagawa. At we know our job. Right? Greece. This one in Greece. Greece. I have a project, Greece consultant. Alas. That's why very important is the project management. I do believe, yes. I'm not saying that you do not know how to handle the project. No, I'm not. Please don't get me wrong. But what I'm saying is, this is my experience. Really, we should have. So we will be having a workshop, and I'm inviting you. I'm inviting you to attend. And maybe in future, we'll let you know. Attend kayo. Right? Ako magturo niyan. And then we have another resource persons about communications, about the interview, email. We're going to help you out. Naman yung mga inspection din. Masama kami. Manager. Right? Now, sir, itong baka importante. Please help us. This proposed CPM-TD is not for me. Sa amin. No. This is our PSME to it. We are PSME. So help me out by filling the survey. Ewan ko kung nasa sa inyo na yung survey form. Wala pa. Please help me out. Just fill it in honest. So wala namang mali dito, no? Wala namang mali. So just fill it in full honesty. Your name is optional. Pwede mong sulat. Pwede okay. And then also, no? So you will be asking for 5 questions. Number 4 is the highest, strongly agree, disagree, and strongly agree. Strongly disagree pala yun. Strongly disagree. There's a typo error here. Number 1 is the lowest, strongly disagree. Please help me out. Also in the Zoom, I think Sir Paul, I hope that the online for Google form is, sir, na ano ba sa Zoom? I hope so. Sir Paul, hello. Sir, could you please, yes, it's done. So we need this as well. It will take only 1 minute, 49 seconds lang yan. 1 minute lang. Tapos na, right? So there you have it. So that is about it. And I hope that you fill that form, and we will go to use that as our reference. kung okay ba to o hindi. Right? So I think that's end my presentation. Thank you very much. If you have questions, I'm ready. I'm happy to answer you with the questions.
All right.
That ends my presentation.
Thank you very much, Engineer Sunny Palma. Okay, so let's now entertain questions. On-site participants, if you have one, you just raise your right hand so we could provide you with a microphone. Anybody? Questions? Those who are involved in projects, probably have questions to Sir Sunny. We'd like also to encourage our online participants to post their questions. We could read it for you. And if there are clarifications, then we could invite you to audibly ask that question to our speaker. Sir Paul, let me know. All right, that's great. So let's start with the on-site participants. Any question? Okay, all right. So while waiting for the others to compose their questions, Sir Sunny, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
What is the minimum requirements or qualifications of participants to this training, sir?
Okay. As long as you're graduate, even as I mentioned, even student can do with and without experience. Right? With and without experience, you can join. Right? So that's it. And as I mentioned, even the other discipline can join. So, well, we try to help. We don't, as long as you are graduate in engineering, it would be better. Yes, and then help you out to have the knowledge of the project management, the basics of project management. By the way, I would like Jen Garello. No? I would like to mention Madam Jen. Active to sa hello, I greeted you. Active ito sa member namin to sa Project Management Technical Division. Nakalimutan ko siyang pati. To answer the questions, that's only graduate. Even if you have license or no license, it doesn't matter. By the way, yung naman license natin sa Pilipinas lang. Outside,
Sa iba, wala, hindi
naman na-recognize. But anyway.
Thank you for that, Sir Sunny. In level 2, there is an oral examination, right?
Yes.
And if the applicant has no work experience, especially on projects, would that be a disadvantage?
Well, here's the thing. I think for those who don't have an experience, they were going to just simply given in phase 2 the written exam. Written exam. They cannot go for higher because they need to attain experience first, because the phase 3 is really intended for assessing their experience and the way to so after experience in 1 year, then we will have they can go for that oral examination.
Yes, thank you, Sir Sunny. Here's a question from our online participant. His name is Engineer Roberto Ibanez. Ito yung palaging nag-a-ask ng question. Thank you, Sir Roberto. Sir Palma, thanks for this presentation. Here's the question. If ever, how much is the cost of the workshop for the proposed certification?
All right. Good question. Hindi ko sinama sa presentation para may question about the cost. The cost will be managed by our ALMA. You know our ALMA? ALMA sa PSME. I think right now it is 7,000 pesos for the whole seminar. But well, kasi income generating din ng PSME yan, no? It's not going to be sa akin yan or something. So, but we are not yet studying on this price, on the cost. But I want to tell you, if you are a PSME members, murang-mura lang yan sa PSME members. That's all I can say for now. But this is just a concept, by the way. Once we have the full details, we're going to post it online, everything for the price. But don't worry about the PSME members. It will be very cost effective for you. That's why we created this. Hindi ito pwedeng mahal. Lalo na sa mga members. Mura lang ito. Right?
Ibig sabihin ng Sir Sunny is may discount pag PSME members.
Of course. Pre, tayo atin yan eh. Pagka mga civil, wala. Sige, wala. We will first start telling you, we will going to build first the credibility. Alam niyo ba gagawin namin yan? Sorry if I extend a little bit. We will going to we're going to, hindi kami mag-invite ng just a letter. For example, sa Toyota or Turner and Town or sa company, it's not by just giving them the letter and please join us. No, we will going to present to them. Kahit nasa katalo ko, babalik ako. Kahit nasa ako, pupuntahan ko sila. We were going to present to them, this is the certification we propose, the PSME brand, this is the framework. Are you in or out? Ito yung certification program namin. Malinaw yan. Very rigorous. Mind you, our objective is not quantity. Okay lang yan, basta kahit konti. Kasi produce natin quality. Doon tayo sa quality. Papasok yan. Eventually, makikilala tayo, hopefully. Because makikilala tayo within 6 years.
Good. Thank you very much, Sir Sunny. It's very promising. So siguro, after ma-complete mo yung detalye, meron na apply for this certification for the training. Now, the next question is from Engineer Secret Sia.
Yes, sir.
Sir Sunny, this is just a very quick question.
Yes, sir.
I'm just excited about that level where we will have oral examination.
Yes, sir.
Would it be an advantage if I only have, if I have a total of 6 years experience?
10 years experience? Well, 10 years is long already. But at the end of the day, as I mentioned, sir, no matter how long your experience is, we will going to evaluate that and put the required level, maybe level 3, level 4, level 5, whatever case may be. We will going to evaluate. For example, you have 5 experience and you have PMP certificate already. Whatever certificate you have, that will be put into consideration. Your master's degree, whatever the case may be, it will all be put into consideration. And we're going to put a certain level based on your experience, education, and other certifications. Right, sir? No worries, bibigyan natin ng level yan. Right? We'll try to, as I mentioned, we're trying to build credibility muna.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. That's very clear. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Sir Siegfried. Any other question here from the on-site participants? Meron pa ba? Meron pa? Oh, meron nga. Okay. So,
na-anticipate ko na question tayo, sir. Para, ano?
Meron time pa tayo, sir. So, pwede ba maramihan na questions? Okay, sir.
Mabilis lang, sir. Regarding lang din sa tanong na doon sa level 3, lahat bibigyan natin ng level. So, meaning walang bagsak.
Yeah, for sure. For example, you have a minimum 3 years. Bibigyan natin ng level yan because you earned already the experience. Sir, the phase 2 is those who don't have experience. Bibigyan natin. You pass the exam, you don't have experience, voila, we give you the certificate. And then if you want to assess your experience, we will give you the level as well. Right? We will give the, but depending on sometimes with conditions, because you need to improve your communication skills, you need to improve your reasoning skills, there has to be improvement. Guys, this is about project manager, yung skills. Gusto namin may comment pa din yun, and gusto namin is you develop yourself as well. You take into consideration the comments by next year, and then apply for it, and you're ready. Parang Toastmaster, right? Maganda mag-Toastmaster eh. Not Toastmaster. It's a good training ground, by the way, engineer. At least, kasi pag project manager ka, talaga, I will tell you, number 1, communication. Magaling kang mag-uto, hindi naman mag-uto. Dahil sa client, kailangan, abisado mo yung charismatic type of leadership. Charismatic. Yes, sir, to answer the question, we will give you the level definitely with further comments if required. We will give you the level with comments, then you improve it, voila, we'll give you the full level. Okay, sir?
All right. Thank you very much, Sir Sunny. Meron pa ba? Question from the floor?
Sir.
Meron pa? Oh, okay, sir. Sir, can you please introduce yourself before you ask your question?
Okay, Engineer Kama, don't you think there is, in your opinion, is there no age limit for that? Because to be a project manager, you have to cut all the drive, you have to be energetic, and all the energy, you need the energy. So, if you are already in your, say, later part of the years, how could you attain whatever you want to achieve?
All right, I think the question is there any age limit? Walang age limit dyan, sir. Alam niyo ba yung nag-PME, 80 years old, lagi sinasabi ni Bibi Maren. Ito kasi Bibi Maren. 80 years old, nag-PME. Lagi niya sinasabi yun. Kaya walang age limit. Sige lang. Minsan, sometimes, for example, you really don't need it. Kasi matanda ka na, or sorry, but for parang fulfillment lang, ano? Walang age limit, sir. Walang tumatandang, yung kalabaw lang tumatanda, yung mind natin, young pa rin eh. Nawala lang yung isang isang slide eh. May slide akong quote eh, about Henry Ford. Henry Ford, maganda eh, it keeps young. And, so walang age limit. We're going to rate you, we don't care about the age limit. Sabi nga, President Duterte, walang age yung pag-aaral, di ba?
Oo nga.
Kasi natin nilimitan yan. No age limit class. Just everybody's welcome.
That's good news, no? Walang age limit.
Age limit.
Kalabaw lang matanda.
Yes, no.
It has to be we have to be a lifelong learner. Each one of us, sabi nila. Okay, meron pa bang question from the floor? Yes, sir. Question, meron pa?
Meron.
Kitang-kita mo, maraming interesado, sir. Okay.
Yan ang gusto ko, sana maraming magtanong. Kasi parang namomotivate pa ako Talagang tapusin ko.
Sir, good afternoon. Question. Do we need to become a PME before we apply for a project manager?
Sir, as I mentioned, bachelor degree is enough. Hindi kailangan ng, well, okay kung PME ka. For example, sir, you have a PME. We will take that into consideration. May points yan. For example, as an engineer ka, as APEC, ACPE, or PME, may mga points na yan. Because we know it's not easy to take PME. It takes a lot of time, effort. So we will going to value those things and put into consideration. Maganda mag-PME kayo, mag-PME tayo, and then we have a good points on that. But that is not a mandatory requirement, sir.
Thank you for the answer, sir.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Meron pa ba from the floor? Meron pa ba? Okay, ngayon na-realize ko, sir, dapat yung project management, ito yung isa sa mga electives natin sa curriculum.
Alam niyo ba, sir, in-invite kami ng TUP. In-invite kami ng TUP sa isang sabi, maging sa TIP as a board member doon. I really encourage them, talagang dapat project management kasama yan. As an elective. Kasi ganito, sir, naging problema, no? Yung iba kasi, hindi pa technical muna ako, technical. Wala po na. Mali. Dapat unahin nyo yung leadership skills at project management. Why? Kasi when you perform your area of specialization, yan yung application nun eh. Paano ka mag-manager? Hindi mo alam. Kung alam mo na, sabi mo, sir, boss mo, sir, I will lead this unit. Diba? Kasi meron ka ng foundation eh. Ang gawin mo lang, kapag doubt ka, tawagan mo ko. Sir, ano pa rito? Tulungan mo ko. Paano ba basic? Dito tulungan ka namin. We are here, the TD, sir. Anong kailangan ninyo? Ang TD, 17 TD, approach us. That is our mandate to help members on this. If you have issue, problems, tulong, kailangan niyo kontakin niyo lang mga chairman ng mga bawat TD. We're here to help. Okay, so ganun ang aming mandate. Tama ba ko, sir, BB Titor, no? Tatawagan lang tayo. Okay.
Okay. Again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to Sir Sunny Calma. Meron ka na maraming students, sir.
Ako yan, ha?
Okay, at this point, sir, I'd like you to stay here with me. I'd like to invite again our national officers. First of all, the National EVP, Engineer Loreto Catalan, our National VP for Technical, Engineers Simon or Simon Torno, National Treasurer, Engineer Garcia, and of course, our National VP for Visayas, Engineer Greg Sinini, to award the Certificate of Appreciation. Okay, so we know already the text of this plaque, this certificate, right? But I just like to read the lower portion. The Certificate of Appreciation is given to Engineer Sunny Calma for being a resource speaker in the 3rd Visayas Technical Conference given this 13th day of May 2022 through Zoom video conference in at Ayala Central Black IT Park, Lahub, Cebu City, Philippines. Signed by Engineer Greg Sinini, Dr. Edwin Torillo, Engineer Feliciano Perater, and our National President, Engineer Melanie Banayos. There. Okay. Teacher, read the certificate. A big hand, please. Thank you, thank you. Thank you to all our national officers, and of course, to our speaker, Engineer Sonny Kalma. Thank you, sir. All right. Salamat, sir. And now we are at the last part in this today's event. Of course, we still have one more. We still have how many topics? I think 5 topics by tomorrow. But now we'll end today with another lecture, discussion. This is our 5th topic. Is Eugene here already? Okay, so I will do this in her behalf now. Okay. All right. Our last topic for this afternoon is all about cogeneration and tri-generation applications for hotels, hospitals, malls, and industrial establishments. Our speaker is the Business Development Manager at Desco Incorporated. He graduated from Mapua Institute of Technology. As the Business Development Manager at Desco Incorporated, he handles the business development of Gen Butcher, I'm sorry if I pronounce it wrong, gas engines for power generation, Swiss Water Technologies and Solutions. He is a PSME National Vice President for Technical Affairs in 2021, a life member, the Chairman of PSME Power and Energy Technical Division in 2019 and 2020, the Finance Committee Chairperson in 65th PSME National Convention, a Chairman of PhilMac 56th National Convention in 2016, a reviewer for the Philippine Mechanical Engineering Code in 2011, an active member of PSME-NCR Metrosouth chapter since 2000. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome online Engineer Edwin Delgado. A big hand.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud.
Okay, thank you. I just want to share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Medyo mahaba-haba itong topic na to, kaya let's start. A minor change nung presentation natin, and the topic is cogeneration and tri-generation applications. Dinagdagan ko and economics for hotels, hospital, malls, and industrial establishments. Okay, medyo mahaba-haba to, and magaganda yung mga speakers natin kanina kay Engineer Sunny dun sa thermal solutions, nagmamatch lahat ng mga topic natin. And ito yung outline natin. Basic start muna tayo sa energy losses, then definition ng distributed power, then refresher, cogeneration, refresher tayo sa thermodynamics natin. Medyo technical tayo lahat dito. Medyo naiba tayo. Puro technical talaga itong pag-uusapan natin. And then meaning ng combined heat and power, combined cooling and power. Then sample, economics using natural gas as transition fuel. Parating na yung natural gas, actually nandyan na. Kaya sabihin nyo lang kung kailangan nyo na natural gas, may mga supplier na available. LNG, liquefied natural gas. And then sample energy efficiency and conservation solution. Didiscuss tayo ng tri-generation, quad-generation, district cooling, district heating, and then closing remarks. Okay. Ready nyo yung mga calculator nyo at mag-ano tayo. Medyo highly technical ngayon ang training natin. Of course, refresher, energy, ano ba definition ng energy and law of conservation of energy? Energy cannot be created nor destroyed, but can be changed from one form to another. Kulang, yan. And then, ano ba yung mga forms of energy? Marami. Hanapin nyo lang sa Wikipedia. And by the way, may copy kayo nitong presentation na to. I give you a copy. Nasa organizer na yung copy. And just if you want a copy of this presentation, request lang kayo sa organizer. Itong lagi natin tatandaan, energy balance, energy in equals energy out. Dapat kung ano yung pumasok, yun ang lalabas. Lahat ng mga calculation natin, puro ganito to. For example, sa power plant pag-uusapan natin, example, energy in as fuel, coal, diesel, bunker, natural gas, biogas, landfill gas, LPG, and then co-convert natin itong energy from chemical energy to thermal energy, which is combustion, papasok sa boiler, then gas turbine or engine, reciprocating engine. And take note, may mga losses yan dyan. Thermal and heat losses, radiation, exhaust, may mga losses yan. And then, co-convert natin ulit from thermal to mechanical. By the way, itong slide na to, tandaan nyo lagi ito. Ito yung pinaka-important na slide. Sa lahat ng sa presentation na to, tandaan niyo lagi itong slide na to. And then chemical, thermal, mechanical, steam turbine, gas compressor or reciprocating engine, naging ano na siya, umikot na from because of the combustion. Of course, may mga losses na naman yan. Para makina ng kotse natin, maraming losses yan, mechanical losses, thermal losses. Then mechanical, connect natin ngayon siya sa generator. Then from mechanical energy, convert natin sa electrical energy. Of course, marami na naman losses yan. Generator losses, parasitic load, radiation. And then from electrical, yung gross, and then transport na siya from power plant to user. For example, from Batangas to Manila, more than 100 kilometers away. Using transmission sa distribution, NGCP, Meralco, maraming losses na naman yan. System losses, conductor resistance losses, core losses, uncalibrated meter, pilferage, nakaw, considered losses yan. Kaya binabayaran natin yan. Kaya lagi itong tatanda natin, itong slide na to. And then, useful energy, pasok sa before the meter. Hindi pa pumapasok sa residential, sa commercial, sa mga manufacturing yan. Then after pumasok na siya, may mga losses na naman yan. For example, sa air conditioning system, efficient equipment, maraming losses. Kaya ibig sabihin, ang objective talaga ng presentation natin is to eliminate or reduce the losses. Okay? Ito yung pinaka-importante sa presentation natin. Paano natin i-reduce yung losses or paano natin i-eliminate. Kaya pagka na-eliminate natin or na-reduce yung losses, doon tataas ngayon ang efficiency. Dito ngayon tatakbo yung or lalabas yung energy management system. Lagi natin hahanapin kung saan ang mga losses na to. And then kaya ito, basically ito yung mga losses. Example, kung sa power plant, may pumasok na 100 units na fuel or 100 megawatt, example, estimated losses niyan for coal power plant is 70%. Grabe, ganyan kalaki ang losses sa power plant, lalo na yung coal. Kaya napakataas ng CO2 emission ng coal power plant. Napakababa ng efficiency niya. Ibig sabihin, roughly 30% lang efficiency ng coal-fired power plant. And duman sa system loss, sa transmission, sa distribution, roughly 3% losses. Kaya 73% loss na. And before the meter, umabot sa atin yan, 27% na lang. Kaya ganyan kalaki ang mga losses. Try natin ma-eliminate yan. How can we eliminate itong mga losses na to? Ito yung topic natin ngayon, using cogeneration, trigeneration. Paano ba natin ma-minimize or ma-eliminate yung mga losses na to? Okay? Distributed power. Ito yung one strategy is distributed power, meaning yung power plant, ilalagay mo sa loob ng user. For example, genset using natural gas, ilalagay mo ngayon siya sa loob ng malls, hospital, airport. Doon mo na ngayon pag ilalagay yung genset. Meaning, mawawala yung distribution, saka transmission losses or mababawasan. For example, ito, 100 units yung coal, and then sa transmission is 9%, 10%. You will notice ang energy output is 9.67 or roughly 10 units. Nasaan yung 90%? Losses yun. Grabe, napakalaki. 90% ng energy ng coal, ng natural gas, ng mga fuel sa power plant are lost. Yan ang ibig sabihin, binabayaran pa natin ngayon yan. Ito ngayon ang target natin. Paano natin may eliminate yan or marireduce? So, one strategy, lagay mo yung power plant sa loob ng user. Since available na yung natural gas, pwede na tayo mag-deliver ng natural gas, malinis yung natural gas, the cleanest fossil fuel, ang daming supplier ng natural gas, First Gen, Aboitiz, Accelerate Energy, ano pa isa, San Miguel Corporation, ang daming natural gas na parating, LNG. Kaya pwede na ngayon mag-deliver yan, yung mga yan. And napakalinis niyan. Since naglagay tayo ng power plant sa loob ng, maliliit na power plant lang, 1 megawatt example, sa loob ng mall hospital, using natural gas, eliminate natin ngayon yung transmission losses saka distribution losses or marireduce. So roughly, efficiency ng power plant na ito is 40%. So losses is 60%. From 70, naging 60 lang. And yung transmission distribution losses, 0. Kasi nasa loob siya ngayon. So, ang energy output tumaas from 10 units roughly to 14.2 units. Kaya na-reduce natin ngayon yung losses from 90% to 85%. Roughly 5% lang. Medyo mababa. Pero tataasan pa natin ngayon yung efficiency niyan. How? Yan. The example, other definition ng distributed power is embedded power plants or decentralized power plants or after the meter power plants. Actually, ano na to, very old technology na to sa Europe, US, Australia, sa neighboring countries natin, Southeast Asian countries. Ganito na ginagawa. Late na ang Philippines for about 20 years. Ganito na ang ginagawa nila. Kaya nami-minimize ngayon ang mga transmission sa distribution losses. Ito yung typical process ng maliit na power plant, roughly 1 megawatt for example. Ang electrical efficiency niya is roughly mga 40%. So 60% yung losses. Ito yung example, diesel gensets sa Samselco and natural gas power plant sa Sebeco. Ito yung sample ng mga distributed power. And then next, sa mga, marami ito, sa mga biogas power plant, sa mga hog farm, chicken farm, consider distributed power siya, own use yung power. Ito yung mga example sa mga chicken farm, hog farm, and then sa ethanol refinery, Cagayan de Oro, biogas ng mga to. Kaya ang distributed power, the advantage ng distributed power or eliminate or reduce yung transmission losses, distribution losses. And also grid congestion, mami-minimize yan. Did you know pagka ang grid ay congested, we also pay extra money pagka may mga grid congestion. Additional cost yan. Scalable, and then may copy naman kayo nito, and then smart grid capable. Ito yung mga smart grid, microgrid dito. Pwedeng pag-usapan to, maybe another topic. And then it can operate as an island mode. Ito yung isang ang advantage ng distributed power. Pwede siyang maging island mode. For example, itong 1 megawatt power plant sa Cebu, natural gas power plant sa Cebu. Dyan, sa Cebu, unfortunately, naubos na po yung gas dyan sa Bogo. Natural gas ito. Naubos na yung gas. If you recall, long time ago, nagkaroon ng malakas na earthquake. Naggalaw yata yung well, natural gas well. Nagkaroon ng water intrusion ngayon dun sa gas well, bumaba ang pressure. Kaya after about 3 years continuous operation, sinut down na itong genset. Kinonvert ito sa biogas power plant and then binenta sa isang manufacturing plant sa Cagayan de Oro. Ang nangyari dito, during Yolanda, lakas ng bagyo and yung mga transmission line bumagsak. Nung Sebeco, ang una nilang ni-repair yung distribution line sa mga sa hospital, evacuation area. Yun ang unang nilang inayos ng Sebeco and then pinaandar itong power plant as island mode. Supply ito ng electricity dun sa mga, ito yung unang tumakbong power plant na nag-supply ng electricity sa mga evacuation area. Kaya itong another advantage nung distributed power. Meron kang sariling power plant sa loob ng territory mo. Okay. Next, dito na tayo sa combined heat and power. Medyo nagte-technical na tayo. Ito na yung kanina. For example, naglagay tayo ng power plant sa loob as distributed power. Yan. And then, i-recover natin ngayon yung heat. Yung heat nung genset. We will use the heat to produce hot water or steam or chilled water para tumaas yung efficiency ng power plant natin. Overall efficiency. For example, ito, we're using natural gas as fuel for the power plant. Re-recover natin yung heat. Roughly 45% useful heat ang pwede nating ma-recover. Kaya ibig sabihin, from 40 kanina, di ba? 40% yung electrical efficiency nitong power plant na to. Electrical efficiency, and then plus 45% thermal efficiency, total is 85% useful energy as in thermal saka electrical. Then nawala yung transmission line losses, roughly 14%, basically the same sa electrical side. But overall, yung wasted energy is reduced from 90% to 40%. Roughly 50% na kagad na reduce natin sa wasted energy. Actually, marami ng ganito. Napakarami ng ganitong power plant. Marami ng ganitong klaseng power plant sa CHP, Combined Heat and Power, sa neighboring countries natin, Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, using natural gas. Kaya ano na to, very mature technology na to. And sa Europe, Germany, US, Australia, puro ganito na yung ginagamit nila. Kaya napapansin nyo, yung electrical efficiency is 40%, thermal energy is 45%, total 85%. Ang taas ng efficiency niya, overall efficiency. And then application nito, as discussed, hospital. Di ba? Hospital, you need heat sa aircon, sa shower. Sa hotel, steam for steam laundry, for shower, di ba? Daming heat din na required sa mga sa hotel. Di ba? May mga boiler dyan to produce hot water or steam sa mga steam laundry. Then sa manufacturing plants, ang daming requirement ng heat sa mga manufacturing plants. Sa food industry, ang daming heat na requirement yan. Kaya pwede natin gamitin ngayon yung heat nito para sa process. Sa process natin. Okay? By the way, ang definition ng cogeneration is 1, energy input, 2, energy output. Isang pumasok, dalawa lalabas. Thermal saka electrical or chilled water and electrical. Ang trigeneration, 1 energy input, 3 energy output. Ang quad generation, 1 energy output, 4 energy output. Explain natin mamaya yan. Kaya matataas ang mga efficiency na pinag-uusapan natin. Kaya energy management, energy efficiency and conservation. Kaya magandang mga potential na mga work. Pwedeng gawing paper, technical study, submission for the customer, submission sa owner for budgeting. Kaya explain natin mamaya. Ito yung mga example. Meron na ito sa Cagayan de Oro using biogas fuel. Kung papansin nyo, ito yung heat recovery sa exhaust nung genset, nire-recover natin yung heat to produce hot water. Ang application nito is preheating ng boiler feed water. Pinipreheat nitong genset nito yung boiler feed water nung customer. Yung boiler kasi nila doon, yung steam yung ginagamit nila steam, wala silang condensate, meaning may contact kasi yung steam sa pagkain, sa product, kaya wala silang condensate return, meaning yung boiler feed water nito is room temperature, malamig. Ambient temperature yung boiler feed water, kaya ang laki ng savings. Preheat nitong genset na to, yung boiler feed water from 25 degrees ambient temperature to 90 degrees C. Just imagine, from 25 to 90 degrees C, pinainit yung boiler feed water. Ang laki ng savings nila ngayon sa boiler nila na-reduce yung fuel consumption ng boiler nila. Existing ito. Kung gusto niyo mag-site visit dito, sabihin niyo lang. By the way, dito na rin dinala yung isang engine galing dyan sa Pogo. Kinonvert siya sa biogas, yung genset galing sa Pogo, Cebu, dinala dito sa Cagayan de Oro. Biogas power plant na. Kaya 3 na ngayon ito dito. 3 genset na ngayon nandito sa customer na to. Sa summary, kung mapapansin nyo, sa coal-fired power plant, napakalaki ng losses. Roughly 68-70% losses yan. Kung sa mga coal-fired power plant. Kung sa combined cycle power plant using natural gas, roughly 50-50 yan. 50% ang electrical output, 50% losses. And then kung combined heat and power plus distributed power, nasa loob ng hotels, hospital, malls, airport, manufacturing plant, nandun sa loob yung power plant mo, about 15% na lang ang losses. Kaya mataas ang efficiency. Napakataas nitong efficiency ng cogeneration and distributed power, and na-reduce yung CO2 emission. Napakalaki ng CO2 emission reduction dito. Kaya kinukompute din natin yung CO2 reduction. And now, gagawa tayo ng sample economics. Ito yung requirement, discuss kanina ng thermal solution, di ba? Ang daming investor ngayon na pwede kayong mag-invest ng ganitong mga energy efficiency na mga projects na kasi binabayaran nyo yung mga losses eh. Since yung mga losses, ipayad nyo na lang sa mga project, and maraming investor ngayon na ESCO, Energy Service Company, investor na pwedeng magtayo ng power plant, pwede magtayo ng mga project, energy efficiency project, boiler, steam turbine, engine, air conditioning, HVAC, basta mayroong mga energy efficiency project. Gumawa kayo ng economics, and pwedeng ngayon gawing project. And ito yung mga requirement ng mga investor, paano magtatayo ng project. Kailangan natin economics. Pabalik tayo sa engineering economics natin. Ito yung mga data na ginamit ko. For example, yung bunker oil price 55, diesel 60. Take note, mura pa yung mga nilagay ko dito. Diesel nga yata, nasa 70 pesos na per liter. Natural gas is $23 per MMBTU. Normally, ito yung mga units na ginagamit. Yung coal, ang challenge ngayon sa coal, mura pa rin ang coal. Pag kinonvert mo sa natural gas, hindi pa rin siya maganda economics kasi mura yung natural gas, mura yung coal. Pero eventually mawawala na yung coal. So no choice, there are yung mga possibility na dapat nating gawin to replace yung mga coal-fired boiler using natural gas. Ito, may mga sample economics tayo dito. This is an Excel sheet. Bigyan ko yung copy nito, free of charge. Steam table to. May steam table yung Excel sheet. Papalitan mo lang yung mga data dito sa gray shaded area. Palitan mo lang yung mga data dyan. Ano na yan? Magpapalit na yan, automatic. So for example, this is a boiler, steam boiler, 10-tonner boiler operating at 8 bar, absolute pressure. And then boiler efficiency, average ng mga boiler efficiency is 85, operating 7,920 hours per year, using diesel fuel, and blow down is 4%, 60 degrees C, boiler feed water temperature. Fuel consumption niya, automatic, magko-compute na yan. 367 million per year. Ganyan, kalaki ang fuel consumption niyan. 367 million pesos per year. Tandaan nyo to, basically, ito yung standard na gagamitin natin as basis. Itong boiler na to, 10-tonner boiler, and 367. Tandaan nyo, 367 million per year. Tatandaan nyo yan, ha? By simply shifting diesel with natural gas, palitan nyo yung burner. Take note, 367. Next slide. Palitan natin na natural gas. Same boiler. Palitan lang yung burner. Take note yung fuel consumption. 273. Babalik ko, 367, 273. Ang laki kaagad ng savings. Diba? Mura ang natural gas. Kaya yung cost mo ng conversion ng burner, bawiin mo na kaagad yan in just 1 year. Burner lang yan. And then next, kung magpapalit tayo ng boiler, mas mataas ang efficiency from 85%. Palitan mo ng boiler na ang dami ng matataas na efficiency boiler. 92% boiler efficiency. Meron mga economizer na siya. Lalo pang bumaba yung fuel consumption. 252 million per year. Nagpalit tayo ng boiler dito. Of course, yung difference, yung summary, existing fuel consumption mo is 367, and then kung burner lang ang pinalitan mo, proposed setup is 273, 94 million a year kaagad. Savings mo. Diba? Ang laki. And then kung nagpalit ka ng boiler, using high efficiency boiler, naging 115 million a year savings mo. Sa 2 years siguro, or less than 1 year, less than 2 years, bawi mo na kaagad yung boiler mo. Take note, fuel consumption is reduced by 25%. Dito, kung sa bago yung boiler, high efficiency boiler, reduce yung fuel consumption mo by 31%. And then may CO2 reduction, simply shift from diesel to natural gas, CO2 reduction mo is 28% na kagad. Di green pa yung technology natin ngayon, di ba? Green products pa ngayon to. Kung high efficiency boiler, 1/3 kagad na reduce mo sa sa CO2 emission mo ng boiler. Ganyan itong tools na to, bigay ko sa inyo libre. Actually, sinare ko na to sa secretariat ng PSME dyan sa inyo. Sabihin nyo lang at bigyan kayo ng copy nito. Okay? Isang option pa lang yan. Marami tayong economics na gagawin. Ito. CHP na. Combined Heat and Power. Kanina lang tayo . Simpleng boiler lang yung economics na ginawa natin. Ito ngayon, magsi-CHP na tayo or cogen. Lalo pa ngayon tataas yung mga savings and CO2 reduction. Same values. Ito, yung mga shaded value na to nasa Excel sheet, palitan nyo lang yan. Magbabago na lahat yung yung mga data doon sa Excel sheet, sa data nyo. Ito, economic sample number 1. Shift tayo ng boiler using diesel fuel to natural gas with steam turbine generator, back pressure steam turbine generator. Ito, napakarami na nito sa sugar mills. Kaya ano na to, napaka mature technology nito, sugar mills, sugar refinery, pulp and paper, ganito yun yung mga setup nila. Kaya mature technology na to, huwag kayong matakot na yung mga ganitong klaseng setup. For example, setup natin is a 15-tonner boiler, 15,300 steam flow rate. Ito yung requirement ito yung requirement ng consumer. For example, sa pulp and paper, ito yung requirement ng consumer. Conventional boiler, for example, diesel boiler siya. Basically, the same kanina, pinalitan ko lang yung value. If you're going to increase the pressure and superheated steam, isu-superheat mo yung steam and install a back pressure steam turbine. Ito ngayon, palit tayo ng boiler, high pressure boiler, superheated, 25 bar pressure, superheated 300 degrees C, same fuel steam flow rate. Okay. Installan natin ang back pressure steam turbine, mag-produce siya ng 1 megawatt free electricity. Take note, ha? Pinalitan natin ng diesel to natural gas. Tingnan niyo yung fuel consumption. Natural gas is 385. Balik natin sa diesel, ha? 565. 565 million per year yung diesel. 385 million per year yung natural gas. Mas mababa pa. Mas mababa pa ang fuel consumption. Pero may free electricity ka pa. Diba? May annual savings ka ng 50 million pa a year sa electricity at 7 pesos per kilowatt hour. Just imagine nyo. Ito yung boiler na to is I use a fire tube boiler. Gawin natin ngayon tong water tube boiler. Taasan mo pa yung pressure and taasan mo pa yung superheated steam. Taasan na to. Tinaasan natin yung pressure from 40, ginawang 40 bar absolute and superheated steam at 370. It will produce 1.5 megawatt electricity free using water tube boiler. So, ang laki ng mga savings. In summary, kung conventional fire tube boiler na high pressure, 25 bar, 300 degrees C superheated, and then dito sa kabila is 40 bar, 370 superheated steam. In-increase din reduce din natin yung blowdown. Lagyan natin ng mga reverse osmosis, high efficiency water treatment system para ma-reduce yung blowdown. Fuel consumption is reduced by 31%. Okay? Balik natin muna dito sa yung na to. Back pressure, meaning yung exhaust ng steam turbine is 8 bar, yung original requirement ng planta, same steam flow rate. Kaya back pressure steam turbine to. Hindi to condensing steam turbine, kaya back pressure steam turbine. Ito ngayon yung heat ginagamit sa process. In summary, kung fire tube boiler, it can produce 1 megawatt free electricity. Kung water tube boiler, medyo mas mahal yung equipment pero it will produce 1.5 megawatt electricity. Savings ang electricity is 50 million. So, total savings is 229 million. Hindi na pupulot yan 229 million. Kung may pera lang ako na magtatayo mismo yan. Pero ito yung mga hinahanap ng mga investors. Ito, yan hinahanap yung savings plus yung CO2 reduction. Laki ng CO2 reduction, 66% CO2 reduction. Dito, 81% CO2 reduction na kagad. Cogen na ito pinag-uusapan natin. So, ito yung mga example. Bigyan ko rin kayo ng copy nito. paano ba kinocompute? Ito, paano ba kinompute ito? Excel sheet din ito. Most probably another seminar or ano, paano ba nangyayari ito? Paano ba dinesign ito? Paano ba kinompute itong calculation na to? Or pwede tayong mag-workshop kung sinong merong mga potential customer or potential sa inyo dyan na convert natin to. Pwede tayong mag-workshop. Free yan. Walang charge. Hindi ako naniningil. Mura lang. Isang boteng beer lang ako. Pwede na ako. Okay. Ito yung summary. And then next, sample economics number 2. Coal-fired. Boiler na. Ko-convert natin sa natural gas with steam turbine generator. Since mura ang coal, ito yung challenge natin. Medyo mura ang coal. Eventually, mawawala rin siya. Pero ito yung isa sa best option kung paano nyo i-replace yung coal-fired boiler using natural gas. Basically the same. Lalagyan natin siya ng back pressure steam turbine using fire tube boiler. Mag-produce din siya ng 1 megawatt. And then kung high efficiency water tube boiler naman, mag-produce din siya ng 1.5 megawatt. Take note, medyo mura pa rin ang coal. Pero kung ang target natin, economics in terms of numbers and value yung pera, hindi maganda. Value ang hindi magandang investment kasi lugi. Pero kung wala ka na mabilhang coal, no choice. Ito yung isang option. And reduce mo yung CO2 emission by 78% and 87%. Okay. Next. Another economic sample, shift tayo ng diesel fuel to natural gas using gas engine with waste heat steam boiler. I-recover natin yung heat sa engine to produce steam. Ito muna, isa muna to. For example, yung engine, kabitan natin ng high efficiency waste heat boiler. It will a 1 megawatt engine can produce about may nakaharang Hindi ko mapasa. 700 plus kilogram per hour of steam at 8 bar. So for example, this 711 kilogram per hour of steam is equivalent to, kung diesel fuel siya, equivalent siya sa roughly 26 million pesos per year. Ibig sabihin, hindi ka bumili ng diesel worth 26 million. Nakasave ka ngayon ng diesel kung sa conventional boiler. Okay, kaya ito yung summary. Using an engine operating at base load, nakasave ka na kagad ng diesel worth 26 million pesos per year. Bawi mo na kagad yung equipment mo in just 1 year. CO2 emission, nakareduce ka ng 1,137 tons per year CO2 emission. Reduce or eliminate. And then we go to bigger boiler. For example, malaki yung boiler nyo. For example, 10 tonner ulit. And then i-hybrid natin ngayon to with engine, meaning yung 10 tonner boiler mo, marireduce ngayon siya ng 700 plus kilogram per hour. Yung diesel genset, diesel boiler mo, fuel consumption is 367. Nagbawas tayo ng 711 kilogram per hour of steam. Meaning yung 10 tons mo naging 9,288. Naging 253 million per year. And pinalitan mo siya yung boiler mo, pinalitan mo ng natural gas. Okay? Kaya bumaba yung fuel consumption mo sa 253. Okay? Pero kung papalitan mo yung existing boiler to, existing boiler, pinalitan mo lang yung burner and naging natural gas siya, and Next is kung nagpalit ka ng boiler, higher efficiency boiler, 92% efficiency, tinaasan mo ngayon siya, bumaba pa lalo ngayon yung fuel consumption mo. Ito yung summary ngayon. Existing boiler, 10-tonner boiler, nag-reduce ka ng steam because meron kang waste heat boiler, and equivalent to 113 million per year. Then CO2 emission mo, 1/3 na kaagad na-reduce. And then kung nagpalit ka ng boiler, high efficiency boiler, mas mababa ngayon ng 133 million compared sa existing. Almost kalahati na kaagad fuel consumption mo. Reduce. Kalahati na kaagad. And almost 40% CO2 emission. Basically, ito yung hinahanap ng mga investor. Yung company nyo, pwedeng hindi maglabas ng pera. Yung investor mismo magtatayo dito. BOT, Build, Operate, Transfer. Ang ibabayad nyo sa investor, itong mga savings. For certain number of years, babayaran nyo sa investor itong savings. And then after certain number of years, kung ang contract is BOT, sa inyo na yung equipment. Sa inyo na yung equipment. For example, ang contract is 10 years. And after 5 years, nabayaran na yung for example, ang contract is 5 years. Economic life is 10 years, meaning for the first 5 years, babayaran nyo to. Babayaran nyo to. And then on the 6 years, kasi BOT yung contract, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, puro ito na yung kita. Kumita ngayon yung company nyo, hindi naglalabas ng pera. Diba? Okay, another sample economics. Pakisabi lang sa akin ng time, baka mamaya sumobra tayo sa time. Pwede tayo umabot ng 4 o'clock in the morning dito. Ang daming economics, ang daming options. Kung hot water boiler naman, rather than waste heat steam boiler, another option naman to. Again, 10-tonner boiler. Ipipreheat natin yung boiler feed water from 60 degrees to 90 degrees using the heat from the genset. Uminit ngayon, yung 60 degrees C, uminit ngayon siya sa 85 degrees C. Pagka napainit mo ngayon tong boiler feed water mo, marireduce ngayon yung fuel consumption mo. And then convert, diesel to, no? Take note, balik natin. Ito, 319, 367. 367, saka 319. Initin mo lang yung boiler feed water mo, re-reduce na yung fuel consumption mo. Kasi mababawasan ngayon yung fuel requirement to preheat, to produce steam. Yeah, 367, i-preheat mo siya, naging 319. Then, kung magpapalit ka pa ng natural gas, and high efficiency boiler, ito ngayon yung summary. Mali yata to Diesel yung price nilagay ko. Anyway, edit ko to. I-edit ko siya. Mas mababa pa to. Mas mababa pa yung lalabas dito. I-edit ko to. Mas mababa pa yung fuel consumption na ano dito. Mas mababa pa yung fuel consumption sa calculation na to. Sorry, mali yung calculation to. Anyway, i-edit ko to and then bigyan ko kayo ng bagong kopya. Okay, next. By the way, ito yung system sa Cagayan de Oro. Yan yung system na ginawa. Ito, existing na yan. Next, another economics, combined cooling and power. Meaning, yung exhaust ng engine, kapitan mo siya ng absorption chiller, magpuproduce siya ng chilled water. Saan ba ginagamit chilled water? Air conditioning, roughly 1 megawatt genset can provide 374 tons, or equivalent, roughly equivalent to 1,316 kilowatt. Cooling capacity sa 1 megawatt. And then maraming business opportunities dito. Sino ba yung mga supplier ng cooling tower, heat exchanger, supplier ng mga genset, supplier ng boiler. Ang daming potential supplier dito, business. And then equivalent electric chiller nito is roughly about 240 kilowatt electricity, equivalent electric chiller. So times 7 pesos per kilowatt hour times 7,200 hours, roughly savings 12 million per year. 12 million per year. Sa tingin ko, bawiin mo na yung absorption chiller in 2 years. Next, other energy efficiency and conservation solution. Marami pang options. Example ito, trigeneration, meaning 1 energy input, 3 energy output. Sa hotel, 3 ang requirement niyan, di ba? Merong hot water shower, merong chilled water for air conditioning. Sa hospital, ganito rin. Meaning applicable to sa hospital, sa hotel. Yung ganitong system. May kuryente ka na, may hot water ka na, may chilled water ka pa. Then hybrid. Pwede natin hybrid with existing boiler, with existing electric chiller, existing solar thermal systems, thermal storage, hybrid. And then district cooling. Kung napapansin nyo, dito sa right side, ilalim, absorption chiller, heat-driven from the engine. Could be used in parallel with the electric chiller to produce chilled water sa district cooling. Roughly about 50% more efficient ang district cooling. Ito na yung mga ginagawa sa other countries, puro district cooling na sila, district heating. Meron dito isang district cooling sa Pilembes, sa Alabang. Kung may mga malalaking area like Ayala, pag-usapan nyo na yan, Ayala, San Miguel, Robinson, sino pa ba yung mga SM, yung mga commercial establishment, pwede na ganito, district cooling, district heating. And sa mga industrial zone. May pakita natin. Ito na, underground na yung mga pipeline, with sewer line, stormwater line, chilled water line, natural gas fuel, puro mga underground na lahat. Kung for example, may mga bagong technology na ginagawa. And then according to Mr. Martin Chow, presentation na to ng Future Energy Show last 2020, ang ice storage or cold storage versus battery storage is more cost effective. Kaya pwede tayo magpalamig na swimming pool as a storage, which is more economical compared sa battery storage. Another example ng thermal energy storage. Check nyo lang sa internet yan, napakarami yan. The next, quad generation. 1 energy input, 4 energy output. Ito, gumagawa kami ng economics ngayon nito. Yung mga economics namin ginagawa na to to be submitted for funding. Confidential pa. Hindi ko masyadong kukwento muna to. And another, pwedeng gamitin yung heat from the engine to produce fresh water, potable water from seawater or desalination plant. Very old technology na to, using sa mga barko during World War II. Yung mga soldiers na siniship from US to sa Asia Pacific. Ilang months sila sa gitna ng dagat. Ito yung technology na ginagamit nila to produce chilled water for drinking. Kaya napakalumang technology na to. Ang daming potential, di ba? Ang daming opportunities. Ito yung concept lang to, not necessary mga for example diyan sa Mactan processing zone. For example lang to. Lalagyan natin ng LNG storage and then ipapipe natin ngayon siya sa yung LNG, papipe na susupply natin ngayon siya doon sa mga manufacturing plant sa loob. And then, pwede ring beer pipeline, magdi-deliver ng LNG papunta sa mga resort, hotels, sa MEPSA 2, and then sa airport, pwede rin. Kaya ang business opportunities ngayon dito, kung sino yung nagtayo ng LNG plant dyan, pwede supply ng natural gas, fuel, to replace yung diesel sa mga boiler, supply ng electricity, supply ng hot water, supply ng chilled water, supply ng fresh water, supply ng liquid CO2. So, napakataas ng efficiency. Ang daming opportunities ngayon dito. Okay, since transition fuel ang natural gas, eventually, mawala rin ang natural gas, pwede ngayon itong gawing hydrogen. Hydrogen naman ngayon. Kaya in the next 30, 40 years, magiging hydrogen na to. Kaya ito rin yung mga transition fuel, magiging zero emission na siya. Okay? Another opportunity, hybrid with renewable energy and smart grid. Hybrid ito sa solar farm, hybrid sa wind farm, hybrid sa energy storage, pwedeng battery charging. Ang dami. May separate presentation ako nito. Another 1 hour na pwede kong present paano ba nag-ooperate itong mga to. Yung mga SCADA, master controller. Ito ngayon, may separate presentation ako dito. Maybe next time, kung interested kayo, present ko rin ito. Paano ba siya nag-ooperate? Then, closing remarks. Basically, chapter 1 pa lang ang pinag-usapan natin. Lahat ng mga training dito since yesterday, puro pre-development stage lang, data gathering, survey, and diba, puro audit, energy audit, puro data gathering pa lang ang pinag-uusapan natin dito. And then next, paano ba natin may pupush tong project na to? Kailangan natin economic and financial analysis. May mga sample economics akong ginawa. Pwedeng magawa ng workshop. Kakalculate natin yung how much ba yung project, how much ba yung operating cost, how much yung revenues, and then generate tayo ng cash flow. Ito yung hinahanap ng investor, cash flow analysis. This will be another training sa ALMA or ATC, sa PSME ALMA or PSME ATC. Another training naman to. This is a workshop. Hindi kaya ng isang araw to. I think 3 araw to, whole day. Kung talagang mag-workshop ngayon. And then, kung okay yung cash flow mo, bigay mo sa mga financing institution, pwede nilang approve ngayon yung budget for to construct yung project. BOT, BOO, any contract na kailangan nyo. Ito yung mga sample, ito yung mga kailangan ng mga para matuloy yung project. Kung may mga project kayo, kung gusto nyo matuloy, ito yung next target. Then next, pag approve na yung budget, approve na sa finance, gagawa ngayon yun ng detailed feasibility study, front-end engineering design, construction, dito yung project management, kaya Engineer Sani, kanina, maganda. Detailed engineering, detailed drawing, specification, generation of specification. Dito lahat yan. Dito papasok ngayon yan. Kaya mahaba-haba yan. Ang daming opportunity dito. Mga suppliers, supplier ng mga pipes, pumps, ang daming opportunity, air conditioning, HVAC. Ang daming opportunity ngayon to dito. Then next, construction. Sa project management, kino-construct na yung project hanggang sa startup and commissioning, operation, training, certification. Kailangan natin ng mga certified operator dito. Kaya maraming certification ang pinoproduce ng PSME. through PSME, ALMA, saka ATC. Certified natin yung mga operator, certified yung project engineer, project manager. Puro certification ngayon dito. And then next, tapos na yung planta, nag-ooperate na. Operation and maintenance naman. O&M. Ang daming training na naman dito ang PSME sa O&M. Paano natin i-maintain yung mga equipment? Siyempre, kailangan natin ng magandang takbo ng yung mga equipment. Kailangan tumakbo na ng hindi masira para mabayaran natin yung utang. Diba? Hindi lugi. And of course, meron ding potential na training, sales and marketing. Paano ba natin i-market itong mga product nyo? For example, meron kayong magandang product or na-invent. Basically, it's the same din to. Kung meron kayong invention, sa chapter 1 pa lang, may invention kayo, ano ba economics niyan? Maganda yung invention nyo. For example, planta ng bisikleta. Paano nyo i-market yung bisikleta ngayon para kumita? Kaya meron din tayong sales and marketing ng mga training sa PSME, sa mga entrepreneurship. Okay, mahaba to. 3 days, ano yata to? 3 days workshop to. Matagal to. That's why we invite you to join any PSME technical division. Ang dami dito. Kung ano yung mga expertise nyo, pwede nating i-share or pwede kayong mag-join dito. Not necessary to present or kung ano yung expertise nyo. Pwede rin yung kayo matuto rin kung saan gusto nyo maging expert. Okay? Kung sino yung mga expertise, i-share sa inyo sa mga bago para maging expert. Okay? Join kayo dito. I think you can join up to 3 technical divisions. Then also invite you to attend mga trainings ng PSME ALMA and PSME ATC. And marami yan, naka-line up yan. Tingnan nyo lang yung sa mga available trainings. Okay, so lastly, the best way to predict the future is to create it. Tayo ang magkikreate ng mga project, tayo magkikreate ng mga opportunities, ang daming options through energy management, data gathering, audit, malalaman nyo kung ano magiging potential project dyan. Kaya tayo ngayon ang magkikreate ng project. So kung walang opportunity, tayo magkikreate and build a door. Tayong gagawa ng sarili nating door. Okay? Thank you and hoping na marami kayong natutunan.
Thank you,
I'm now open for question.
Thank you, Sir Edwin Delgado, for your topic this afternoon. At this juncture, we will be entertaining questions from our participants, both on-site and online. Do we have questions from our participants? Online? Anybody?
How about our on-site participants, if you have questions?
Meron po ba? Sir, if you have questions na you think you will be having for Sir Edwin Delgado, you can just contact or you can just message us and we'll relay the questions to him and we will also bridge through your questions and such. At this juncture, we would like to award the certificate to our speaker for this topic. Allow me to read again the citation of their certificate. This is certificate of appreciation is presented to Engineer Vicente Edwin F. Delgado for being a resource speaker in the 3rd Visayas Technical Conference. Can we have the certificate with Sir Edwin to be side by side for screen capturing? So while we wait for our technical to set up picture taking, online picture taking, I'd like to take this opportunity to inform everyone, our on-site participants rather, to please wear a PSME, any PSME polo shirt tomorrow, your chapter polo shirt or any PSME polo shirt in that matter, because we will be having a video shoot to be submitted to the national office for our NATCON, National Convention. So if i-feature po natin yung mas natin for the Visayas Technical Conference. All right, so while wala pa, we can still plug. By the way, as mentioned po kanina by our VP Visayas, we will be having our Visayas Regional Conference in Iloilo on July 21, 22, and 23. So if anybody from Cebu who wishes to go to Iloilo rather, to have or to attend the Visayas Regional Conference, we welcome you and we are inviting you as well. That seminar, Technical Regional Conference, will be applied with CPD units din. So kung kakapusin kayo with the accumulated, baka nagpatong-patong na yung CPD requirement niya, no? So kung kailangan yung umattend, you can also attend the regional conference. I think it's also hybrid, both online and on-site. Sir Edwin's video is okay already? All right, Sir Edwin, can we have a screen capture with your... All right, tapos na? All right.
Okay, thank you.
Wala pa pala, sir. Okay. Ready, sir? 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you, sir. It's done.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, so thank you very much, Sir Edwin. Now this time, we would like to give you an update of our upcoming NatCon. And this time, I'd like to call in now our National Officer, Engineer.
National Executive Vice President, Engineer Loreto Katagan, sir.
Okay, good evening everyone. To our VP Visayas, Rick Siniling, to our National Treasurer, Sir Siegfried, Siya, our VP for Luzon, VP for Technical pala, sorry, Engineer Simon Torno, and to our guest speaker from Middle East, Engineer Sunny. So, to our chapter presidents who are here, and to the host of this national, of this third Visayas Technical Conference, congratulations. This is a very successful technical conference. So I will take this opportunity to invite you to our 78th National Convention, which will be held on third week of October, that is October 16 to 22. So, hindi ko muna masyadong i-discuss sa inyo ngayon dahil mayroon akong inihanda na presentation para bukas. So, what's up for these activities? That's all. So, thank you and good evening.
Thank you, Sir Catalan. All right. So, before we finally end, we have a good news to our on-site and online participants. It just came in right now lang dyan, mga sir. The PRC has approved our program with 30 CPD units. I have here the screenshot of the application. It says approved. So 13 units po mga sir. Ayan, so 2 units na lang for renewal at tapos na. Alright. Lastly, tomorrow will be our second day. If you notice, my topic is pasana today, but it will be moved tomorrow po. So at 10 a.m. tomorrow, we will have our first topic, that is the topic 6, supposedly. With everything that has been said and done, Sir Bob, how was our day today?
It was a very good learning experience listening to those speakers that we had.
Yes, and a good news as well,
Yes,
sir, with the
good news.
CPD units.
We end the day with a good news. All right.
All right. With everything that has been said and done, thank you very much for all your participation for today. Please watch this video of the NATCON teaser. See you tomorrow, everyone.
And don't forget to wear a PSME t-shirt or shirt.
Yeah, wrong number. Wala pa po palang video ng Napton. We will see each other tomorrow. Goodbye, everyone. Have a great day.
Goodbye. See you tomorrow at 10.
Enjoy the rest of the day po.
Picture,
Yes, you can have your picture taking po.
So we invite those who wants to have a picture souvenir before we'll go.
Yeah, for the online participants, we have online evaluation form that you have to fill out para po sa attendance niyo today. Please attendance po kayo ha, because that will be submitted to PRC. So kung wala po yan, wala pong crediting ng unit. So please do fill out this the attendance online. For on-site participants, please drop by the registration area and check if your name is written in all of the attendance form for each topic. Again, each topic po ha, so all of those topics po, isa-isa po yung attendance. So you should be filling out 5 attendance sheet. 5 times po kayo magano. Grab your chance to take a photo of our stage po while hindi pa maraming tao na papapicture. Alright, thank you everyone. See you tomorrow. Yung iba, nagsialisa na yung iba. Have a great day, everyone.